Okay, let us think here. I am. Look what song was just kind of hanging out here in Spotify. I don't know how it got here. The name of the song is Enormous Penis. Kind of an interesting one.
Way to go. Come on and take a walk in my shoes. Never worry about a thing. Got the world on a string. 'Cause I've got the cure for all of my blues. I take a look at my enormous penis, and my troubles start a melting away. I take a look at my enormous penis, and the happy times are coming to stay. I gotta sing and I dance when I glance in my pants. And the
So I'm gonna get my stream blocked if I play potentially copywritten content. So I don't know if I want this as a... Where are my playlists? Didn't I make a new playlist recently? I think this one has one song in it or something. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so let's jump back into Figma. I think I would really like to get something better on the homepage at my website. What was that pop up there? An update, I guess. Can't get any worse, can it? Well, that's the thing, it actually can and does often, but alright, so definitely overthinking things here. But I do like the multi-level content. I think it's a pretty cool idea. I think that it is sort of the tree system that I need to create lots of things, like a UI library. And maybe moving the I don't like capitalization up here. I don't know why I was thinking it wouldn't matter. Well, because I have capitalization here. Not all the URLs are actually lowercase. I do sometimes prefer for like class names to use a capital. And so I could also have, I mean, the idea was that this would be the actual URL, so it's sort of like lou42.com/JavaScript. It should then be, just say JavaScript in that area, or capitalize it properly and still use the lowercase. URLs, are URLs case sensitive? I don't know. I think it depends, doesn't it? Interesting. Half of a URL or part of a URL is, part of it's not. Well, so just for the record, 8 and 10 milligram live rosin or rosin edible just now. Already feeling a little wavy. might get intense. And I might have to end the stream. Need a mental break. Last weekend was rough. Hopefully it doesn't get bad. Also, to do finish Bob's website and get paid. I was asking my uncle for $1,000 today, and he was suggesting I just finish the website and get my own $1,000. Not a bad idea. Get something at louis42.com, and I mean, these are both very similar tasks because his site and my site are basically the same thing. Well, that's pretty much it. I mean, I was thinking I could put more of my money towards JS devs to help with the framework. This is actually a really good idea because if I can get a basic WebOS, I don't know, now all of a sudden the WebOS, it probably needs a hyphen in there because I usually put a space in there. Sometimes I'll do WebOS like this, but well, I could. I think it'll work properly. Alright. Guess we're doing that. So basic examples, get new devs to submit a new example. Well, I mean, at a certain point, like the basics, getting the right examples to explain the basics of how it works is okay. So the most fundamental examples, to give a quick intro to how it works, and then intermediate advanced examples. I mean, they're all pretty simple. They're not that hard to learn, but you don't want to confuse people or bombard people with too much shit. It should just be like, so maybe the basic examples are, well, maybe it's limited, or there's like, you know, we try and find the best and fewest examples to just, you know, in a couple lines show how this thing works, and then it's not just a front-end framework. I mean, it is right now, but the vision is much more, and built with similar principles like simple API, simple, like, I don't know, what's the intuitive? Intuitive? I was trying to explain it to my uncle today, and so he kept asking questions that were like, I really wanted to give, you know, a nice answer to, but it was sort of about like what exactly is the WebOS, because it's right now it's just a front end framework. So I was kind of trying to, I'm not sure exactly if he knows exactly what that means. I was, you know, telling him it's just like a client side, you know, just renders the code, and then it's really more of a vision. Right now, it's not like WebOS isn't the right name for what I have so far. It's just more like I'm not done yet. I'm slowly moving towards building out a ton of features and sort of need a team, but building. It's like, why hasn't anyone built a good user, like a social network, a platform? It's sort of like Discord, just a user management system for. I mean, this is sort of what WordPress is like. It's basically a community platform. But also, how about a business management tool? It's basically the same thing. How about a project management tool? Users and files. Oh, man. So, I think it's $1 billion idea, but if it were executed properly, and I do think I could do it, although, I don't know, my brain gets so wavy, and this is like, it feels like there is a spiritual battle, and that it's like something wants me to do it, and something else wants me not to do it, and there's like too much fucking bullshit, and I don't know if I can handle it, so we'll see. Trying to stay focused here. I'm struggling to focus, like, as we speak. It's this might get too intense for me. Maybe some music usually helps, but I can't listen to enormous penis songs right now. I'm way too elevated. Can't handle that dynamic right now. So, all right, so then I was thinking the basic examples are like learning material. And then the UI kit is basically all the cards, icon systems maybe. Just getting icons to work is always a pain in the butt. Like, you can choose an icon library, but then what if you want to use an icon, like a custom SVG or even a PNG is probably fine. So then you can design them in a different program. Yeah, I mean, frankly, I don't actually know image layouts on the web very well. Like, I've messed around a lot with layout in Figma, but it's an interesting UX there. This blue hover thing that follows the cursor. I don't know. It's not entirely clear what's going on here. Cards, icons, fonts. Yeah, we have to figure out how to load fonts. Style sheets, style groups. So it's basically chunks, style sheet chunks, which is basically a group of one or more style rules, which has a selector and property list. Does everything need a view? I'm kind of thinking it should, right? Like, the more you can use, I mean, maybe not everything, but maybe once you get to one of these abstractions, like a list, then it's an array / object with a view. I've made list views before, and they're all a little different, but they're generally something like this. Class list, maybe extends view, I think so, and then I always forget like exactly how the render thing, I have to go look at the code to see when render is called, or well, it's really, am I overriding anything important? So looking at the code base to as your documentation, when your framework is so simple, you can look at the actual code because it's just like a small handful of classes, and I was looking at the view render function. Can control F. Oh, I see it right here. It's an empty one. And that makes sense, and I was that's what I was thinking. I just wanted to make sure. But then the next question is like, I'm pretty sure that I can just throw content in here. There's different ways to do this. How does, well, it's, when is it called? When is render called? Well, it's basically if you append an object to a view, a DOM element can't accept an object, so it checks if there's a render method and calls that. So, but I don't think that actually applies here. That's something actually different. Usually the render is just called in pre-render, I think. Let me see. Pre-render. No. Pre-render, then initialize. Okay. Okay. This is good here. I basically need all this to, well, I should probably have all this. This is really the essence of the whole framework, isn't it? Yep. Well, I mean, frankly, I missed the most important part of that code there, right? I don't think we need this because I default it to div here, but like, maybe I keep it in there just because it's a sort of a talking point. I don't like it. I don't think using properties in classes in JavaScript works properly, or at least it's just, sometimes it does, but it's error prone, or at least there was something going on there. I just scroll all the way down there to copy and paste a single character that I can type way faster. Sheesh. Okay, so I'm smart sometimes, but I'm not always smart. Like, smart people can still make really stupid mistakes, obviously. Sometimes you do things the right way. Sometimes, you make mistakes. By the time you realize it, it's not like you can always not make mistakes. It's kind of an interesting thing, though, but, why did I make that mistake? I don't know. It just happened. Not really sure how and why everything happens in my brain, because we have subconsciouses and they do things on their own. That's kind of wild, right? Are they intelligent? Yeah, your subconscious is fucking smart as hell. It's doing all the heavy lifting. Your subconscious is smarter than you. I don't know about that. I think I'm doing some processing on my own, and it would be nice to know your subconscious. I mean, most people don't. That's an interesting thing, right? Like, we all know we have the subconscious that's kind of working for us, calculating things, working on ideas. Your brain's this whole like mesh of ideas. But it's also possible that most of what it's doing is just sort of like automated, maintenance type shit, and it's not actually making any crazy decisions. It's more of just a system that works. Maybe it's not a being. Maybe it's, it is just your brain, and it's more robotic, I guess, is what I'm. In a way, it's almost as if the subconscious is like a unique, living, breathing thing. I mean, in a way, it is, I guess. And can it keep secrets from you? Can your subconscious? Yeah, probably. Okay, so let's see here. This is the essence of the WebOS. Is this worth $1 billion? I mean, I think so. It could be. It could be worth much more than that, but that's really in the idea and the vision, and obviously it's just a potential, but it's worth a potential $1 billion is worth $1 million, obviously, right? Well, depends on what the probability of success is, but if it's more than just a tiny fraction, like, yeah. My uncle was saying that there's a lot of money out there to be invested, and I think I could do a good job, but I'd probably prefer a loan. But if you fail, then you got to pay it all back, and that's just like actually devastating. So I wouldn't actually want to take out more debt. Paying it down is just. Also, I don't have a good stream of income right now, so that hurts. If I had a stream of income, then I wouldn't need anyone's help. I would be done with this by now. But not if it's like a minimal stream of income that I have to bust my ass all day to get, because then I'm probably just going to be so tired and not even have any motivation to work on these things. And honestly, the only motivation I have to work these days, as I was telling my uncle, is because of the drugs. And knowing it's the pressure of knowing that I got to make something of my life, or I'm going to. Like, the alcohol can only numb the pain so long, and then I'm sort of destroying myself as I'm pursuing this goal. I mean, let's be honest here. Like, that's crazy. Okay, so why didn't that one get... Oh, I didn't add any content to it, so it doesn't get an icon. Once you click in here, then it adds an icon, which is kind of a strange thing. You might not figure that out. So these, like, distracting ideas are hard for me to... I mean, I could resist them, I guess, and just not think about it, but if it's an interesting idea while I'm high, it's like probably something worth writing down, usually, because it only takes a second, and it's usually something that's kind of interesting or important, I guess. But yeah, list view. So I think like doing this pre-work outside of a code editor. I mean, doing it in the code editor is fine. I often would do it, but there's a lot of thought that needs to go into coding, and just setting out to start writing code before you know what you're doing is usually, well, sometimes it's helpful, like just to run with shit and experiment and slap shit together and just break it and fix it, and because then you learn what it can do and what it can't do. And then once you go to design your API and your class system, once you already know how all the little pieces work, it's a lot easier to think through, like, wait, what should those functions be called, and what other kind of logic do we need, and how often do we need to do it, and should it be its own function? That stuff usually kind of you just get it working, and it doesn't really matter, and then as you need to, improve it, you make these little modifications. But all things considered, you're not going to be able to just sit down and write the thing perfectly the first time. Obviously, the thing evolves. You try and start just getting something to work kind of how you're thinking, and then you just kind of run with it. And well, let's see if we can get the class, the list class to work. I don't think this is actually that hard. I mean, there's other libraries like Backbone and stuff. I should get people who know Backbone. In fact, if I could get developers who actually know the like inner workings of Backbone. They don't even have. I mean, it's more just like, what does it do? I don't actually know all the things that it does and how it does it. I don't know why that sounded funny in my head when I said it, but Backbone works with jQuery, and jQuery is a similar API system. I don't know how many like jQuery functions Backbone is calling. I don't actually remember the realm of what it does and what it doesn't do. I know there's like collections and there's some sort of API system for talking with the backend, and a model view controller comes to mind. That's what a lot of those frameworks back then were doing. MVC. That's just a crazy MVC. Why do I have an extra note here? I guess I don't need one of these. I mean, there's always something a little weird about this. It's sort of like, why not just model controller plus view, where view is basically just a jQuery element. And what if jQuery were 400 eight lines of code instead of whatever it is? I guess. Well, there's the view class, and most people probably wouldn't be able to understand what this is doing unless, because the classify is actually nothing. That's just adding a few classes automatically based on this. It's basically adding this as a word here as a CSS class, which is kind of cool. It's almost like a field, and you can access it, but it's not always the case that you can like do meta code stuff like that. It's basically a design element of, or a feature of the language that's easy and helpful. And so I say I understand JavaScript pretty well. I like to design simple functions where it's just like, if you don't need it, throw it out. Make it as a very simple process. Understanding what, you know, this, we're appending this function and not actually the output of the function, which you could also do. And I think it does internally. So if you return something from render, I should just, I should give this a trial run. While I'm doing that, why don't I just code this out? All right, so I need a page. Let's go to, let's see, it's this site. But I'm trying to think through if I want to do it inside of a module folder or if I want to create a new path. So this to me feels like a topic page where you talk about a lot of different things. It could just be a cool page. Cool page, bro. Let's see here. New file. And it is the index.html. I think this is how I'm making pages right now because, I don't want all that stuff. Do I not have a single? There we go. I don't have any pages on my site yet. Whoops. Wait, what? Control Alt. No. Control C. Didn't I copy that? Holy smokes. All right. So Probably fumbled the hotkey. Sort of like a brain fart. What if you just start having more and more brain farts where you just can't fucking do anything until you're just like tripping over your own feet? And man, life is, when you start losing control over things in life, that can't feel good, right? Like, especially if it keeps happening more and more. I don't think I'm at that point yet, hopefully. But I make bad decisions sometimes. So new file, index.js, and in there we want to, this is a really big, I don't know why that got so big. Should that auto resize? I don't know. Having a little bit more breathing room there is actually not a bad idea, just so it doesn't feel crammed up. But you don't want it too far, or else, well, like, yeah, so if you need to know which line these things are on, you can hover it, and that helps you figure it out, which is kind of nice. But yeah, anyway, so test. I think I can just do this one, and then, yeah, and then this one. Okay, so this is the first test. Let me cd ls cd into this one, and then cd into public, and use my little IDX. It's just a simple HTTP server, but it's sort of the beginning of the future. The beginning of the future. Yeah, it's really every second. Every nanosecond of every day. The future is... future becomes the past. Continuously. Like we're writing history. Is life important? I don't know. Are we the only planet building civilizations? Probably not. Are we winning? Who knows? Maybe. What's the game? And why are we fighting spiritual battles here? And it seems likely whatever the mechanism might be that might, like, house the spirit, essentially. Like, whatever the body's doing, you could design a robot, essentially, that could do the same thing. Imagine being able to, like, move into your computer. Maybe that's what's going on here, right? There's that Matt Damon movie. Matt Damon small movie. Downsizing. It's kind of a funny movie. I don't actually remember, like, it's only got 5.8, but it's like, it's a cool idea. I think just the premise of the whole movie is kind of cool, and I think they did a pretty good job with it. And so if you can appreciate the premise of the movie, that is kind of an interesting idea in a lot of ways. Is it actually possible? I don't know, probably not, but maybe. Maybe in genetic ways, like people decide they want to be smaller for like financial or environmental reasons. Maybe. Genetic kind of engineering, I guess you'd say. Kind of a crazy idea. Is this okay? I have no idea. I haven't thought about this much lately. I don't actually understand the realm of genetic engineering. I don't understand the code. Aren't there people who understand the DNA code? How well do we understand the genetic code? I should just ask the computer. It probably knows. I don't know if I trust it on this one, but how well do we understand our genetic code? I don't think it's very well. And to say that we understand it at the level where, like, do we know exactly how the system works, I guess? Like, we're assuming this is a non-intelligent computerized system, right? I think that's wrong. I think that our cells might have some sort of intelligence, like some whatever the spirit is that makes us us, and maybe it is sort of a part of us, but like we're able to solve more complex tasks because we have our entire bodies and all the cells in our body working to keep us alive and whatever. And I don't know if we do any real thinking in our cells, but our cells might be able to make spiritual decisions. So it's essentially a processor in every cell. I don't know, maybe it's not that so much as the brain can sort of get feedback from its cells. That's definitely a thing, obviously, right? Like we feel pain, and the brain gets brain body like feedback loop. I think I learned maybe something about this in psychology or whatever, and you learn so many things and then forget them, and if you're not like into that stuff on a daily basis, like deeply in it on a daily basis, then you don't really know how the shit works. And genetic engineers would be pretty badass. I should try and figure out, the people who join my site, I should try and figure out who they are and where they work and how much money they have to let me borrow. To grant me. It's basically a grant, right? Let's ask, what is a grant? Grant is a sum of money given by a government organization or foundation for a specific purpose, like research, education, or a project. It doesn't have to be repaid. That's what I want. That's what I'm looking for. Fix the internet. What if I just apply it to various grants and that's it? I just say, my name is Michael Lewis and I'm looking for as much money as you can give me, and my goal is to fix the internet. Maybe I should say I'm a web developer and my goal is to fix the internet. I think a lot of developers might laugh at me and like think that it's crazy to think that this is possible, and I don't know, maybe, but like, well, it certainly seems like there's some resistance, spiritual resistance in this domain. So maybe there's a little spiritual battle that needs to be fought to get this thing done, but I don't know. I don't know anything about that, and I'm just trying to do my best to do the right thing, and I don't think it's a bad idea. I think it's a great idea. Getting grant money, well, if I could actually it doesn't, like, is the idea that it does get repaid upon success? Obviously, right? Oh, well, like, I would repay tenfold if I make enough money, right? Maybe that's just what I say. It's a grant, but with a potential 10x repayment if things go well. So you only have to believe I'll succeed 1 in 10 times to make this a worthwhile investment. I think it's a no-brainer. Isn't that crazy? Like, I'm sure maybe this is how everyone feels about what they're trying to do. That it's like, you know, obviously, well, and frankly, there's so much opportunity out there that there's probably millions of people trapped in this success trap. See an opportunity. Try to work towards it. Can't get anywhere. Well, it's like it takes a lot of hard work to get to the starting line, and then so much more to finish. It's never really finished, and it's just I think most people don't get the success they're looking for. I don't know if working on grants is a good idea. I think I should just keep going with the code. I think working with trying to teach people how it works shouldn't be that hard. I could import a code tool, a syntax highlighting tool. I could probably find, I don't know. So like, I'm just thinking a syntax highlighting tool is a visual program. It has to do user interface things. Like, it has to actually put the right HTML structure into every word on the page. Make them little inline blocks or whatever, I think. I'm not sure exactly how it works. I probably should. I should probably figure out these inline and inline block, or maybe just use a flex container and let it stack up and even wrap that way. Actually, the flex container is probably, with a wrap on it, is probably not a bad idea. But I'm just thinking about how if I could render out something like this, and it wouldn't be terribly hard. But well, the thing that hit me is like some modules are visual, like obviously, right? Like making this distinction is like on NPM, many modules are simple functions, but many have, well, you can put full UX controls into NPM modules, right? I mean, you can have packages that render shit, basically. And the view library that you're using, and just frankly, like the whole app system, if your app was immediately like plug and play friendly, where it's essentially like my app dot your app. Whoops, my app dot your app. You want to be able to bring in other people's apps, and this seems awfully personal a weird way, but like it's more just app dot plugin. The plugin name, like not plugin, but like app dot comments. is your comment plugin. And it's really maybe, well, this would be a collection of comments, maybe. Not an actual array. I wouldn't put methods on arrays. I mean, you can, but like then you have to manually create them. I would make this a collection like object with children, and then you can create iterators and stuff. Well, like you can create an each. I've thought about making a good list class. Right here, the list and the list view are kind of, I don't actually have a list class right now. So, oh, the list is a view. List plus list view versus list extends view is what's down there. So one would be class list extends base probably. And this is essentially like a super object array where you can loop through things and whatever. And then in there, well, or sometimes I'll just do it in the same file. Doesn't really matter. I don't know. Unless we're doing code gen, class list. If you know where it is and you can find it just as quickly, it doesn't really matter to have an extra file. Unless you like navigating files, file names rather like the file tree rather than scrolling. The longer this list class gets, the longer you have to scroll to get down here. So it's actually probably a good idea to keep it in a separate file. But then you have to actually go and what was I just thinking? I just completely lost my train of thought. Oh, I was gonna make a new. You have to go and create the file. I'm gonna make a new file here. This would be list view.js, and this would be list.js. It could really be framework/list/list.js, and this one would be framework/list/list-view.js, and then you would have an index page. I could just go set all this up. Why am I doing this in here? Well, I don't know. How about framework, new folder, list, and then new file. Yes, list.js. And new file list view.js. Can hardly type. How about the index and the other index? New file. So oh, I'm pasting. I don't know why I didn't. So what happened last time? I was pasting it down there. I don't know why those felt weird. Maybe it's different in Sublime or something. Because I keep doing that same thing for some reason, and I don't actually know what happened. I'd have to rewatch the video and be like, wait, what? Where did I click? And why? How did that get in there? I was just kind of moving quick and accidentally pasted something in there, right? I don't remember, but I don't like having to create all these files manually, but I guess right now this is what needs to be done. I've never had a chance to finish a lot of ideas. Like when it comes to coding something, the amount of time that it takes to get anything done is insanely hard to, well, judge, and it takes a lot of time, and sometimes it goes quick, but a lot of times it just goes way slower than you want for whatever reason. And I guess my point was I actually have worked on a lot of these ideas. I've built out so many things, and they're like in all of these example folders and app folder components and things and a panel and server and basic. I don't know what basic was. Examples had a whole bunch of things, drag and drop stuff, trying to create folder UIs, draggable folders. Hey, look, there's a list class. So I don't actually remember what this looks like, but this one has a list and a list view. Or what is this? So this dot view is just a quick and dirty div. It's a pretty decent example of how you can do some cool shit with this. Well, this is a little confusing. I'd have to think about what this is doing here. Why is it? At first I thought it was setting this dot name equal to like a sub view, but that's not what's going on here. This dot name I think is a string, and it might not be defined, and we're just passing that string into this, what becomes a div. It's a little, the shorthand ones are definitely tricky, and maybe it's better to just write it all out. And well, so for example, going in and editing old code is usually a bad idea, but I think I'll undo this, but I'm just trying to kind of think through what this means. It basically gets converted to a div, and really the rest is pretty simple. I mean, the idea of having a property name here is it's sort of like an assignment, like a property assignment. You're almost saying like this dot view dot name equals this, and that makes sense to me. So it's actually not terrible, and it does get pretty confusing, and you have to like make sure you're putting the right type of thing in the right spot. But it's not that hard, actually. There are some kind of interesting syntaxes. Like this one I've gotten confused about a couple times in terms of what happens in all the cases, essentially. Like it's checking whether this thing is defined, I think, and then it doesn't throw an error if it's not defined, which is probably just is that a better default action, to just not quit the program when something bad happens? I don't know. It's hard to say. It depends on if it's what it's doing. If it's a transactional system and you want the transaction to fail completely if it doesn't like pass a bunch of checks, then you might want to bail out or something. Like throwing errors in JavaScript is not something that I've been able to fully understand. Like I just haven't had the time. I've looked into it very briefly a couple times, and it just seems confusing and complex. But it's a naturally confusing and complex thing, and I don't think I fully understand the way that they're supposed to be used, and haven't really seen them been used like in a good way. Or I mean, sometimes you'll see try and catch statements, but knowing exactly when and where to use those, and kind of the trade-off of not using it, I'm not really sure. I don't understand that at all. So I mean, there's a ton of stuff about development that I didn't have time to learn. I mean, there's no way that you can learn everything. There's just so much code, so many platforms, so many APIs, and they're all unique. An API is a whole list of functions that every class is like this API with all these function names and variables, and you got to know what the things are and their purpose and what kind of methods they have. And so trying to understand one of these code systems is it's actually not that hard once you figure out how it works. It's kind of like a pretty simple logical system, and there are definitely better ways to do things, and writing simple code that works and is like simple enough to read, making that's like robust. I don't know. It seems like the best way to do it. It takes a long time to think it through and decide what goes where. I mean, all these notes are just like me thinking out loud, kind of doing what I'm doing now, just talking to myself. Like, and I don't know if reading this, I don't feel like trying to figure out what I'm talking about because I'm not in this space. It's like I don't really know what all these functions are doing. I wrote them a long time ago, and while I could look at any one piece and generally understand what it's doing, I don't really understand the whole flow of well, obviously this is a list view, and obviously it's gonna, well, so I have mouse move and mouse down and mouse up. I'm doing some drag and drop event handling here. And I don't know if I could nest things here. I could try and set this up, and I think the examples folder, here, let me see. While I'm talking, I haven't been over there in a while. I haven't launched that thing. So I'm already using this server for this one, but I think it's Control C to exit. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Restart Visual Studio, apply the latest update. I think that means later. All right, so CD up to IDX, and then CD, I think wasn't examples, and then which folder was it? Folders, examples, folders. But I think it's just examples, right? IDX. There we go. God, I'm confused. All right, localhost and localhost and maybe it seems it actually like it loaded something here. Maybe this is what I just didn't make a navigation for any of these things. So here's where we need folders / folders. I'm trying to figure out what was going on. There wasn't an index web page. Okay, so the main page won't load because one of my modules, which is probably required for this, is not found. Module smart app. I think actually I just moved it to app / smart app. So maybe now it works. Oh, yeah, let's go. Smart app.js. And what's bad about this is that if I start going in and editing these modules, which are basically my framework, this is like an older copy of the framework essentially, and so this update's not going to be on the main one, which is where was the main? Maybe I'm just using this one as a single repo for all of it. Is that? I thought I had maybe 2 of them set up. Losing it. Yeah, I had a framework set up. But I think maybe the only copy I have of this is inside the Lou42. So this framework here is this GitHub repo, I think. Let me go check. I'm just going to use a different console and CD code and Lou42 get status. Oh boy, deleted a bunch of modules because I put it in framework, but I didn't commit this yet. Probably should in case my computer blows up. I don't actually, I think all I did is rename module to framework essentially, which is kind of a big unnecessary change, but I decided to do it. Untracked files. I think so. Why not? What is this? Yeah, I don't know how the submodules work. Maybe it's supposed to auto-update it for you, but I think in this case, the default isn't terribly hard to work with. If I go get status, modified, fuck. I think that's just because I made changes, right? I don't think I want to commit this state of. See, I don't actually know how it handles. Do I have to commit this first before I can add it? It's sort of what it's saying here. It's red. CD pub frame tab to complete, and then what's in here? Oh, we want to get status, basically. Okay. Deleted a bunch of shit. Don't remember doing most of this. It's like brain's on overload. I can barely think these days. Let's say git add all, git commit. Yeah, you have to put a message in, so I always just say yeah. Refresh. You should probably do good commit messages, but I don't actually know what's in there, so where was I? I was right here. Okay, then we go back up, get status. Wait, what? It didn't take, I didn't notice. Hit push. Boom. Okay. I pushed the code from my desktop to GitHub, and then I refresh, and instead of saying 3 days ago, it says 1 minute ago for all these updates. Each person should have like an inbox for anything where it's sort of a notification for that thing. You just have like a little side panel, and frankly, it doesn't need to be big, but it could just be like a standard notification area. Maybe you can click on it to expand it, but it could just be like those little one-liner alerts for like new push 1 minute ago. And once you see it, you just close it out and it goes into the log, but it's just kind of like acknowledgements. And maybe you turn some off if you don't want to see them, but if you click in that area, maybe you see a timeline of all the alerts, and maybe you can browse through it, and it's sort of just a quick access for everything that happens. And you don't have to close it off. You can just let it run, and it just kind of cycles through to another notification. Or maybe you just need something that says, I don't know, like this 2 minutes ago isn't necessarily the worst way to see it, but you don't have to have this whole system I'm talking about. But I'm just thinking through like a way to pump updates, small updates to like an area. I'm not sure if that's the best way. Maybe there's a better way, but all right. So just trying to trick it. Fuck. How does it know not to like just make up some shit? It's pretty smart. Like it's doing thinking. It's computing meaning. I don't think most people understand how that works fully. I don't know if anyone fully understands it, but all right. What are we doing here? I was trying to get, this is not even the right repo. I was going to go into IDX. It takes such a long time to get back into code that breaks and figure out like, wait, why is it breaking? I mean, I don't know why it breaks so much. It's actually crazy. It's mainly because I'm kind of pulling files in from one place to another place, and then later on I'm editing the framework, and then it breaks. You know, an old example. That's essentially the gist of it, I think. Some future change makes it no longer work, and file renaming or deletion or whatever. I don't think I deleted things from this one. App. Smart app. Why is this in here? So in the smart app file, we're looking for It's basically not. I didn't update the paths. I think this is now. Yeah, like that module slash. Should I use absolute or relative? I could use. Can I use relative like this? You know, climb up to the module folder and then go. Here it would be base and then base.js. We can try that. Can I just update one of them? Ooh, nice. All right, so trying to verify what you're doing works as soon as possible is usually a good idea. All right, I don't even know, is that still there? I think so, I hope so. Let's see. Smart. From Smart App. It's not found in Smart, okay, because that's right here. Whoops. App. I think it just went like that, right? Just a little bit, wait. Not up one, it's just right here. Smart is needs the whoops slash view.js, I think. Okay, wasn't that fun? How come nothing is on the screen? What the hell, man? I could have sworn there'd be something on the screen here. Index, test controls, list 2. Folders, index.js, list2.js, the closest number to what is what? The fuck? I don't know what I was doing there, but why aren't my tests working? Shouldn't they be here? There's nothing there. I am awaiting a new app. This whole thing is like, I've been trying to decide the best way to do this and if this is good, and it's essentially just this, but I don't know if... I have no idea why this isn't working. All right, let's just do div hello world. Fine. Oh, okay, so something's not working here. Are we even on this page? Console.log hello? Console no hello. Okay, so index.html should be requiring or importing index.js. Why is it not? Bad URL? Maybe. How about slash folders slash index.js? Still no. The script is in the body. Is that the right way? I think I have it in the head and other spots, but I don't know if it actually matters so much. I actually think you want to request these as soon as possible, right? Yeah, why wait? And then hello. So we're on this page, but we're not loading index.js. Why not? Maybe it never completes its ready business. So And this is the old framework, so me trying to go in and fix this damn thing is kind of bullshit. But I think this is like a return this. Yep, that's the one. What the fuck, man? I don't know why I didn't try that earlier. I don't know why this is. It's saying that the window is loaded and the app is ready, and whatever the heck this is, all before we get to here. But then why the heck wouldn't this run? What the actual heck? This is really confusing me. So this is running. Line 5, and then obviously if I comment this out, it's gotta work, right? Holy shit, what? Why? I'm passing in the app. Why? This could be part of the problem. Holy shit. Okay, so this is interesting. I hardly remember doing this, but it is nesting properly. Damn, this is cool. See, I shouldn't work on, like, make shit like this. It's not, I don't know if this is actually working properly. But I do kind of vaguely remember setting up these tests and working on this. I can try and get rid of all my bullshit now that I've sort of, I don't know why that app ready thing completely killed it. That was crazy. I haven't had that happen before, but what on earth? It never resolved. However, I was just looking at that code and it used to work. So, dev ready. Maybe this is part of the problem. Like, okay, initialize socket. That doesn't have anything else. Initialize dev ready. Socket ready, then we log that, and that happens. Socket.ready. Yeah, right there. And then this one is just window loaded, is really all it is. Maybe it has something to do with this. But I do want to resolve with this as the value so I can await app ready and assign it to something. But this app ready is firing, clearly, from line 47 here. And it happens right after window loaded. I think that's working exactly how I should. Initialize dev ready. Initialize. This is absolutely crazy. Why isn't this working? I mean, let's turn it back on, I guess. It's gonna break the thing again, and then try and figure out. I could debug it, but I don't know if I'm feeling that. Can I debug a... Excuse me? What is this? Can I debug an async statement? It's going to call this immediately. So we can try and go in class app. I don't really want to go into all of these, do I? Step over. I know what this does. Let's go in here, but like... Oh... Wait, what? Smart app. I was looking at the wrong file. I was looking at this one, but this worked, didn't it? It's right here. Line 47 was running. Does that mean there's two apps running? I thought maybe I was using the wrong file. It's the smart app down here that should be using. In index.js, I import from smart app all the things. See, once you create a smart app, then you now have an app and a smart app, and it's doing different things, and I can't figure out why. We gotta make it so this never happens. Like, people shouldn't be stumbling around like this with these silly problems that it's just a, like, order of operations or whatever. You're essentially doing like crazy complex surgery to get this to work, and if you mess up even a little bit, it just all falls apart. I don't think it has to be that way. I don't think it should be that way. I'm confused. Let's see if we can regain any kind of sanity here. Let's get back in here and I could comment out all this just to... No, but that shouldn't have anything to do with it. We're not getting to this line here. New app.ready. It's a smart app. The real question, though, is why... Alright, what's in list 2? Maybe this does have something to do with it? Is this doing anything? Rendering anything? Function is loading some CSS and defining some classes. It doesn't look like it's doing anything. Nothing is being made or rendered or messed with. I do pass in the app to... Oh, it's a function call. Is that what's going on? No. I'm passing in this. What is this? List. This is the class, right? Wait, what? I'm confused. List and list 2. How do I pass that into the test thing in it? List extends base with a render function. I'm really just getting myself more and more confused. How the heck does... You can't pass a class into the test function. Let me think. We're definitely passing in, instead of a function, we're passing in a class to the test function, which isn't this class directly, it's like this helper function, right? Init, no. What? Export this function test value. The value is the class, but how the heck is it called as a function here? This doesn't make any sense. And I'm tempted to like go dig through it, and yeah, I don't know why I'm passing in the app here. I think there was something about needing a reference to it in this class, or wait. Export default function. I'm not exporting the class. Okay, so my general pattern is if I have a file named list, capital L, it's a class, and if there's a class in there named the same thing, that's the default export, just so everything stays, you know, straightforward. But clearly, I decided to make the export a function that essentially is a test function because it's being passed into the test. And it's just a simple, like, test, I guess. I don't necessarily like this way. I think you could make a test method or 3 on the class, but I'm not actually sure if you want to do that. You might want like a list test class, and then you put a bunch of test methods on there, and it's basically just a container for, I think you can render out classes pretty easily. I don't know why I haven't done that. I can auto-generate documentation for it that way and put, can't you just go like class, let me throw this in Notion because auto-generate class docs. I mean, it's better to just look at the code, to be honest, so this might not be worth it, but the question is, can you do class, well, let's just say thing.prototype, basically each method, and then docs.add method, sort of, right? So when you add a new method to a class, it automatically pulls it in. It's not a bad way to do it. Pretty simple. But I'm not sure if that's worth studying right now. Okay, so I figured this out. That was just, it's like when what I expected was actually kind of concealing the problem. It's my own fault. I'm not sure why I did it that way. I don't remember. Maybe I just wanted to, that's like the first thing that came to mind. Or maybe there was a reason why I thought, like, it's confusing, like really confusing me now. I think that's a bad decision. So I have thought about ways to just like more easily define like where to put the tests functions and how to like name them and structure them, and then how to build like test suites so that you can just chuck a whole bunch of tests in one object and then throw it into another file or bring it into another file, and then do the thing. So let's see. I think this should work now, right? Let's see if the smart app works. Let's see if I can make sense of where I was with this thing. Not because it's the best thing to work on right now, but I'm just kind of, I don't know, feeling wavy. So I'm not sure I'm going to be all that useful otherwise. Where is this? Where is this index.js? I think it's this one and all of these. Let's just make sure it runs properly now, right? Let's get rid of this, at least for a second. Refresh. Okay. Do we get all of the... No, not working. No WTF. Okay, so that whole list thing, I don't know if that actually matters. I could just comment it out, and I don't think any of this matters. I don't think this matters. I don't think this matters. We're really just looking for this. And obviously if we comment this out, it works, but then we're trying to figure out why this part just never resolves. And it does resolve. App.ready. This is the craziest part. I probably did something stupid and can't figure out. It might be a simple explanation, but smart app. The smart app I haven't used in a while. It was this whole thing about saving. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember. I don't really remember this code that much. I probably shouldn't be wasting time in this. It sort of worked a second ago, but if the simplest solution is to just not do this, and then it just all works, then why not just do that? Why? It's because I don't understand why it's not working, and it should be working, and apparently it's not necessary, but I really just don't know why. Wait, what? Yeah, it's because it's comments. I don't know why this await new app.ready thing isn't working unless... Okay, so now we're waiting for the socket, the saver, and the DOM to be ready. So window loaded is actually firing before we're creating the app. This new app is creating a new app, but how the heck is the window already loaded? So, is it possible? Okay, so I was making modifications in here. I think it's possible there's two apps running. And I think this is a problem. Are there two sockets? There's only one socket message. I feel like there would be two I think there's only one socket here. But why are there two apps? Because I'm importing it into two places? No, it should be the same thing though. Oh. Because of the way I have it set up, I'm using a smart app here, but I'm not really using, I'm just importing everything from this app. I think if I go through here and change these all to smart app, then I think it... So the app.js here shouldn't actually create an app, does it? Does it create a default app? No, it doesn't. But maybe one of the other things in this long list of things is one of the other things that's imported, creating an app. Jeez, man, this is bothering me. Console.log. Okay. What? List one. Oh. Wait, what? Yeah, no shit. Oops. We actually need this part. Get that error to go away. To create. Oh, no. Come on. That's not what I wanted. What the heck? There we go. Alright. I think it's working properly. The fact that all those. I think it's just a consequence of me moving something and all the paths broke. But, alright, so moving. This is cool. I don't remember this. This is pretty cool, though. It's too jumpy. I think maybe. I thought I was working on fixing that. I thought I did fix it, but maybe I didn't. Actually, I think I made this on my other computer, and I probably just didn't upload the update that fixed it or publish it, but maybe not. Maybe this is all I had. But it's kind of an interesting, it's definitely too jumpy, but it's kind of an interesting tree builder. Definitely kind of infinitely recursive. You could sit here all day building out like a tree of the layout's obviously going to break at a certain point, but well, if you have a big monitor, you can go to town. Why is this max width here? Okay, so that's kind of jumpy. Drag and drop is hard. Why does it disappear? It's not working. Is it throwing errors? I thought I had it working so that it's, well, at least the goal of these things is to get this to save to the file system, so that as you're creating stuff, you're not actually just creating it in fake JavaScript world, you're creating it in real life. And then it's saved. And then you can, well, you don't just want to create nested lists randomly like this, obviously, but if you can create a list structure, basically if everything is automatically a list and then you can add things to it, then you get to add different types of things, and those things can have, be like functional or modules, and then you can swap them around. And I think there's a ton of potential here, obviously, but getting these user interfaces to work properly, especially the drag and drop, in and out of different things, like, and I don't know why it's so jumpy. I remember working with this. I don't think I would have left it this bad, and so I'm wondering why. I'm wondering if I had made a commit and pushed at some point and then fixed it later and didn't commit. But I do remember I was having some issues with it and maybe just gave up on it. Yeah, you're supposed to be able to drag things into another one or next to it and like just kind of throw them around as much as you want. Yeah, so that's kind of a cool thing. I think that's a pretty useful feature to have in a web OS, is you want to be able to drag and drop reorganize things, and if you drop it in the wrong spot, you just pick it up and throw it to the next spot. I don't know why it feels like a lot of times the file system is just kind of slow or clunky. I mean, this is obviously too jumpy, and I think all these colors and stuff that just look kind of jarring are like me signaling to myself what was going on. But now I have no idea. I could have written it on the screen or something, but so these are tests, a little test suite. I like these bars. It's actually just so terribly simple that I don't mind it, but I actually am now thinking just throwing up a full screen, full width layout, like a row, basically they're sections, just these full width rows. Then you could have kind of more of a workspace where you could expand and duplicate it and whatever. Although maybe going with a fixed width type thing and then adding a new column and kind of then having a virtual workspace that automatically, that makes more sense to me. Let me see if I can write this down. I should probably draw it, but this one seems fleeting. Let's see, I do have notes for multi-column stuff. Multi-column UX. Multi-column UX. I guess I can just make this note kind of at the other note, and it's yeah, I don't know, that's kind of weird. So the idea was for these tests have the ability to add rows and columns, and well, so imagine a single column center aligned, then add a second column, center them both, add a third column, center all of them, bada, 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 bada. Well, yeah, so let me draw it out. Let's get into Figma real quick. Rectangularly. Could do frames, I guess. Frames are usually better. And then let's go with a card type of a thing. And well, yeah, so the width of them could vary, but you could have, I don't know if I just do it like this, 3 columns. Well, you could have as many columns as you want. And why aren't these set to fill? Why can't I select them? Enter. There we go. I think we want that fixed for now. Okay. So yeah, you could have these 3, or however many columns. You have a single column, and actually this was supposed to be, well, imagine this is the size of your monitor, and so then you center them, and you could start with 1. Now that's going to look pretty silly on a giant monitor. Maybe it gets a little bigger or whatever. But you could add a second workspace, and that could actually be, wait, what? This, was it always up there? I thought it was over there. I don't know. Or down here? They could be kind of like, well, what I was kind of thinking is that space it down a little bit. I am kind of coming back to that idea because they changed this? Why does this feel different? Jeez. So quit moving shit around, guys. This could be fill. Probably should. And then no fill. And yeah, so now fill, I guess, has 2 different meanings. You have this fill area down here that doesn't really have anything to do with a layout fill. I mean, they both kind of fill the area, but they're sort of different types of things. Could be easily confused. Zero this out. I think this just pulls up here. Maybe a drop shadow on this one. This just takes way too long to set all this up again. I should probably save these things and reuse them more, but yeah, it's something I haven't really got in the workflow of like creating asset libraries. I do think it's something that I need to figure out. The problem is I don't like making organizational decisions, like how do I arrange these and what goes where, and I don't know, sometimes it doesn't take long and it's worthwhile, but sometimes it just takes way too long and it's not so worthwhile. This could, wait a second, we could just duplicate this, and then with this one Shift V, and then this one delete. Do I have to do the drop shadow thing here? Blur. Let's throw it this way, but we need to change the stacking order. There we go. It took too long to find that. Okay. It looks a little iffy around this corner here. Should they be kind of actually having the edges aligned perfectly is, you know, maybe you could even pull it back, but then it's going to be really kind of, wait, what? Oh, the spacer is down there and it's putting the shadow on the spacer. We really want not this. Control X and put it on this one. And then it looks a lot better. But I don't know if that's the right look. It does look like it's a sub page, especially if this one was bigger. And what? If this one was bigger. Wait, what? Enter. And this one could even be not so bright. Is this white? Why does this now look not white? Holy shit. I'm losing it. Yeah, this thing's hitting pretty hard, so I'm feeling a bit iffy right now. My voice is a bit crackly. Oh, man. The aliens come get me right now, at least there'll be a minimal record of what happened that nobody will probably watch, but whatever. Okay, so where was I? I was actually making some decent mental progress with the list view idea. Man, this website that is pissing me off over here, I guess I got it working, but holy shit, that took a long time. That's exhausting, like spending, if I have a limited number of decisions to make each day, both time-wise and just from a like creative standpoint, I guess. Like, it seems that problem solving is something you can only do when your brain is willing to do it. Spend a ton of time, well, no sense spending more time talking about it, but this is cool. Why don't I print screen? No, let's get a better looking one. Boom. That captures this recursive nature of this thing more, and we can throw it over here in Figma and just kind of try and think about where I've been and where I'm going. I need to make better UI controls, and that test system there is actually pretty sweet. I don't mind it at all. In fact, sort of inadvertently, just by making this test system, where did it go? I'm just thinking, okay, so we have essentially accordion blocks. It just reset all my nicely designed sub items. we have this block here, which has this dark header. I don't know how I feel about that. It's on a white background and then goes light gray. That's also kind of maybe unnecessary. I think I could have like lighter weight sections that, I don't know. It's actually just like a file or an object or something. It's a list. It is a list. Everything's a list, right? Everything could be a list anyway, but well, it's sort of a section. If I want to create like a workspace, this is one thing. If I want to create a workspace where I can essentially have something like in Figma, these frames where you just click and drag and bam, you have an area and you can give it a name. That's the essence of a section. But frankly, this is more like a card, and a frame could be more invisible. Maybe, well, you could definitely do a black semi-transparent. Do those exist? Sure they do. Alright, so probably not a good idea. A lot of ideas flowing through my head. That's pretty cool. So, yeah, this shit is worth a lot of money, I think. If I can systematize these kind of complex documents. It's really just different layouts and different, interactions and maybe different file structures, but generally they're just lists. Everything's a list. HTML elements, templates, style sheets, files, especially text files, are just lists of lines of code. And it's sort of an array, but it's you could have a default view for each list item and even have it automatically try and render the things. Like on the computer, there's a lot of shit to render, and figuring out how to do it properly has not been easy. I'm not completely brain dead, which basically implies I'm not completely brain dead. This has nothing to do with World War III. Neither does any of that. This is just fill in, but why do I... Well, I was doing this comparison thing on the stream, and it was about forget what I wrote on the other side, but the 2 up, like compare contrast thingy. It could be like a unique content module, essentially a workspace, but Hello? Are you going somewhere? Are you going somewhere? Let's think here. I got the... Well, let's just write down the big ideas for a second. I got lists, list view. It's really just list and list view. And I think that's a really useful thing to work on because it's very fundamental, but it's also pretty complex, and getting it to work properly. It's actually like, once it's working properly and you don't break it, it's probably, you can probably get like a, I don't know, make it stable so it works, it looks all right, it functions properly, and then you start working on all the surrounding things. It'd be like, okay, what do we need this thing to do? And the drag and drop, and yeah, I mean, sometimes you don't want to basically, I'm thinking about a pick whip type situation, or maybe just you click a target icon for a specific field, and then it lets you just hover over the thing. I don't know. I think there's all kinds of interesting user experiences you could create with lists. It depends on how you set up all that UX and if it's like accessible. But you could create a lot of, well, you create reusable systems like those pick whip things. I don't know why I'm so far zoomed out, but essentially, well, let's get a icon for a target. I'd probably think something like this, maybe. But you could have it be something. I mean, you could probably do whatever you want, right? Pick your icon. Maybe this looks more like you're picking something. But I was just thinking, if you if you put, you know, well, this would really be for a field. So let's say, might regret hacking this together, but I think this should work. I'm just putting a white box here to hide it. It's snapping very strangely to the things around it, and it's kind of annoying. Control Shift right bracket. Okay. All right. For some sort of field, this is way too big, but this is sort of the basic idea of like a basic text input or form control. And if it's a value that you want to, let's just frickin' frame this and try and get this to work. Whoa, try and get this to work properly. Let's delete this. Let's shift. This is a group. I must have yanked the group out of the frame. Let's duplicate this one, scale it up a bit, Shift A. No. Control Z, Z, Z. Frame selection to make sure it adds an extra frame instead of adding the auto layout to the existing frame. Whoops. No, remove status. Jeez. Shift, Control Z. Do I want to frame this again? No, I think this is the right one. Here. Text. Good. UI font. Maybe Open Sans. Whoops. Don't really like it, but it's not as like big, fat. So, wait, this needs to be not that, and way smaller. I don't know. Let's see. Can we get this in here? Can we get a background on it so we can see what the heck is going on? Can we add some padding? I feel like this needs to be realigned. Or just sometimes you can mess with the padding and make it. Well, there is a way. There was just this one here. I think the right side might need more than the left side, but I feel like this could be aligned better. I think I can actually just no. Huh? Scale. No, we want. No, we do. Or do we just want it centered? We don't want. Is this constrained aspect ratio? I wasn't. Why is it doing it equally? It's because this thing's centered, right? I'm trying to off-center this. I don't know. Maybe a different top or bottom padding? No, I need to shift the, like offset these two height-wise, and the auto layout is sort of preventing me from doing it. I think I can frame this. Putting a frame around this one doesn't feel right because it's just kind of useless. It should be an auto frame. This is not the right way, but it'll work. I feel like it's too high now, but maybe we can just raise the roof. Why is it? Whatever, I think that works. Wait. This is pretty big. We're zoomed in though. 0 to zoom 100%. Definitely way too much padding. Let's see if we can just, wait, what? But it's fixed. It needs to hug. Hug, and hug. Okay. Control click on all these, reduce the padding a bit. It is way too big over Okay. That's not terrible. Not sure if that's the right size there, but oh, and it was going to be more like I don't like doing that either, but that works sort of. Now it's an editable thing. Now it's kind of high. Control Shift G to throw them in at the same spot. Add more. Let's just make these both 20. No, it's too much. Creating a Word OS. This is sort of what the Word OS kind of feels like. So there's the Word and the operating system and all the shit around it. The list OS could be a $1 billion product, and the whoa, what just happened there? Holy fork! No way, bro. There's no way I just did that in one. Maybe it's telling me something like this is all you got to do to make like a cool word collage. Actually, holy crap, that's a lot of them. I don't know how that happened. What was it? I was holding a modifier, shift or control or something, and I was duplicate dragging, and then it just spazzed out and made 100 of them. Oh my god, how many are there? There were a lot. Holy shit. I could just highlight them all and delete them. Because, oh my god, it kind of looks like a brain up there, doesn't it? Like a word brain. Oh my god. What? What? How many are right here? Oh, just one. Why did that seem like it did it again? Word OS. And the word brain. But, list views, list OS. It's like a whole system of modules. We're basically building an app that's sole function is to let you use it in your own app, but with a whole bunch of other features kind of ready to go, like menus, you know, like all the buttons and all the stuff. There's a lot of these apps out there like Figma and Discord, and there's a lot of really complex software, but the way to make new software is just needs to be streamlined. And first step is doing it with code, figuring out what you want to do, and then the second step is like figuring out how to modularize it so that all the different pieces are custom. You can swap them out, and like you're essentially defining like an interface, like an API, and then people can decide how they want to implement it, essentially. Okay, I guarantee you there's a lot of people out there making money with like APIs. I don't know why this is coming to me right now, but I was just thinking about, well, it's really form views, quick, obvious, easy level 1 questions that test comprehension. So for each question, that's like a class and a thing with UI and all the, it's basically an application, a program in and of itself, right? Every little widget is essentially a little mini application with features. And anyway, so for each question, You could have comprehension. Rank, it's a score that's how well does this test comprehension? Like how fundamental. Well, you have another ranking for fundamental, like basic, important. And common, and like basically it's just all the important stuff, but sort of at a basic level, fundamental things. And so different, well, and frankly, not just questions can have these rankings for fundamental anyway. I mean, frankly, you could just call it fun / fun, because making things more fundamental, focusing on the fundamentals, makes everything more fun. It's like the meat and potatoes first. What's better, fun or smart? Okay, so I don't know if the subconscious is me. Definitely, I don't have any knowledge of it, but you kind of have an awareness of like the consequences or the ideas that flow through. It doesn't really feel like there's somebody else, at least not usually, but well, I would say I definitely experience strange spiritual forces, feelings that are kind of like, whoa, where'd that come from? Absolutely. That could be the subconscious, or it could be spirits. And frankly, you know, most of the time it could be either one, because it's just kind of random feeling plus thought plus whatever. So one of the problems here is if I can never get anything done, I'll never make anything worth selling or make any money or whatever. And I'm getting distracted by a lot of things that are useful but not immediately the most important thing. I think if I can get a navigation set up, that should be a priority. The mobile navigation, but also like the test system. Maybe I just need a system of UI components that have their own structured navigation. It's really not, it's not just the navigation, but that's like part of it, and then you have the full content, which is essentially like this, and this is the same thing. They're just lists of things, but they just look a little different. So the list OS is just how do you make an order and set up these lists, and I feel like that's just so fundamental and obviously important, and it's pretty tricky to do. The drag and drop's not the only part of that, but all right, is there anything I can work on right now to expedite this whole process, to get closer to finish line? It's really, I could start thinking through the structure. Why don't I use this as a document template, an idea template, and what if these went this way enter. Whoops, it's like a shift enter because I missed it and it hit them both at the same time. Enter. No, let's just do this one. Now we enter. Now we height fill, and now we center. Maybe bottom center. No, just center. Enter. Enter. I think I missed one of those. Are these set to fill? Yep. Thought we centered these. When would you want to make something like a link or a sub page almost? Is this centered? Oh, it's because it's filling. And let's just do this one. I kind of like being able to control the text with the layout controls. So I think the way to do that is you have to make the text frame this one, auto width, so it shrinks, and then it'll center them all. I think that looks okay because they're all the same size, but it's probably not going to look so good otherwise. And then maybe I would just go back to putting them each on a line so that there's more room. It's more of a menu, right? It's almost like a mobile menu, and it'd be really just straightforward on mobile. And those could like jump, be scroll positions where it's sort of a table of contents right in line like that. Or they could be pages. But I feel like if it's a page, we could give it that little corner thingy. Where did that thing go? This one. No, that'd probably still be full. Let's just, yeah, okay. But what we actually need to do is now unlock our paper. Go find, I believe it's either this whole, I think it is this whole thing. Maybe if we click on the whole paper, then we get the white. It's not turned off. It's this one, and we make that gray. That looks pretty cool. I don't like the shadow. It was distracting. I wasn't sure what was going on there. Needs to be much. Well, first I like taking the blur off so you can see where the heck the thing is, and making it stronger can help you do that too. Some blur is probably a good idea. You can just make it hardly visible. So we're getting those artifacts again around the invisible parts, but maybe it's better to turn it off or just keep it really low. But if it's too low, then and you can't see that it's there, it's kind of, I don't know if I like it. I think it's too strong. I guess that's okay. Maybe more blur or less blur. I don't know. It's a tricky spot because it kind of blends in with the card itself. I mean, I guess if it's just, if you can barely see it, then is it better? Is it even noticeable? No. 1% not noticeable. On, off. Oh, okay. Let's back this up a little bit. That also gives you a different range of the gradient, I think. It's a little blurry. I do actually kind of like it more over here. I think we don't want that shadow jumping outside the... This is a waste of time. Somebody needs to do this once and for all. Well, there are a lot of template systems out there. But. Okay, so duplicate. Whoa, no. Lock this. Duplicate the whole thing. Shift A, fill, enter. Wait, go this way. Enter. Fill. Boom. I don't know, the corners are now too noisy. I could get rid of one of the corners and then it's just like a page, but then it needs to be smaller. Well, let's keep that one. We go into this one and look. Don't lock it. Open it. Unlock it. Open it. Rectangles, I think, just go. Wait. No, we don't want both. Just leave both of them. We want this one gone, and then in here, it's this one gone. Boom. All right, now we have one corner folded. And I think we need to lock it again. All right, and then if I duplicate this, it's not what I want. I want this down here. Why is there so much padding on this? Zero this all out, make sure it's all even to start, and then, all right, what I'm gonna do is, I have to readjust all of it. That corner tab thing is way too big. We're gonna take this and scale it way down. No. I think it won't scale when it's locked for whatever reason, so. Okay, nice and small, and then make this bigger, and then scale this back up while we just delete this and bring in, excuse me, delete, bring it back over. It's not an auto layout. Oh, wait. We need to lock this so it doesn't catch all the stuff. Is this... Okay. I think we want it to be centered here and more padding here. It doesn't look right. It doesn't look terrible, but that's really small compared to the height. It's almost too tall. Wait, why? Hug. Okay. That's kind of interesting, but it's like too wide. Well, you could put icons on there that you could click on, but is that the right? Let's see if 3 of them look. These are just filler terms, folks. I don't know why I don't just copy, alt drag it in there. Oh man. I don't think I, well, I guess I can go like that. All right. And delete the other 3. And then these could go over here, I suppose. That looks weird. Just put it in a, oh, why don't I just duplicate this, throw this in here. Maybe it goes way down here. Those would look pretty big though. Should those be up here? That actually looks kind of cool. Big ideas, small ideas. Okay, I saw my ideas. If people knew that it was more of an investment and I was going to like try and pay people back double if I could. That'd be a good place. Forget tenfold. I think doubling up is a pretty decent bet. And yeah. I mean, part of the thing about an offer is once you put it out there, especially if you can show that people are enjoying the result, then you'll probably get a ton of sales just, you know, because it's self-evidently good. These could be like right aligned if I felt like trying that out, but I think it's okay. It's a little like lopsided, but you could put buttons there or spread them out and make them bigger. A lot of things that could happen there with these. I don't know. Probably wouldn't put a little arrow on there anymore. Now it's like a hover effect, and when you click it, it like expands. Maybe you could put. So I'm just thinking this thing is kind of like this thing, right? Like when you click on it, it just kind of gets bigger and takes up the whole space. That's the idea here. But do the breadcrumbs matter? I don't know. Does the sidebar matter? I don't know. Whoa. Just want to like think about this for a second. Yeah, I kind of don't mind this way instead of trying to get those tabs to look right. But the nice thing about the little nested appearance of like the spacer here, I was doing it again over here, should just copy and pasted it, but layouts can be tricky to just reuse. Excuse me. Is it an animal or is it windy out? Oh, it's pretty windy. Didn't sound like something hit the window. I should go out for a walk in the sunlight and breathe fresh air, but I just got too much shit to do here and my brain doesn't work so well all the time, so I can't waste a few moments of energy I have. Okay. Words are actually don't need icons. Should probably be with hug. That'd be a good name for a software company. Hug button. Well, how about we make it look like a button? Well, how about Control Alt C, Control Alt V. Whoops. Whoa, bro. That's kind of cool. All right. Oh, fuck, man. Life is too hard. That's not the one. I think about this one. Push R there. This thing's gonna float over there pretty hard, but could put the question mark in there. Would be hard to just put the punctuation on the little word card. Boink. Wait, what? There's no way I can put this in there. Oh shit. What? I can use Windows like emoji UX for importing. Can I just do it right here? These are a bunch of icons. Are there like UI kit type icons? Doesn't look like it. These are all emojis, not really icons, but there's these GIFs that were kind of like powered by Tenor. I'm not much of a memer. At least I don't know, maybe memes, maybe I'm underestimating the power of memes. I think some ideas are pretty cool, and like if you can capture the idea properly in like a good meme, you should be able to make money doing that. And you could like do it in a crowd sourced way where like a lot of people could make money doing that. But can you produce more? Well, if more people are trying to cash out, like if you're giving away money and people are requesting it, then you gotta actually pay it out, and so you gotta have some income to start paying for the memery. I wish I had better notes so that like, well, maybe the whole thing is basically one of these. Like a decent place to start. Maybe I just say forget the bullshit and this is so light. It's on white. It needs to be at least kind of something visible. Quick memeing. Make money. Quick memeing, make money. Oh, I'll just make a note down here. It was like, whoops. Quit memeing around. We don't need any of these. Bonk. Bonk. So if each one of these things is a directory and essentially, well, slash meme, right? I can put whatever I want at each. I wasn't going to do that. I was going to do it like that. Is this? I think this is not as bold as the other one was. Probably don't. I gotta just pick one and go with it. Maybe just bold. It could be. There's another one of these pages that I wanted to like mock up. This is almost like a meme or just like a photo frame or something. This doesn't make any sense, so you could either get rid of it or put something useful in there. What was the other one I was thinking? I don't know. Oh, but I was, even for this one, what I was kind of thinking is, no, maybe, actually, that's kind of interesting. Where's my side padding? That probably should go right about there. How is this just fixed position and it just sort of decide, wait a second. I think these both need to be fill. Or just this one's fill. And then it'll stop pushing it around with fill. What's going on with this padding? I don't know. Yeah, this padding is huge. Alright, so we want to scale this up. No, I just want to. Why did I get rid of this? Oh, because it went over there. That's pretty cool. I think these, obviously this says the same thing, so it doesn't make much sense. Anything could go here. This could be vertically centered. That looks pretty badass. You got a photo to this area pretty simply. 2-column layouts, there's a lot of potential there, I think. This could just be fill, and then that's lopsided, but it's, you know, half and half. Essentially, well, you could go triples or like this. There's so many options there. But you know, it's potential. If these are become different heights, let's just paste. Forgot to copy that. I just clicked it and then hit paste, and it. What? So confused. How did that get on my clipboard? Oh my god. Alright, that's pretty crazy looking. Oh my god. That's wild. Surely AI generated, right? Well, do I actually have a block of text somewhere? Thought I did. 3 blocks of text. That's just, it's way too small for giant blocks, full width blocks, but it looks a lot better on a looks a lot better on a half width card. Can this be fill? What happens if we do that? Boom. We don't want to do that. We want to unlock the aspect ratio and then fill, and then also fill this one. It's not really what we want. Let's see if the crop function here makes things a little wonky. We really just want to scale this guy down so he's more the right knowledge of shrooms. That's some dangerous shit right there. Those mushrooms are strong. So I wonder if I could get AI to do transparent image cutouts. The problem with it is that, like, it could, and you could, well, in theory, the technology should exist. You could set it up to respect the alpha layer, but essentially the I could do this. Whoops. No, that's what the cropping does. Fuck. I wouldn't recommend using the Figma crop function in here. It can get you what you want temporarily, but it's not responsive. It smushes things, so it's kind of weird. I don't think you can fix that. It's just like the mode, and it just decides to squish things. And if you put this back to fit, oh, that's what I wanted. Now it fits properly. Well, sort of. I don't think these variable width, if the image is variable aspect ratio, you can't just do this. Well, unless the thing is, if you had a fixed aspect ratio, you could then set up, figure out a size and whatever that works. Other than this is fixed height, if you want that to line up properly. Those are basically constraints, like, not these constraints, but no, I kind of like it lined up on the side. It's not terrible, it's a little too wide, and but speaking of the memery, well, let's duplicate this and go with another potentially cool option, is take this guy out of the flow and put it in the background. And then, no, fill maybe. Well, yeah. Let's see here. It's not really what I wanted, but I can't click on my thing now. There it is. Duplicate. You just make it fixed width for now. Why is it centered? Why is it? Yeah, it's the parent layout, not this one. I want it on this side and this big, and I think this whole section changed height. Set to hug, and then this one basically just didn't adapt to the container. So that's kind of interesting. Look, the blue is a little bit, off color, but you could make the logo go like grayscale essentially, just to match the or to get rid of the color theme. This could just be this, and this could just be white. Whoops. Or whatever. And then the red color theme just disappears and is much more neutral. It's kind of a cool idea. What does it mean? Quit memeing around. That's probably just quick memeing. Sort of a separate thing. In fact, these maybe should be separate things and could be little cards. Where's my little pager? This one? I think I just need one. Don't want to take it. I need to alt drag it and put it in here. And then, why isn't this set to fill? And then Control D, Shift A. How do I copy the text and not the... It's going to put the new formatting in here. Then I can go back to this one, Control Alt C, Control Alt V, Control Alt V, and then move this in here, and then delete this one. So then we just don't have those. Or maybe you still could have something before and after, and the spacing and all the things. It's not perfect, but creating the right system of layout. I do think having a limited number of blocks that you reuse more frequently, things become more familiar. Less decisions or better decisions or whatever. I don't know. If you have like a very reusable format like that. Also, if everything, every page, like every idea, every word even was like a thing, and for that thing you could go to a page that kind of like is all about that thing, and you could have comments and discussions and streams and whatever. Every little thing just has like all the features kind of so that you can have contextual tooling for all of the things automatically. That's one of the big home runs with the web OS, or just like a unified software system. The way that this card is aligned so perfectly with the dude's nose and mustache and book is pretty crazy. It's like chopping the image in half. Pretty low resolution image. You get Midjourney to make something similar. Mushroom Man. Okay. Whew. It would be nice to get a reasonable chunk of basically make a plan and then go set off and try and get it done. Problem is I have to negotiate with myself what exactly. I do think getting just a single word up there and does it match the post? Probably should. Can I just use images to fill in the space? Like, what if I'm so worried about, having such a big monitor without stuff on it? What if this was more like... what am I thinking? It's sort of like... Is this right? I think Shift H will then kind of seam that together, and then I can kind of use both of these as one. Whoa, bro. It's not really what I'm thinking, but it's like I don't think I want the second one shown up. He was just supposed to help fill some space, and this is so wonky because it's not sticking to the edges there. So maybe it's just back to where we started. Well, Yeah, we could just cover him like that for a second, but the idea was, holy shit, what if I find giant images, or even make giant images I could compose? Well, then it's not responsive. Whatever I could draw in there, I should just make into these blocks that can move around. But it could be actually like a designed kind of layout type of a thing, where it's whatever kind of Photoshop-y type designy stuff I do, like I can code it out and make custom themed pages for the things. I mean, that would take a lot of, well, not a terrible amount of design work, but I don't know. This is a pretty cool way to design with like limited space. This is very definitely don't even need this footer here, to be honest. Or I just get rid of the header. Either one could work. Like, you could just get rid of this one, and that kind of works by itself. Or delete just the footer and have the header alone. It's a pretty clean look. Letting people create these pages that are like at the heart responsive layouts. You might need some configuring depending on how you want to frame the image both here and on mobile. When this gets, if you have this big spacer here, then it raises the question, why can't I make a decent layout is the question. I think we're going to set this to, do we actually want this like that? Wouldn't that work? Why does it do that? Fuck. Oh, it's just left. Top left, not. Wait, what? I don't actually know what I want here. I think it's, or is it scale? Crap, man. Hey, let's try scale. Alright, that works. Well, yeah, so on mobile it gets small. And you might want to get that top padding bar back. There we go. Have like, that didn't work properly. I think this is the, wait, what? This goes way down. This one is not hugging properly. There. You might want to put a bunch, the space. Dude, those guys are fucking crazy. Oh, man. I mean, clearly this guy is crazy by himself, but he's like hiding over here. I should work on this page. This page is fucking wild. Isn't that crazy? This is my magic mushroom page. And that dude is, it's the same exact dude, but there's two of them, and his head is like conjoined, which is actually completely random and looks unbelievably seamless. Like, there's no seam because it's the same image flipped horizontally on itself. You could do it again. Watch this. Let's duplicate this. Then let's duplicate this. I think this is the same edge, so it's still seamless. But then I think, well, what happened here is because it cropped them both equally. I was just thinking, could I get that to slide over and still be seamless? And I think I could, to get it all spaced out evenly. It's not spaced out terribly right now. There is more of a seam there, and if you nudged it together, is it because it's not lined up? Maybe a pixel of overlap would help, but it doesn't look like it. Anyway. That looks actually even crazier. I feel like getting the heads spaced properly would just make it look very crazy. Let's give it a shot. Knowledge of shrooms. Oh man, and the book now is repeating? That's wild. Bears repeating. Okay, let's see here. I don't even know how to do this. Like, I don't know why it's confusing me so much. Frame selection. What the geometry should be doing here to get essentially this was, let's duplicate this again. This one has like 2 images as the background. It looks like, so it's using the image fill algorithm to kind of like cover the entire, I think in HTML that's called cover. It covers the entire area. And also these rectangle images have, well, they're not in the flow, so this is like an auto layout, and those are like doing their own thing. They're using the constraints, which are up here. It's using scale and scale, which seems to, does it break? No, it's just below this one for some reason. I thought I saw something break, but maybe not. Anyway, so these 2 rectangles that automatically centerize sort of what's going on there, I think. Their content should be these. Can we like group this and center it? And then we'd probably need to hide the overflow, and then duplicate that. What is this? What is going on here? I'm so confused. Alright, we have a frame, and inside the frame we got a frame on the left and a frame on the right. And I want to duplicate this one. Oh, it's not an auto layout, so we just shift A. Then when we duplicate this one, we get a third one. And then we get rid of this one. Am I getting rid of the wrong one? I'm trying to remember. Did I set up all these properties on this one or that one? Shit. I think that's what it wants to do. So we want to get rid of these. And then duplicate this one. Okay, and then hopefully, if these are both set to fill, and this changes, that's actually doing what it's supposed to, I think. Alright, let's get, oh, the book corners are kind of, oh man, now we're getting some crazy fingers. I think we're going to go with the book corners just barely touching. And then I think you could easily, so now I've fixed the spacing, and now I think these 2 are the same, and so you could just infinitely repeat this, no problem. That's fucking crazy. Oh man, there's like eyeballs in between, like behind the head. It looks like this is like a, I don't know, maybe a cat's eye or a dragon's eye or something. Potentially fix the eye size. Let's duplicate this, and then I think we just resize it and make each of the dragon eyes about the same size. But then the books are too far apart. That blue area there, it's not, I don't know if it's a dragon eye, but it looks kind of, I think that's okay. This one's a little bit, well, there's more rhythm in the head, or like more consistency rather. This is more of a rhythm. It is going light and dark, and I don't know. I think having the spacing be a little bit better. Neither of them are bad. I just don't think it's necessarily worth it to do that. And should probably get rid of that, but it's kind of a cool cryptic thing about oh man, look at that shrooms. Shrewersh. Okay. I think enough with the shrooms. Maybe we find that later and go with it. But yeah, this is a pretty decent little setup. It's really not wide, and the memes could work, but just why did I get rid of this one? The simple 2 cards. Well, do we get them to flow all the way? No, they probably are in a sectional thing. Why did that happen? Why would it get rid of the spacing? It's usually pretty good at taking something and shift-A-ing it without messing up the... Why does it put auto layout or auto spacing on it? That's weird. I don't like what just happened there, but okay, so duplicate it. Whoa. This one needs to go this way, and then when we duplicate it, it'll go down. And then we have our block system, and we really just want these to fill and then control this padding, I think. But frankly, this and this and this could all have the same horizontal padding. So you kind of establish that, especially at a larger size. Why does this look like it's just scrunched down so far? Is that how all of them have been? This one is 78. This one is 50. What the heck happened? When did that happen? 78. Way off. Horizontal or vertical padding. Okay. I want to make it look like we're wasting space. This is pretty small. But yeah, I mean, like, it's pretty basic layout right there. Probably don't need it like this. What if we go to this one? No, I like this one. Let's put this in here. I don't think it should fill. It's gonna get way too big. Can this just have, what if we put a shift A? It disappeared. Why did it disappear? Please don't ignore auto layout. Good thing I know how to fix all these problems with fill. Enter. Doesn't matter where this goes, I just want this to fill. So that's what? This one's not fill. Okay, there. Now there's halvesies. If we take the same 99, whatever, that's a 99, but okay, now it lines up. Not that that's super important. And I have this weird spacer in here doing the fill job, but maybe I make this fill both ways and then put like something on it just to kind of temporarily say, look, there's space here where you could put stuff. So what I should do is track people's clicks and see what they're interested in, essentially. This is what websites do, and it's the analytics part, and this padding needs to kind of respond to the width of the thing. I think all sides. I don't know if, how wide is this? We're at 40%. Holy shite. This is a big one. So that's really big content. I don't know if you want 2 of those next to each other. And I don't know if you want that any bigger. So, what does this look like on my giant screen? Because that's already huge. It's way bigger than most things. What are the... Well, it's only 66, 36. Again, the font sizes. This is 50%. Let's just let this simmer for a minute at 100% and think, like, that's really big on my monitor. Most websites don't get that big. What the heck size is this? It just feels like 100 and it says it's 36. Could it just be way off and like Figma's wigging out, or is my brain just not working properly? It says it's at 100% zoom. I mean, I could go to Chrome, some Chrome, like Google Fonts, and find Montserrat. And I think I can type something in here. No? Type here. This is Montserrat. Monster? Hey, what? No. No. Montserrat? Thought that's what I clicked. Montser. I just thought that said monster. I was like, what is going on here? Montserrat. What do we want? Just regular 400. But what font size is this? 48. Print screen. And go to Figma and paste and type shit regular 48. Copy as PNG. Paste. A little bit different, but generally the same. Pretty close, yeah. Obviously the fonts are rendering it the right size. Why is it surprising me that this is so big? I don't know why it seems so big. Maybe it seems crammed in there, or I don't know. It seems off. Like it's, well, if it's too big, what does it look like smaller? Well, we could make this, why don't we do another one that's over here. That's just, am I just going in halves? Wait, what was this? This was 66 and now 48. I don't think having things is right. I think just going through and kind of eyeballing it. Whoa. Didn't I K that? Wait, what? Ah, yes. You gotta unlock the background before we scale. Well, now this is gonna look weird. I think. What? Shh. No, this is the. I don't know. Is that a brain fart or a stroke or what? It's not actually visibly that much small. I mean, it's definitely smaller, but it's like. I don't think this is. I'm gonna have to correct this 100 times in 100 places because I've duplicated this so much, but I don't feel like systematizing it. I don't feel like fixing it and doing it the right way. It's probably too wide and that's too small, but I don't know. It's maybe for some things, the well, it doesn't really matter how big these things are. I don't really need to make this any bigger. I think I just want to center it and then even launch these up here, but then put a bunch more padding on there, which is only affecting the top and bottom right now, but that's fine. It's sort of just, and then how close are these? Well, I don't know. It could be the same thing, sub-properties or whatever. And then in that case, it should probably have like a slightly different background color, or you use a drop shadow or something, but it shouldn't just be that white to white transition with no idea what's going on there. What was I just doing here? Yeah, not like that. Can the stacking order here fix this? I feel like, so those things maybe should be, yeah, why aren't these backgrounds working properly? Where is this? Can I, no, this one. Oh, oh, okay. Yeah, but I also want transparent for this one. Select black and something. Okay. Now when the background of the paper changes, the darkness, well, it's just always going to go a little darker, which if you went inverted, then you'd have to flip it over, but we're not going to do that. So this just goes somewhere right here maybe, and then this whole thing might have to go a bit darker to satisfy the requirement. Alright, what are the requirements, folks? I have no idea what's going on here. Blending into the background way too much. Could go with a dark workspace, background colored workspace that's a little darker than that. But that's super high contrast, and the white, you could dull the white down a little bit so it's not so bright, but I don't know if I like that. I think a minimal amount of, it's way too dark. There's no reason to have, unless this is a dark mode, and then you'd probably have the dark mode header, which I could probably do pretty quick, but then I'd have to redo these whole things, and there were way too many steps to do it. Like all these little adjustments, I'm doing all these little adjustments trying to make it better, but I don't know if I'm gonna ever file these away properly so that they're reusable. I haven't developed a system yet. I really liked how simple these are. I think these could be very useful. So I might find myself reusing this a lot, but who knows? I just was thinking about how I set all these to transparent and need to essentially do the same thing for all of these, which won't take long. But doing the same fix multiple times in a row. Now it's probably, this one was 8, and now this one is, wait, what? 5? Alright, I'll go 5. That's pretty light. It's a little too boxy. Like, if they're all, so similar, should they just be, or you could like stack them, but without any space? I don't think that would look right with the torn, or it's not the torn, but the bent corner. If we go down to 0, I think that looks funky. There's definitely some shadow funny business, but besides the shadow, which could be removed, just that chunk missing isn't exactly what, I think this face definitely looks better. I think it was 16, wasn't it? Okay, so what are we doing here, folks? Does anybody know? I think people might know, but it's a secret or something. I don't know. If you let the cat out of the bag, the whole world falls apart. Hard to keep it on the right button. Charlie was saying he played the game. I'll have to work on that more later. I was going to go dark mode. Again, this is a lot of decisions that I kind of like this two-tiered thing, but well, this is the multi-column workflow, but why not just have them all the same? Well, it's because it looks different. It's a different hierarchy, and it takes a different amount of space. I think there are reasons why, but then you have to like think about the column width. I don't know. Maybe the column width actually has nothing to do with it. You just set it to whatever you want. Like if you're launching a small thing, if this thing is a small thing, then it becomes a small thing, and if it's a large thing, then it becomes, you know, just a duplicate of itself, and it becomes a large thing. And so you could have any kind of thing just fly out from any other kind of thing. And maybe you just put a little space in between them so that you don't have to think about you don't have to think about the whole overlay and offset thing that I kept messing around with over here. Oh my god, those mushroom guys are crazy. What time is that? 2 o'clock. Holy smokes. Okay. Dark mode. I mean, it's easy for this one. This just goes BG, and then this goes, I always click the wrong thing, white. And then for these, they're definitely gonna get a little messy, but I think maybe this goes with the background color. Should this be white? That would be the perfect reciprocal of the first one, but no, I think we'll leave it. And I think generally in here, this text must be the same color. And so this one needs to break and go white, I think. See, white text on a dark background is... I think it's a little bit harder to read. This is only 82%. This is about 100%. It's pretty wide. I don't really know if I'm going to have that much text, so like, I don't know if any of this is all that necessary, but I think it looks pretty cool. These could be darker for sure. Let's dig in here. Make this 15. Sort of matches the background color a little bit, but whatever. Where's my heading? Break white. There. I think that works, aside from this one, but we could just like delete that, duplicate that, and then scale it down. Maybe we go scale 0.6. What was that? Golden ratio 618 or something? I forget what it was. 0.6 is pretty small. Maybe too small. And how dark should I get? Oh, that's actually kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. I think definitely the space in between. It's pretty dark, and you could make these just as easily be white mode to lighten the background. Might not be a bad idea. Let's just duplicate this down here. And white mode. Completely different look and feel. I know, I do kind of think lining it up with why don't this one, and this one have the same thing? I thought I fixed this. 0. Drag. Okay. Well, so maybe it's just like a left-aligned site and grows this way, and you just, maybe you can actually just kind of twirl out menus endlessly. That would be kind of cool. And then if you close this one, they all close because they're all kind of joined to it. That's a pretty cool content structure right there, not gonna lie. It's so simple. I don't even have section headings in there yet. And those would probably just be this same font, maybe. Honestly, it's like, this needs to definitely be sectioned. I don't know where that goes, but and then, well, frankly, these two should be in their own section so that you can use this slider to control that spacing. And this container and this value controls the section spacing. And then you can duplicate those pretty easily. The little page inserts, I mean, I think that's sort of just like Notion's idea of a page, right? And so this is pretty big, 31%. If we go 100% on this, that's quite wide, probably wider than it needs to be for most things. If you were to just crank that down a bit, how does that look? It looks completely different, and I think one of the big things here is that the padding should probably be like percentage based, so that as you size it, it just automatically fixes it. But if I don't do the top and bottom, then that looks off. I'm not sure about those. What is down here? What is up there? Enter. Right? Oh, a heading that got lost. The transition, it's basically the same thing. First section, this could go in there. Okay. I don't know why you would just have these random blocks of links, and the fact that they are so close to the headings is, I was kind of thinking that was like a feature, but because they are sort of similar ideas in the sense that any of these sections could be kind of thrown out into a sidebar and in a similar way that the page could be. So just because one of them looks like a page and one of them doesn't, maybe you don't need them both. Maybe it's like, or maybe you reserve the little blocky things for, well, for real files, for example, could be interesting. But shouldn't everything be a file? I guess there's some things that are more content-based that aren't like, you would rarely try and give it a name and download it separately, and so certain things that do have names, like these presumably do. I guess a section title is a name, so there's really no reason why you couldn't download it or whatever. But I don't know, maybe these blocky things are not like a navigational thing, and more of like a tangible asset, like different images, or it's more of like a file system look. But the bent edge 3 times in a row just kind of makes it lose its coolness. It's not terrible. It does kind of just identify it as a thing. You could potentially put like an icon in front of this thing, obviously, right? That would be cool. So let's just get rid of a bunch of these and duplicate this, and maybe we'll just iconify this one. Plugins, iconify. Focus is definitely a bullseye. This one's probably a pretty cool bullseye. I think we drag them here first. How about brain? Those are some weird looking brains. I do like these, just solid, 2 hemisphered. Is this the best looking brain? It looks more like clouds. The gap in the middle is a little weird. These are weird. What is this? Like a brain drip? Holy shit. Ah, now that's kind of cool. A brain octopus. Wow, there's a lot of weird brain icons in here. Holy smokes, that's kind of weird. Okay, so the brain chip thing. Neither of them are great, or at least I feel like they could be better. I kind of like this one, but why not do this one too, just for the hell of it? Okay, so close this. Are they different sizes? 24, 24, 16. K to scale up, shift, and I think I can just come over here and say 24, enter. Locked the aspect ratio. I think we're gonna want these to be white. And then throw it, oh man. Alright, scale up. Oh, let's do that all together. Let's actually, well, is it easier to remake these or fix them each? I think it's easier to fix each. What? That one was fixed automatically? No way, bro. That was crazy. Weird shit is happening on my computer. The aliens are coming. 42. Let's go. Can I multi-edit those? I'd guess so, but that looks actually pretty nice. Just need to hug it to the left a bit. Probably both sides is fine here. And maybe a little more spacing between the thing and the thing. 24. I don't know. What was the first one here? 33. I say that looks pretty good. Now hopefully we can get some icons that have meaning. Should these headers be able to have icons? Yeah, why not? This is not a draggable like thing here. It could be. I could shift A, alt drag, put it in there like that, and then it's a little bit more. Those are pretty cool, especially if the text alignment didn't break. Like the fact that it's indented is almost like you might want to go this way just so that it all lines up, but then you obviously would crank this way up, right? You wouldn't have to, but you certainly could. And then if you had a number of those with different icons, 85K, I can't type 85 in there, I have to go over here and do it. Those are pretty cool. Probably need need some more spacing between sections, but this can get kind of tricky, I think. I think this and this, so both of these could come together a bit. So it's all just one. In fact, you probably just want this to be one thing. I've tried this before, and sometimes you want it different, but they're so close. I'll just leave it for now. So creating these little templates, any one of these things, once you get it working, is kind of a useful thing that you should be able to reuse. Well, being able to pick a new icon and getting it in there properly is part of the trick. Shouldn't be too hard to fix or figure out. Yeah, so I've always felt like getting the right idea in the right place could be enough of, could be enough, could be like worth the while. And so often I'm chasing these kind of good ideas, but often thinking what's going to work, what's going to get people's attention, or what's going to look good enough, or help me connect with whoever. And nobody seems to enjoy the things that I make. So I keep having to make them better, and in doing so, I'm starting to get a lot better, but it's kind of slow going. I definitely like these. They have a whole different feel to these, but these are kind of cool too, especially if they were, well, it's almost more like a button now. Maybe the file should be more like this too, or at least it could. How hard would it be to put this on that background? That's really small. Do we want them bigger? Well, let's start with these. Let's duplicate this, come down here. Let's go way down here, and then enter this. This is fill and hug. I think that's what it should be. Whoa, no paper. Just the frame. Think a paste to replace here. Control-Shift-R. Control-Shift-R. Boom. Now we can edit the padding, because that's a little white. Probably some more headroom, and maybe enough leg room. I feel like it's a little tight at the top still. And why not make this, I don't know, just balanced, sort of. It's just, it makes it a little taller so it's not so crammed. That's kind of cool. The fact that that one's bigger, it's almost now like an accordion. But are you going to animate the alignment of the icon and the title when you click on it? I mean, you could just leave it a little bit more like this. And then, wow, it really moves way over. But it could just resize as this flies up. This thing goes and makes it bigger, and then when you close it, it goes back. But I don't think I like so this is like a content block with info on there, and I don't think that's actually kind of what I'm feeling is the best usage of these cards. I think maybe some sort of UI card where it's we'll see if I can illustrate this. It's sort of more like, how would you divide this into pieces? This is a transparent background, so whatever else I'm doing should probably follow the similar setup. Basically, I'm thinking just a frame that's set to fill. Starting from scratch is always kind of iffy. Shift A, it disappeared. Let's give a background to this, and then click this, and then Shift A. Okay. Zero out the spacing. go with, I think we just want, what? The white one, and then black, and then white. Yeah, that feels better. But there's something off there, like, yep, there's definitely something going on here. What is that? Well, part of it is that the background is the paper. But I still think it's worth prototyping because it's, can we snug these negative and have it overlap? Oh, they're transparent. So we don't want to do that. It's not terrible. It has kind of like a little edge to it there, which is interesting. Alright, it's a lot lighter. This is 19%. This is 14% and 12%. I'll add that one. So I mean, part of what I was just thinking is like, you know, view counts is often what I've felt like goes down there, but that's just when I'm kind of mocking something up. It was just like often a quick go-to. This is really too big for this. If this were following this sizing, they'd be like, this needs to be way smaller in this setup here. It doesn't actually have to be any bigger. What size was this? 42? 42. Well, now I fix it in one place, not the other. I don't know, that's not terrible. Maybe I go back to this way for this one, and I don't know, it doesn't really matter. I can figure these things out later. It feels a little big now that I'm, like, not enough room. The font is too big for the card, and that changing that a little bit could be useful. If these are like big things, like chapters that are, you know, I think the weight of the designs in terms of how important it is and whatever, it's a big part of what we need to figure out as species, figure out importance. A lot of people write important shit down, but we gotta get into the computer and organize properly so all the important shit is in the right place. I think that's the thing there. Okay, so this is interesting and it looks nice. I thought I was going to stay away from the little folded corner thing, but I'm trying to figure out how to get the columns alignment. Does it align with the edge here? I do kind of like the dark theme, but maybe it's a switch or something. Maybe it's in the footer or something. It's just like a little light mode, dark mode switch. If you could get it to transition, that would be kind of cool. It might be, you might have weird contrast issues. You would have weird contrast issues in the middle of the transitions. All the lights go to dark and all the darks go to light, and at some point they're all mids in the middle and you can't see anything. But I think some sites will do that. Or maybe you just do a hard switch. Doesn't really matter. So what goes on these cards? How many cards on the page? How big is it? All these questions. How small is it? Do we have a big size and a small size? It's not a bad idea, but So one thing I was just thinking that I'm not sure how to handle, if you're able to select anything, or kind of like, can you select this whole section? Well, yeah, let's go down here to one of these. Can you select this whole section? And then does it pop up right here? Or maybe there, like, half of your screen is this like dedicated workspace, and maybe part of that are, this is an interesting idea. First, let's grab this whole workspace, because that's cool. What? Why are there two of those? What happened there? That's wild. Did I do that? I don't remember doing that. Are these different at all? I think that might have just happened, but I don't think there's any difference there. I don't remember doing that. I wanted this workspace, and I think I was going to just get rid of this for now and shrink this up. Whoa, and figure out why this is filling. No, height is hugging, but there's nothing in there. Okay, fine. And the idea here was maybe something like this, but this is Shift A for auto layout. 0 the spacing between. This would probably just be, well, so I think this would be more of like an independent scroll area. Yeah, could be. And then this is roughly, well, I think it could be as many columns as you have, essentially. Maybe you, as you drag these around, it kind of adds and drops columns based on min and max widths or whatever, but these could be independently long. I don't know why this isn't, I'm not feeling it. This is 10, this is 20. I guess. I feel like this should be on top more. Maybe it needs a shadow to make it look better, but maybe it needs to be lighter and not darker. Maybe a white mode on that, but you don't want to get too light or too dark. What my thinking was here is that the furthest right settings could be like, well, it could either be the most detailed, or it could be high level stuff, or it could be, I don't know, user info stuff. And then this one could be more properties of the things. But actually, now that I say that, if this were a property of the thing, I should just go in here. And then let's take off the auto layout for a second, and no, I have to use this one, right? Okay. And maybe this just goes kind of full size there. It's like a middle panel. It's in the middle of the screen, sort of. This whole area could definitely adjust, and that could be right constrained so that it sticks there. Well, and you could easily have one over here that is for something and is left constrained, which is default. And this could potentially, I don't think you can make it scale also, which is a little weird, but okay. So, and then this one is just like actually a whole different thing and kind of sits on top of it all. I don't know. That was the idea. You kind of have this app, like in app and then outside of the app. And this is maybe, well, and this could go on either side, frankly. Like if you're kind of just juggling shit around and you go from one thing to the next, then maybe you have, I don't know, lots of different modes and split screens and hotkeys to like throw shit from one side to the next. I might have 3 columns on this. I might have like, well, I can kind of do the, wait, what? I can kind of do, oh my god, the thing with, you know, Figma. Properties is a pretty small panel there. Holy smokes. Doesn't have to be big. Probably shouldn't be too small. Should this be so dark? Probably not. But how do I get it look a little bit more, I don't know, the light and dark gradient in terms of like importance or top level. I don't know exactly if I'm trying to simulate lighting. I haven't messed around with the dark theme as much. Generally speaking, white is quite a bit different than gray. Like your eye can detect white versus gray. And that has like a, you know, white is obviously the brightest, and so gray is obviously not white, but pretty close. And anyway, it kind of sets like an automatic starting point where I don't know if black is, well, let's go full black with this for a second. I guess we just crank this up. Black is really dark, and having that as a background color is, well, maybe you, in a dark mode, the default background is black, and in a white theme, the background goes white. Pretty black and white. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if the sidebar color is right. I was messing around with the sidebar color earlier, and I'm trying to remember. This one is kind of alright. Pretty simple. 2 levels, which is nice. The layout got a little wonky, and I might need to just think this through a little bit more in terms of which background color do I want where, and how wide is it, and all these things. Because this is like, has a little space, like arbitrary space here. So I don't know how you would control that responsively. This is just kind of out of place because I was thinking about something. Maybe I should put that back so it just doesn't look so weird. But honestly, it is sort of an interesting, like, it's almost like a context. Like if you're starting here and we're trying to dig through these documents in a way where we can then climb back out in a visual way. Got to figure out image layouts too, so that those can be interactive. Yeah, websites have a long way to go in terms of basic features and just basic content templates and basic publishing. And there's a lot of websites that let you do this stuff, like with a web editor, but you don't have a lot of control over it. Excuse me. What is it?
I just pet Starbucks and he had like something. I was like, what is that in your fur? And I started pulling and pulled this out of his fur.
This looks like from a stuffed animal.
I don't know.
What the heck is it?
But it looks like his fur. It feels like his fur. But why does the string of his fur come out like that? Isn't that odd?
it is like a string. Where would it come from?
I don't know. But it was just hiding in his fur, which is it. So you're saying it's not his fur?
It could be.
It feels like real.
But I was almost thinking maybe it's like a part of a stuffed animal or something, but maybe it's his. I don't know.
Maybe he had a scratch and...
But is that a strip of skin?
I don't know what it is. I wish I had a microscope.
Can I
Sorry.
show it to the camera?
As long as I can leave.
I don't know if I'll ever watch these, but in case anyone's watching this and like, what the heck are they looking at? Webcam. It's like this weird string. It's almost like a strand from carpet. You know, carpet has that like really rough nylon-y rope. This is much thinner than that, but it's sort of like a strange base to it. It's like a stick or a string. It's kind of harder. I can feel it. I don't really want to pull on it, but it's definitely, I think it's white. It looks pretty white. At first I was thinking maybe it was like purple or something. Maybe it's from a stuffed animal, but maybe it's his. It's just, what is that string? The hairs are clearly like coming out of it, but I've never seen something like that before. It's weird. I hope it doesn't keep happening. Like if he's falling apart in these tiny little strips of like skin with hair on him, that'd just be weird, right? How would a strip of skin even fall off like that? That's ridiculous. Looks pretty weird, actually. Let me just Google real quick if there's any sort of thing like a string of cat hair. Yeah, what is this? I found a picture with something similar. I'm reading the comments. Nobody's saying yet what it is. What the heck is it?
I kind of need to get to that closet.
Good luck.
Well, can you help me? Because you covered it with that shelf.
A scab? No, it's not a scab. What the heck? Seems like it's a parasite? I mean, he was just at the vet. Yeah, could it just be some sort of... What the heck? So, look, there's the same thing,
That's
right?
exactly what it looks like, yeah.
This is growing out of... Thread-like thing growing out of my cat. Nobody seems to know what it is. This is wild. Is this the same one? I think so. Yeah, it's the same one. There's two of the same results on the same page. That's weird. No. Maybe. Oh, it's a video. I don't want to watch a video. Well, I guess there's only one Reddit post with anything that seems like it, but there's just a lot of useless comments.
Where'd you put it? Let me grab a Ziploc bag and put it in.
It seems like that's the skin that the hair is attached to.
But why would it come out?
It's not the hair is not going to grow out of a parasite like that, right?
No.
It almost looks like a worm, though.
Yeah, no, but it's more like as if, I don't know, I was wondering if you like had a scratch there and it kind of scabbed up or something, and then the scab kind of loosens from the skin, you know, and pulls some of the hair out with it. The hair that is kind of embedded in the scab.
Maybe it's
That's all I can think of what it could be.
scratched off skin, essentially.
Mm-hmm. Like scab, like as it, like he had something there, it started healing, it comes off, and it pulls the hair out with it. It's the only thing I can really.
Or like when cats scratch each other, maybe their sharp claws are just that wide, and they create little like strips of hair skin.
No, I mean that's more. That wouldn't come. Then it would be bloody if it would come. I don't think. I think it's. I don't know. This is up. Can you close this and help me really quick?
It's yeah.
I think that the box with all the empty, folders is in there, and I need an empty folder for. Oh, I can do it actually. I thought it was heavier than it is. Just like put it in there.
What was that scream?
That was just me.
Okay.
I know I have a box with like a gazillion plastic folders that. Oh, Mickey, weren't you looking for this one the other day?
Yeah.
Hmm. Hmm.
Okay. Can we focus, please? If I keep trying to work on different things, trying to refocus, and figure out where I was and where I'm going, and I'm often switching away from where I was and where I was going to try and get back to the starting point, which is going backwards in some ways, I guess. Where were we to do today? Got something up at loop 42. I don't know if I can do this today. Slowing down already. Starting to give up. I don't know. I mean, yeah, getting the WebOS documentation up, the basic examples. Yeah, well, it's the WebOS page, and I decided it was gonna be like maybe I did that in Figma. Where am I going? Where did we come from? Where did we go? Alright. Cotton Eye Joe. Where is the... Where is the... What was I just looking for? Ah, yes, the WebOS page. It's essentially just... Maybe this is a dark mode thing. I don't know. Forget the sidebars for now. If we can't figure that out, we'll have to think about it later. Generally, I don't really have a distinct sidebar yet. I was thinking this through yesterday, and it's like this one's kind of more like a nav for this thing, and then a hard sidebar. Like I know I had one somewhere. Here's sort of a harder sidebar. It seems more like a navigation for the site. And I was thinking I could have well, on desktop, for example, you click on the logo and this thing slides out. That actually kind of makes sense. It's like the home page, but it's, you know, just a sidebar. A responsive home page that becomes a sidebar. And that could actually take a lot of different forms, or at least the way it responds and the type of responsive blocks inside of it could be pretty adaptive to, you know, you want to have a mobile experience and a desktop experience that have feature parity. Like, you don't want to have to do double up on all of your development bullshit. This is pretty simple and clean. I like that one. Don't need this search bar. Holy shit, it's windy outside. Brain's not working so fast anymore. Okay, so lots of things. I guess it doesn't really matter what goes where to a certain extent. You want to be able to configure. And essentially, the first thing is, you know, header. Second thing is, well, yeah, let's think this through real quick. It's basically containerize the pages. Let's get a little code block here, and it's essentially app.header maybe, app.footer, and then your stuff here, but it might actually be more like app.content, and you pass in a function and then content here. And the reason for that could be, you could just have the header do a inside of app.header call. At the very end of it, you do an app.content start kind of a thing, and so it starts capturing and essentially does the same thing. And then at the very beginning of app.footer, you do app.content end, and it kind of ends capturing, and then you don't need to use the function block. You can actually just put, well, let's duplicate this whole thing, and then it feels like there's an extra space there for some reason, and I feel like I want a space here for some reason. And this would be, well, let's duplicate this again. Let's select them both and duplicate them so that spaces it. App header, none of that, none of that, none of that, and just your content here. Well, this could work, but also you'd have to have the content start and content. So let's duplicate this again, the whole thing. Duplicate and content start and content end. These are, you know, kind of not really here, but it's just a note of what's going on in there, and your content here. Then you wouldn't need to wrap it in a function, is basically the gist there. That could be useful just to keep, you know, one less layer of function nesting, but it's usually not even that big of a problem, and who knows if it's going to pose some sort of limitation later. You do need a, well, another alternative is, let's try and give it a title first. What was I just thinking? It's the auto, let's just say wrap imported page. So this would be more like, maybe you fetch it using fetch or a lazy load, the dynamic import function. Somehow you're going to import and maybe use a lazy load for the page.js, whatever page you're on, and it could be an index or whatever. The idea is that you, well, so you app.header here, then import the content, and then app.footer here. And you kind of just set this up once, and then it's like the master template, and then that's your page. But not sure how easy it is to get this dynamic import to work properly, especially if it's asynchronous and this is a render function. Then you're going to render half of it, and then it's going to jump out and come back, and the capture flow will not work asynchronously. So that is a huge limitation to my framework. I could probably figure out a way around it, but I don't know if that's worth it. You might have to do some sort of utility call before you do an async thing, so that, or you just not rely. I don't know if you can just not rely on the capturing and append it manually. I think you can, but the point is that if you're trying to use a function to make a template, then it can't be asynchronous. You gotta do the asynchronous stuff first and then render the thing all at once, because it's not going to remember where it was, more or less. That would be a note to put somewhere in my WebOS folder, but I used to put notes in the code folder, and they just got like, well, maybe I have a notes URL. That would be the way to do it, right? Well, I'm kind of trying to figure out how that's gonna go. I kind of think notes should be lighter. I don't know if I want to read massive amounts of dark. I mean, if it's not so dark and it's, you know, doesn't have to be fully white, it can be less painful, but I don't know. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe I don't care. let's maybe go with this one and notes. That's basically what we got here. Big notes and small notes. Is this thing a note? A big note and a small note. How do they align? How many? How does it respond? Don't want them to get too big, so. And then do you just set it up to wrap, or I don't know, all these questions. Once you have two different size notes and you're trying to do some wrapping, let's say you set this to wrap. What? This, is that the wrap? Oh my lord. Okay. This is like a switch, and this is like a toggle. Toggle goes from blue to not blue, and this one is more of a white thing. I guess it kind of makes sense. This one could be blue though. Looks like it's a face pointing this way. It's kind of funny looking. I think I drew something like that the other day. All right, and by like a little like that, it was a lot like that. I think it was actually in my notes somewhere. Some exclamation, two exclamation marks with an arrow underneath. Yep, that was the guy. It's kind of a funny face. Let's see here. It's like, it's not going to look nearly as cool on the screen because I'm using a pen to draw this, and that was terrible. Terribly straight line. Let's jack this up so I can see it. Not sure if it's going to remember it for this line. Make it. This is really annoying. Control Z, Control Z. Control Alt C, Control Alt V, and then. Whoops. And then I put. Drew an arrow at the end. I'm just going to do this one, make it quick. This thing could be slightly curved, either happy or sad. And that looks kind of funny. Imagine if your boss put these things on your work, design work, like, hey, good job. No, this sucks. Bad job. Yeah, that's kind of cool. All right, so I mean, I just got an idea. What if we did something like this one goes by this one, don't need anymore. This one needs some headroom and not the other way. And then this, can we frame and frame and if we have a choice, should we choose the better option? Sometimes doing a group is just a decent way to like link them all together positionally, so you don't have to do the layout a bunch of different ways. And it gives it a bounding box for auto layout, so that's nice. We can then put some padding on it, sort of, but it's not filling, so we're going to do that next. But we want to undo both of those because it's not centered. Suppose. Centered. It's a group inside of a frame, an auto layout frame. So the auto layout is centering it. Now that's centered. All right, we want it to scale The whole frame? Nope, just the group. Inside the frame. Check out that little smiley face.
You don't like either of them?
No, I think I'd go with this one. I don't know about the minty one.
I like that one. I don't mind. I just didn't know if you liked it or not. I'm okay taking this one.
Smell like sunscreen. Okay.
I smell like summer.
How does it? Whoa. How does that respond? It doesn't, because this is fill. I already did this. I scaled it though. I think that's why it was getting confused. This kind of reminds me of my kombucha meme. I think I want to make this rounded. I think maybe making these both rounded too isn't the worst idea, at least to try it. It just looks a little bit more cohesive. And I think it needs to be a little smaller. Maybe not too much smaller, but a little smaller. I don't know. It's not supposed to take up a lot of space. It's already kind of big. And then it is filled, so it's 50%, and so these two have equal spacing, and this is lined up. What size is this? Ooh, it's so close to 1920 by... Wait, what? Wow, that little 100 pixels made it completely look different. Much different aspect ratio. Well, it broke this line. That's one of the things. You could adjust that. 1080. Uh-oh. Well, what can we do? Definitely adjust this padding a bit, and that helps, but we're still way off on our trying to get this thing to fit properly. We don't really want to mess with the margins. We really more want to snug this up, but we can kind of see our boundary there, and we're not getting close. It's too tall. Oh, here's a good way to shorten it. Boom. Okay, 1080. And then this one goes to fill. Height, fill, boom. Is this centered here? Nice. Okay. You know what this thing's missing? I saw it earlier. Oh man, where'd it go? There it is. Alright. Booyah. Well, okay. It's kind of cool too. It's a little, it looks like your computer's about to blow up. Down there. Booyah. Ooh. Yoink. Alright. What if this page people could come to make money? So, well, for one, I actually think you could. Maybe this shouldn't leave the nice little spot, but this could go anywhere. You could like click on it and it goes to, this is sort of a different thing I'm trying to do here, I think. Hug. Because we want this to, oh, this is way too wide now, just based on the font length, the text length. Don't need the button. Just want to type some notes. What if you actually could make a lot of money by participating in a simple task? If this could actually scale. So the web app essentially employs a lot of people. Well, obviously it's possible if the company makes a lot of money, but is it a good idea? I'm thinking, is this the right color? This looks a little dark, but it is. And then I'm thinking this guy wants to be just a little bit less dark. Just a little more matchy-matchy. I'm just thinking of like the hierarchy of text here. This is still like filler mode. Well, so here, maybe not. Like, well, is it a useful thing? Is it like a sustainable income? It really just needs to be sustainable, and if it is, then why not? Why not help people get rich doing something simple? And you create all kinds of tasks so that like company makes more money, more people get to share in the work and reward. That's how companies work, but like it's not so easy to just go to a website and start making money. I think so. The memery is basically kind of grab those check boxes. Path. Build communities around these word pages. It's essentially what I'm thinking. How's the money come in? Well, buy into each one or bundle up or sponsorships. If a lot of people are using the memery, then people would want to put their ads there. I mean, it seems like, no-brainer to me. A lot of these things do, but, getting it done is obviously a lot harder than taking notes about it. Well, so here's a note. Where would it go on my website? Could I take this note in using my framework? Like, it actually is not terribly hard just using my little functions, and while it's not the most enjoyable typing experience, it's like not very, very visual and whatnot. It could be just, well, a way to get started. It's like, it takes a lot of time to code out like a little checkbox, and this list area, I think it definitely should be filled just because that's the gist here. These probably don't matter so much, but just so when you hover that and you can click the whole thing. Yeah, so I think, what size is this? 20. What size is this? 18. Why not just make that 20? Make it match, but it is even a little bolder. I don't think it should get too big. It doesn't need to get too big. This could be a little bigger, 2 pixels, maybe 3. Maybe not, but just think, That's a pretty nice little landing page thing right there, right? It's not our community, it's my community. Because there's nobody here yet helping me. Come and help me, then it can be your community too, but I'm not actually sure how this is gonna go yet, so. Okie dokie, think, brain, think. I'm feeling like a grid background on that would be kind of cool, and it would be, but it's just, well, that's what I should do, right? On both of these, light and dark. Should use grid backgrounds, make it look cool. I do kind of think the white sidebar is a cool thing, but okay, I can add a sidebar later, right? And then think through how's it gonna go on mobile and not mobile. And so what I really need to do is just get a basic typographic set going for like either one of these. So what was the deal with this was the wrapping. I never kind of figured that out. The dragging this around is kind of like helps my brain visualize the wrapping that needs to happen. The question is, can this properly fill in gaps, even though if you have the right ratio of sizes or a little responsiveness, then maybe you can get it to even out so you don't have any gaps. Essentially, it's like a 2-to-1 ratio for some of the cards. Small cards and big cards. If you allow a truly variable axis like height, which is very convenient for having just randomly sized things, then you're going to have random collisions like on the columns, so everything's not going to be perfectly staggered in brick form, but I guess that's fine. And then creating the columns and putting stuff in the columns might just be a matter of, you know, staying organized, keeping the index.js kind of just a system of columns, and then creating subfiles, one for each column, or just import all the things, have a different file for each page. Maybe is a better idea. File for each note, just one liner, one import line, and then I could use CodeGen to manage that. And then if a file only has one import line, then and especially if that import line was the same for all, well, maybe you want a configurable. A managed import line. I'm just thinking like you could create an editor that handles all the file creation steps, where you really just push a button and type in a name, and then it creates the file and brings in the default exports or imports rather, the default like view file or view class, all the little view helper functions. They're just the main things that you usually need to render stuff out. Although you'd probably want your own UI kit that is just a class or a collection of properties that, or maybe a collection of classes, maybe both. I mean, the way that I have it set up, I'm using classes and helper functions to create them, just because they look a little cleaner and, you know, just makes my code feel a little bit simpler to not have to do a new thing. That doesn't actually matter that much, and you don't have to create the helper functions, but it does actually help syntax sometimes to not have to put parentheses around the new thing, because you sometimes have to, and wrapping it in a function means you don't. So a couple reasons why that's helpful. But I was just thinking, creating like a new UI kit where you have new components with new names and well, classes with well, you could have reusable view templates that are extendable, and so if you're trying to create a view for a specific object, you extend the right one. And yeah, obviously I got to get that working in a visual way so people can see how cool that could be. Essentially, like this could be a function of this class, and it's really just a couple lines of code and then also some matching CSS, which would be potentially, I don't know if micromanaging that is important, or if you just chuck it all in one file and then try and figure out, you know, ordering and override logic another way. Usually you can avoid override and collision issues by other means, like important or inline styles or whatever, which isn't, you know, those are hacks, but like, or even just ordering them properly or whatever. So yeah, templating in a visual way with like my JavaScript stuff, it's actually a great idea to help learn how overrides work, essentially. So you could learn object-oriented JavaScript via using the views. I don't know if extending the view class might be a little bit too meta, but you could create a non-view class, just a very simple, like a page class or something that just has a title and then a content area, and then maybe you have a couple content blocks. I'm not sure if they need their own classes, but just defining methods even. You could define actions that just trigger either, you could have like a little light bulb that lights up on the page when you call an action to it. You have little pipelines that can visualize like the flow of messages. That would be kind of cool. You could do a lot of really cool interactive stuff if you have JavaScript hooked up to your drawing tool. And this is a JavaScript drawing tool, by the way. It's a website, but Figma is a website. It's JavaScript based, but the API is just a little rough, and I don't know. I could take another stab at it. Maybe they fixed it, or maybe there's actually a good reason why. What are you doing, cat? There's a reason why it was working the way it did, but okay. Am I gonna get anything done today? Probably not. Should I start coding? We're getting there. But for whatever reason, the system is eluding me. It is a masonry system, essentially, is kind of what I'm thinking. I think I definitely want maybe some control over it, and so then I can choose the right layout for the right page. I think that's kind of one of the things that I'm struggling with here, is that I'm trying to think through which is the best layout for the home page, for example, and am I sure that's the right one, and can I put everything that I want to put on there and it's not gonna ever let me down. And there's a lot of weird stuff that happens when you start doing mega layouts and micro layouts. 6,000 pixels, that's a lot. Yeah, so the wrapping without the spaces is tricky. I don't know the best way. I was talking to the ChatGPT about it a while back, like what's the best way to do that, and I had some rough examples working. I think it's okay. So again, the variable height cards make the system a little trickier. I don't think you can have what do I want to say, equalized widths and also have wrapping. Well, you'd have to specify how many columns you want then, and I don't think Flex can do that. Maybe Grid can do that. Maybe it's easy to do it with Grid. I don't know. Let's go to one of those Grid tools and see if I can find one that can properly do what I'm thinking. CSS Grid Playground is usually like, I want an interactive tool maybe that just lets me grid container, grid items. I can add. Okay. Whoa. Is this all you need, is like a container with any number of items and then some random code? Is this all you need to test? Like, is the other ones I used were kind of, wait a second, these have labels on them. Can you click? Okay, you can edit it. Don't disappear. We need to see those. I can keep them all active if I click fast enough. All right, so there, but that I think that actually is all you need. You just have the container styling up here. Each grid item gets all this. This is cool. Because the other ones I used seemed a lot more complicated. But this one also doesn't help you much. I know what you're doing. Let's see if ChatGPT can help me. Let's throw this on the left and this on the right, and go talk to the computer and say, hey bro, how do I do 3 columns in CSS grid? I don't know. And this is full width. Meow. Meow. Who's crying? No crying, please. Hey, no crying, please. What? This needs padding here, obviously, but it'll work. This makes 3 columns. Container, grid. Display grid. Grid, template, columns. Alright. We can leave the gap. I know what that does. Template, columns. Repeat. So this is where it gets tricky. Repeat. 3, 1, FR. Let's go back and just look at this. I think what that means is just 1 FR, 1 FR, 1 FR. And so the repeat just is like, do 3 of them so I don't have to type it 3 times. Grid, template, rows. So these are going to be, it's doing something here. Header, header, header. Batter. Sidebar, main, aside. These are just too close. But why did this shrink here? What is going on under the hood? Display flex. Display grid. Wow. There is no layout on the blocks. There is no width on anything. This is just magically rendering a random width. There's no way. Where does this purple padding come from? Justify center is maybe what's going on. But there's no widths. There's no heights. There's no... Where does the frickin' layout come from? Wait, what? This was like a editable text area or something that's got a ton of styling on it. Are these all the same? This is weird. It looks like there's some sort of framework funny business going on, and that makes things complicated. But I still don't see... Maybe that is where the size is coming from. That it's somehow like wrapping the stuff. That's crazy. Like, not knowing where the size of the layout is coming from is actually, it's kind of a problem. I don't know if there's a good solution to it. I don't know if this test area is sufficient, but maybe this is all I need. I could do something like this in CodePen, right? Let's try and do that just so I have a better grasp of what's going on here. So div class equals grid slash div, and we're gonna control all, control C, go in here, enter, paste, grid dash item, shift, control shift, left arrow, control C, control right, enter, control V, enter, control V. Let's do a bunch of them actually, just to kind of see. And then we have grid, whoops, grid is display. Now we want multi-line here, I think. Display grid, grid item, men width 100 pixels, min height 50 pixels, background red, grid gap 1M, grid template columns 1FR 1FR 1FR. Booyah. Okay. So it's putting, no, this is just a body gap, right? Body HTML div. Well, I know the body's there somewhere. Body has, let me just say all, margin none, padding none. Whoops, padding none. Padding's not actually bad, but it's just, you know, it's a little more precise or whatever. And so, 3 columns. What else was I thinking for this little layout here? Oh, I was trying to figure out if masonry would work. So, variable height. I could just do, like, style equals height 400 pixels. I think that should work. No? Oh, there you go. Wait, what? Okay. So the height of one carries over the height of the others. Interesting. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. How, hey bro, how do I center text in a tall div? Yes, sir. We don't need the selector, we just need the properties. Control copy, grid item, control paste, color white, weight bold, font weight bold, font size 2M, font open sans. Will that work? It doesn't, because it's not loaded properly. So I have it on my system. I don't know if it's installed. Well, it's in Figma. I don't think it's actually installed on the system. I thought Open Sans might be, but apparently not. How about Tahoma? Because I know that one's there, right? Right? Verdana. Oh, font family. Sheesh. That could work or help the whole thing. Open Sans. Nope. That's Times Roman. Montserrat. Don't have it. Verdana. Tahoma. Okay, so variable height. What if we set the height strictly on this one? Height, style equals height 200 pixels. What now, bitch? Okay. And then, so the wrapping of variable height things. All right, so if I wanted variable height equal width content blocks to wrap and not have any space, but wrap horizontally. So it goes 1, 2, then 3 across the top from left to right. I don't know if it's gonna understand. Yes, computer, whatever you say, computer. Let's see, use this with Flexbox container, display flex wrap, and a block with 33%. I think that's the basis, which is a interesting number that I'm not actually sure what it means. Box sizing, border box. So I don't know if this is gonna work. I don't think the grid can do it, actually. I think that's the problem. How to get CSS grid to wrap properly. Wrap and fill gaps is kind of what. Add the property grid auto flow with a value of dense to the container. This is the same property used to change the flow order. Wait, what? Grid autoflow column dense. Whoa, bro. Holy shit. Fuck. It's kind of cool looking though. It's kind of like sitting down here properly. So maybe this is worth play. Okay. Font size, box sizing, wrapper. I don't know what all this is. Wrappers here. All the divs have a border and a background and a color and a word, and there's 2 sections for the wrapper. Styles, display grid, template columns, 4 equal columns, grid auto rows every 100 pixels. Wrapper div nth child for n plus 1. What the fuck? Every 5th, well, every 4 nth plus 1. Grid column end span 2, grid row end span 2. Man, I should take a bit to study CSS grids. The problem with it is it's going to drive me absolutely crazy, because it's probably worth taking a look at and can do a lot of cool things, but it's going to fall short in some regards, where it's just, and sometimes I'm, you know, just digging for some sort of solution that doesn't really exist. Like, well, I'm trying to fix an ideal. Well, I'm trying to pre-solve a problem or pre-optimization or whatever. It's like, well, how might it do that? And then it can't do everything, and then I get frustrated. But it is sort of like, well, sometimes you run into a spot where you can't seem to get it to do something simple, and then you're like, wow, well, this is bad. You know, this shouldn't be so hard. And then other times it's like, I don't know. It's a weird thing. It's kind of a cool little box here. It's not laid out terribly well, but the 2 triangle icon with the gradient text and the little geometric thingies, new plans, new skills. Don't let your tech skills get stale. It's almost like an auto. Don't want to see ads. Developer Mozilla ads. Interesting. 39% of tech skills will be outdated in 5 years. Stay relevant with a new Pluralsight. Okay, now we know who they are. Pluralsight bought Smarterer, and that was kind of interesting. I thought Smarterer was pretty cool. So it was sort of just this like, whoa, that's a cool idea, and you could take it so far. Like, you could hook up a Smarterer to Wikipedia and turn all of the knowledge into like automated quizzing, so that, you know, identifying, not all questions are equal, like identifying the really good questions. And it's, I don't know, what is this butterfly? Blue Sky. Let's check out the Blue Sky app. I've heard about this. Oh my god, it's an actual Twitter clone. Same layout, same shitty width, not responsive clearly. Really? No way, Jose. I'm not joining your garbage. Blue butterfly. I know somebody with a blue butterfly. It's kind of a strange thing to say, but I do. I wonder if he uses this app. Okay, Murderbot. What? What? Watch the Murderbot episodes. A lot of people memeing out here. The Lorehounds podcast. It's a pretty cool butterfly tattoo. Not gonna lie. But anyway, where was I? CSS, Flexbox, Gaps. This, wherever it was, wasn't this bigger a second ago? Where was that CSS I was reading? Oh, I hit the play button. Where did that go? Okay. So, the wrapping and stacking is kind of what I'm feeling, but this little targeting system, grid column end, grid row end, grid column 3, grid row 2/4, like these all mean something that I don't know what they mean, and it's probably not that hard to figure it out, but maybe I should spend a minute right now and try and learn it. Oh man, I don't feel like it, but maybe I should. So I asked the computer to try and explain it, but I feel like a visual. CSS grid visualized. Yeah, I've played with this one before. This one's kind of cool, but is it gonna? It's got a nice dark UI and kind of some colorful buttons, and it's pretty clean and generally kind of cool. Some hidden sections here. I've definitely played with this one before, the layout and okay, that's kind of interesting. These show up down here. It's like before they exist, the area kind of is already marked out for you, which is nice. Whoa, so this is interesting. So now I have what looks like an element over here, but I don't have a third element here. I don't know if I've just defined an area for a part of the thing that doesn't have any content. I think I'd have to add another. Why is this now I4? If we get rid of it, does it go to I5? Okay, that's why. Fine. But row gap, this is just the spacing. But what about the end? Let's just look up those. It's the row end, grid column end, grid row end. Let's ask the computer. Where are you, computer? Explain simply CSS grid row end, grid column end. Please do it simply. Defines where a grid item ends vertically, which row line. Okay, so it's just forcing the edge of an item. Or it could span 2 columns. Interesting. Ends at row line 4. You can use a number, line, span how many tracks, or auto. Is it auto? Guessing just grows and fills it. What if this is just, what if you could use a pretty simple UI to automatically set that up? I could try and draw this out, but like the last time I tried, it broke. I tried to send the broken one to Figma and started tweeting at them, and they never respond, of course, because they're really busy and don't care that some guy's broken the thing. No, not in here. Maybe in here. What was I thinking? The layout UX, essentially. Grids, etc. Well, how do you split the space? How do you indicate grow/shrink? Shrink is essentially auto width or height. Is that right? Auto width and auto height are shrink. I don't know if that's always the case. I think it's generally, sometimes an auto spacing is a grow. So sometime if you set the spacing property to auto, it will grow, not shrink. So that can be a little confusing, but generally I think, well, I think if it's shrink, maybe it just looks like shrink, but like a text wrapper that, you know, wraps the size of the text, so as you type or as you add new lines, it's just shrink wraps it and hugs it. Yeah, it's hug. It's hug on it's basically a fill idea. Not a did I control N that? Where was I? That's not where I was. Oh, I think these are just old tabs. Open in new tab. Notes. That's weird. Never really figured out these tabs. Layout. Thankfully my notes are chronological, so that's a pretty good way to find where I was. It will fill. Control B, fill, not Control N. Set spacing property to auto. Okay, so I'm in feeling that there is a pretty simple user interface system that's sort of like Figma's alignment and constraints and auto layout, kind of all baked into one, and even moved into the UI. So I don't always like going to a new area, but sometimes it's useful. I don't know. Then you have to go back and forth to grab notes and stuff, but that's not necessarily a problem. I think this one is kind of complete-ish, and but I'm just thinking, well, what if I just take this one? No, it's really this one, right? Didn't I try and make this one and this one the same thing? They are sort of 40, 36. This one's bigger? Doesn't really look bigger. I guess a little. I don't know if they should compete or like be the same. These are all black, and they should be. So I do need to create the system and kind of finalize all these things, but think it all through. And there's so many friggin' decisions, you'll never figure it all out. Can this just be literally the exact same thing? Same font for both of those? It could be. It does kind of compete. It's like, well, are these the same thing? They don't actually seem like the same thing, but they're in very different kind of context, so that it's not necessarily terrible. But generally I might you know, maybe go smaller, 32. Yeah, that's not bad. It's very similar, but just a little different. Every time you resize something, now this is different than these, and so if I were to pull this one into a file and then some other time pull this into a different file, now I have two mostly the same but quite a bit different things. And so having a master template is important, but figuring out how that all works is tricky. But let's go ahead and I'm actually going to cut that. Let's call this master template. I don't know if this helps anything, but I'm just going to put this here for organizational purposes. Put it here for organizational purposes, and then make an even newer page for layout UX. So I've thought about this a fair amount, but I often just kind of like don't dig into it so much because it's tricky. I don't even know how I would render the UI stuff. You know, I could use SVG, like UI overlays, like these blue lines that appear. That you probably don't want them in your HTML just because, I don't know, it would complicate things. You'd never know if your layout was being messed up because of them. And so you want them overlaid, I think, generally, or maybe sometimes even underlaid, but that could be a trick and that might ruin your layout. So, well, to get it to position properly, I do think there is some room for like absolutely positioned overlays. I'm not sure exactly how to manage the stacking order. The Z indexing on the web, I think, gets a little confusing in my opinion. I'm not sure I fully understand. It's like, is it absolute or is it relative or both? And I can't actually tell you the answer to that, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, so layout UX is essentially alignment, snapping, guides, not snapping. It's well, maybe these should be snapping's like this whole module thing that needs to be figured out. But alignment is, I would think alignment is more of these. I could like try and put an image in there, but that's gonna break it. What else is there? There's constraints. I mean, talking about it through the scope of Figma's system, I'm not sure exactly where they are right now. I get lost in this sometimes. I generally know the kind of idea of what I'm looking for, but it takes me a few clicks sometimes to figure out where it went. And they changed the UI at least once. So I'm kind of relearning it, it seems. Constraints, we have, well, obviously auto layout. Big, kind of a big deal. You have margin, well, so margin border, maybe we start, so that, I guess starting from the outside, margin, border, padding. I'd also say spacing, like the grid gap or whatever. Sometimes spacing can be margins, but you know, obviously all that stuff is layout based. What other things does Figma do? Figma has this quick alignment. So it's not just these center and then, so these are sort of like, all right, you have two boxes and you want to left align both of them. You click the left align and the left edges get aligned. The height doesn't stay, or doesn't move. So like if we put one of these way down here, they're all going to line up right here on the edge of this blue box here. Boom. But they're going to stay, their vertical separation is, you know, constant. Anyway, if you have a single item in a frame, so it works differently if you have one or two items selected. If you have 3 items selected, or it's really 2 or more, and you click the left align, then they all left align. But if you have one of them selected and you click left align, it's going to align with the parent. You don't have any, if you don't have anything else to align it to, it just assumes you want it in. If you click center, it centers it on the page. It actually is setting up the constraint properly now, which is interesting. So once it's centered, it actually stays centered. That's pretty cool. So we can align this one right, and it actually sets up the constraint. That's cool. It didn't used to do that. You used to have to set them both up. But okay, so then this vertically could be centered. And then it set up. So that one's vertically centered, but this one's not bottom aligned yet. So it just stays there. This one's, is that one scaling? No, it's not. But this one could be top aligned. This one's top left aligned. This one could be bottom right aligned. And then this one is vertically and horizontally centered. And now this thing is fully responsive in a way. Now it has some collision points, but it's can get pretty wide and get pretty tall. Honestly, that's a pretty versatile layout. You could put a lot of things there. Now, the bigger they get, the more tricky it's going to be to make sure it doesn't clash. I think you have to pick whether they're going to be vertical or horizontal at a lot of different spaces. And I don't know, it's weird. I'm not actually sure what I'm thinking. I'm just thinking that, like, generally you could kind of put stuff in these rough areas or well, let's play with this. Let's say this thing was, well, it could be over here even. And this could be kind of more like, let's keep that centered. Let's make that smaller. Let's make this bigger. If these go more like this is going to be kind of interesting, but it's not as flexible. Like, this is fine, and this is fine, and this is even probably not terrible. It's an interesting layout. Putting stuff in there and seeing how it fits, you'd have like these kind of awkward points where once it goes like this, it's kind of cool. So it would prefer to be like this than like, well, like this, for example. That's much less dead space, and that's much less dead space. So that's interesting, based on the layout of the content. Well, and I don't know, would you ever actually want it to be kind of a really advanced, like, fill all the space? I don't know. Well, okay, so the problem here is you have to specify a height. Specifying a height's not a huge problem. You gotta let the user drag the thing down and make it bigger and have this thing. I don't know if can you have it vertically scale? Let's see, vertically scale, so that it stays in the center horizontally, and so it scales, but it actually needs to be something different, which is top and bottom. So it scales like in a slightly different way, essentially. I need a bio break, so I will BRB. I'm gonna mute my microphone for a second. Alright. Where was we? We were thinking about the layout UX and putting all of it on the putting all of it on the could just add the stroke to the thing. Is this a rectangle? It is. Let's just add one of these. No. Add a fill, and then the eyedropper should, yeah. But we still want outside blue line, and this is centered. But yeah, basically like the blue overlay UI stuff. Could draw little boxes on it, but this will take more time than I have. So I think there's a lot of other kind of aspects. There's image layouts, there's like framing, there's grouping, there's locking. I mean, it's sort of like a list system that's but has, you know, the UI overlay tool system is going to be pretty tricky. Drawing everything in the right place is kind of part of it, but also you might kind of want layering at times where some UI controls are drawn on top of other UI controls or whatever. Let's just say drawing the UX overlays. I guess they're more UI overlays. Could be tricky. I think creating a system for these is important, so anyone can create anything. Alright, so what am I doing? Making fart noises with my mouth. I generally just think this should go in here, and this is no longer necessary. This is always too light. I've changed this like 12 times on the stream so far. Okay, that's kind of a cool template. I don't know, maybe the things go at the bottom, maybe these go up here. I don't know. There's a lot of things on this thing, and it doesn't really matter where the things go. But what was it before? I think it was like this. It's not a bad idea. It's like sort of like a sub-nav in the flow. I kind of like that, because that's actually what you want. You want to be able to jump through to the right things faster. But I do think the whole table of contents workflow, as I was playing with the last few days, I think it's crazy. It's tricky stuff. I don't know if there's, I mean, I would assume that there's going to be like a system of building these things. Let's rebuild this thing. I think this is kind of useful. Let's think through is this whole thing really just one? I guess it kind of should be, but all right, control copy. Let's go on to a new page and call this sidebar. Alright, maybe it's just lists. List UI. So this can hug, and this is really kind of, I was nudging this is right aligned, so we can maybe, why don't we get something from here, like, well, what do I have here? I have basically just two types of text, a header and more of like a body font. So why don't we grab just this little block here and take this and go back over here and paste and build this thing from scratch. This thing probably should be more like 24, and then this could be more like 20. That's kind of big. This is pretty small, 16. But it's like a navigational thing. I don't think it should be so small. Maybe this just needs to be, I don't know if this should be bigger though. That's a pretty big navigation. It's taking up a lot of space. Maybe this does go small, 16. Ooh. And more like 24. All right, now this is gonna be a list that's properly formatted. Shift A, make sure these are set to fill properly. Enter, right click, plugins, wait. Let's put a couple more in here. Plugins, content reel, strings or text, and full names. Might vary in length. Whoops. Enter, 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 apply all. Ronald Richards. Okay, so then this thing. Okay, so you basically have this thing and this thing. They both could be then Shift A and make sure they're both set to fill. It looks like they are. We have this thing which is randomly at 42. That's too much space there. We don't want that. I like the number 42, but sorry, that's too much. And then how about 22? And then these, but do these want like some offset? I don't know about that yet. I think I just want to keep this as like a, it does look nice, I think. If I wanted to just rebuild this type thing, well, let's duplicate it. I think we don't need this anymore. And we duplicate it, and I should have a generator of memes, and whenever I need a list of things, it just grabs some random memes and 2-word things, maybe even an icon, maybe no icon, I don't know. Either way. Well, so padding, is this working? I think so. We need a fill to see it. The chevron, open arrow. It's not a bad spot for it. Now, when I like the idea of taking these blocks, and I don't know if I can illustrate this properly, but essentially, oh my god, it's not, the layout's not set up properly for what I want. I might have to put a wrapper around the text to get a little bit more control over it, but generally we want the padding on each individual thing, so it's more like 0 padding here, and then enter, and then add padding, but neither of these things have an auto layout. Shift A to add an auto layout. Select this vector. I don't know if, can I have an auto layout? I guess. Can we then just add padding and it just works? No, apparently not. The width is fixed, so we want to hug and hug, and then can we do it? Yeah, that sort of works. It kind of like spaces it from the edge and makes the whole area grow. Now, what if we go back here and shift click this, and then we do the same padding on both of them. Looks like the icon's padding is not growing as fast, or it's just not as big to begin with. Doesn't really matter, but now, all right, let's get rid of the spacing. And then maybe this goes fill vertically. Height. fill so that it, oh, and then center, well, it could be center, and okay, that actually feels better. And also if you put a different fill on each side, then it could be kind of nice. Okay, so is this the wrong font? Yeah. That's a pretty cool layout there, though, I'm not gonna lie. This should probably be reset. I don't know why that needs to be red. Certainly doesn't. Okay. Maybe a little more of that with the bigger text, but it's probably too big for like a form element. It's like a drop-down list, right? But okay, so the click zones on this, let's say this one was this way. Let's duplicate that and then make this the same background color as this just to make it look a little more cohesive, and then put this one this way. That's confusing, I think, but generally speaking, this white area is clickable to expand collapse. This one more like launches it in a sidebar. Is that good? And is that like, do you need the down one? Maybe just clicking on this automatically just toggles it open and closed, and you have to click the arrow to go sideways? Or, well, yeah, so generally when I see an icon here, I think, is this whole thing just automatically do that? Or is this a special area that only does that open and close thing, and otherwise when you click anywhere in the white area, maybe the default is the link? That actually seems maybe a little bit more natural. It looks a little bit cleaner than this, a lot cleaner than this rather. It does make it, you know, harder to expand and collapse it to a certain extent rather than having the default area be that. I don't know if this could just go right in the thing. Then we get rid of that one. Yep, that's sort of the same thing. Then when I hover it, it looks like one thing rather than two things. But I don't really like it. If you had different icons here and here, or if they were spread out more, like, I think you can make it work. That actually already looks better and kind of looks like a, if this were a real triangle and not just, can I join this path? P tool. That's kind of big, but I think it's gonna work. If we click here and here, we could get rid of the stroke and make it smaller. I'm not sure. I think generally just scaling it is better than adding a stroke to make it bigger. I think it's the same geometric operation, but actually I'm not sure on that. It's pretty sharp where this is round. Could round the corners a pixel, right? Enter, select all the corners. Can we just add like, yeah, even a pixel? This is a sharp point here though. I don't know. Almost feel like it should be kind of softer, easier to look at. Looks kind of cool actually, the little rounded triangle. Okay. 24 pixels. I don't know where this goes, but it looks kind of cool. And so 0 for 100% zoom. This is a pretty big drop down. I don't think most of your UI stuff you'd want like this, but what about this? Boom, and then just hug it up, snug it up. That's a pretty snazzy looking one. I'd still probably maybe do this medium or bold or something, just so it's easier to see. The super thin font is just harder to see, I think. Maybe the drop down list is let's Control Z, Alt drag. duplicate this in, no, change the direction, the icon doesn't matter anymore. Ooh, that's kind of cool. So a scroll indicator, and then alt drag, hold control to throw it in there. That one doesn't matter so much. These two become one. This becomes slightly darker just to kind of give a separation there. And the arrow thing down here is probably just distracting. Although the autocomplete might have. Wait, what? Why is this so cramped? Is the padding real weird on here? Did this one jump out of the flow? No. Maybe? What the fuck? Top and bottom padding is really small at 9 pixels, but it kind of needs to be not too big up there. I think it just needs to go. I don't want to, but I need to. I don't know, why does this just feel like it's not working properly? Like the padding is off, or the text has, oh, there's two things here. Probably don't need this one. Definitely feels better. Not sure exactly what was going on there, but okay, so drop down lists are cool. This could even get a little smaller, honestly. The rounded corner, it's might render pixely or something, but that's so clean. And I've always thought that if you just pick one, let's pull these into the memory. You just pick one good layout or a system or whatever, and if you had one templating like layout library, you could pretty much make any of the things if it worked properly. And then really all you got to do is pick a color and pick a font, and bam, you're off to the races. You can do a lot of cool stuff with it. Probably don't even need a logo, as long as you have great layouts, good typography, and if the purpose is coherent, then it works. Then you win the little situation or whatever. Okay, so that's a cool slide. Drop down, pretty cool. How about, so this list could be, the question is do you have the padding on the thing or the thing? And these are not set up so that they have, all right, so let's say, what size is this? 16. Ooh, that's small. But for UX stuff, I think actually that's good. In fact, you probably want to get even smaller for like layers and stuff. These are pretty small, but I think it's let's print screen on this sidebar, paste it in, and try and figure out how we make this look more like that, or at least smaller. So these would have to be more like 14 or even 13 or even 12. Wow, that looks like it could even be 11. What are they using? Enter as their default font. It's possible they're using Enter for these. Oops, Control Shift. Put it on top. No, maybe not. Maybe. That's pretty close, actually. Huh. It could be completely different. It's such a low resolution, but we're at 200%. This is about 100%. It's not too hard to read, but it is really small. It's kind of hard to read. It's not a bad font. I don't mind it. It kind of works better than, well, especially for small spaces. If you're worried about width-wise, maybe Enter is not a bad way to go. Oops, I want to take it out for now. Montserrat is nice, but I'm kind of looking for a better font, so we'll have to figure that out. But definitely one of the issues here is with these lists. Well, let's duplicate this one. Let's make the line height auto. Let's duplicate it. Shift A. Make sure they're set to fill. I think that's just a good thing to do because it didn't used to do that. Maybe you don't need to anymore. I don't know. All right, so instead of having 3 text areas in, first I'm going to add just a touch of padding to this wrapper just to see it, so that when I'm hovering this, I know what's going on. It's so windy outside. I keep hearing shit blowing against the house. Should probably go check out what it is. Shift A to add a frame, auto frame to this. Crank up some padding, add a fill so we can see it. Delete these 2. Click this one, Control D, Control D. Let's get a bunch of names actually. Click the parent of all of them, hit Enter. Now I'm highlighting these white wrappers, not the text layers. I hit Enter one more time to get all these text layers, and I apply all on these full names. And bam, these should hopefully be set up responsively. And the spacing and padding are obviously kind of question marks. If you go 0 on it, then you can just get this like white list, and the spacing at the edges gets a little iffy. And you can fix that by like having one of these and adding a fill to it, and it, you know, then it's sort of like padding it out. At this point, you probably don't need the inner frames, although it does give them a much bigger click zone. So if this text area, especially if you have it on like auto wrap, changes the layout here, so I'm gonna undo it, but the text layout itself can matter. And anyway, having this extra box can sometimes help, especially if we're gonna go back in time. Control C, Control Z, 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 Z. I think that was pretty much what I was thinking. Spacing versus no spacing. Okay, so where are we going here? Using a different font could be cool. Should we try that? Why not? How about, is this kind of UI type shit? I don't know if I like Enter. It just sounds so like tranny or whatever, but if it's a decent font, why not? Okay, so now this is kind of strange here. I think we just get rid of this. Maybe we just delete this one. Or just 0 it out. Maybe we just 0 it out. And you could also just as easily have all of these kind of inner ones as their own kind of naked list, or, you know, instead of having each one wrapped, if you drag those out, Shift A, there's a lot of spacing there. We can, what? We want the height to hug. We want the width to fixed, I think usually. And then we can scale all those spacings down. So this is like a naked list where, you know, you can add a fill and then even add padding, and they're all there, but there's the text layers aren't wrapped with another frame, and so you can't add padding to this thing. So if you wanted to add a background, like a blocky look inside of this white area, you'd have to put a Shift A, add a fill, you know, you have to wrap it essentially. And so a frame, well, if each individual item isn't framed like this, you know, I'm trying to visualize this, and I mean, I generally understand this concept, but it's kind of a tricky thing to navigate. I'm trying to get back to maybe something that looks cooler. Try to figure out how the alignment, works, and how to make sure that like all the alignment issues I was thinking of there aren't going to become a problem. Tabbing in kind of wastes some space, so maybe that doesn't need to happen. This white drop down thing, it definitely works as a drop down, but as a navigational thing, maybe it's the exact same thing. Maybe it works no differently, but well, and the white, if we made it all white, why did I make it gray? I don't even know. I just felt like maybe that was the right way to go, but let's go with white and flip this thing, Shift V. So it would presumably go between this and this. You click the down thing to slide down, it slides down, and then you can click it again to go up. And is it highlighted based on your scroll position? I do think that's kind of a nice touch. When you click on any one of these nav things, it scrolls to that point and then opens up automatically, I think. It's sort of like your table of contents. You get to see all the sections real quick. You can skim all the sections easier. Frankly, if there's subsections here, you might want a pretty deep capacity there. And obviously this layout is wonky. So I don't know if the gray background is necessary. But as I was just saying, it sort of is for the being this like kind of seamless extension tab area of a bigger layout. But why did I just duplicate this and not do anything with it? I don't know. I think I was going to do something with it. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where I am right now. What day is it? Got names, got lists. Okay, so this is the basic hierarchy. This is just, okay, one nested frame. Title here. There's so many different ways to structure it and color it and space it and padding or no padding and getting it all to align. That's crazy. But, well, alright, on mobile, do I need a background? It wouldn't really work as well without it. And frankly, I think, yeah, like you could just as easily have a well on mobile, single column, and it can be very minimal. So that would look like this. We copy this. We frame the selection. We put on auto layout. Probably make it taller. Add a fill. Definitely like one of these gray fills. Probably maybe a little, well, I could go even really light like this one. Might want to go a little darker than that. Something in between. Okay, and then this thing, can we add padding? Yep. And then probably less side padding. If you're on mobile, you don't want to waste this side padding. So, I mean, you don't have to make it look cramped, but depending on the size of the text and whatever, I think it's okay to hug these things up a little bit more because you have limited real estate, but you also maybe think that's way too cramped. You could let it breathe. Letting the shit breathe is always a good idea. It's pretty cramped, but you don't want to waste space. So, and then you could have a lot of these things. Well, I don't think you'd have any or multiples active at once. If we get rid of the fill, what is the layout doing here? So it's padded. Yeah. Okay, well, here's the layout of the active versus inactive, and here's all this extra headroom. I think maybe we just take that down a few notches and it's okay. I usually try and do more horizontal spacing than vertical spacing. It's just that's what we're lacking here on a mobile design. So trying to make it more the other aspect ratio just makes it look really cramped up there, because it is. But taking off some of it might not be a terrible idea, because there is enough space above the letters. Are these letters supersized? Yeah. Okay, that was part of the problem, I think. Why it felt so floaty. Or we just keep, well, how do we set these both to like 24? Alright, that works okay. These are some pretty cool memes. Is this one image? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so the alignment here is interesting. I think it flows pretty well. We got this white area chunking off to the side. Here, the spacing on the side is like a lot bigger. Here, it's a little crammed, but because it's all aligned, I think that works pretty well. It's a pretty simple list, and it gets kind of small, so that if you have a lot of little items. Well, I was doing, it still is Montserrat, isn't it? Okay. I don't know if I should change it or not. This one is a lot different. I actually kind of like this one. So the other thing is I was doing a bunch of, let's just call this main. I just delete this one. Like, what am I doing here? I just created it quickly and never went back to it. Main. Okay, so I had a something that I was needing, some sort of content thing, maybe about the lists, the folder icons paired with like the file icons could be kind of cool. Wasn't I thinking this one looked better before? But now I'm thinking this one just needs to brighten up. Fuck. Let's duplicate this, and instead of going black mode, we go white mode, and this one's just default. This one looks a lot more like this one now, so maybe we just tone this back to a little bit lighter. Or should we invert that and essentially well, let's take this and Control X, and then this and Control V. Which one of these looks better? I don't know. Is the light shining on more on the front or more inside? I think maybe this one. Either of them work. I think they're fine. Well, and then where's my folder icon? The hug button. That was weird the way it spammed all those so fast. And I was trying to make some things. Is this enter? Open sans? Now I got 3 fonts all littered everywhere. Not a good thing, man. Not a good thing. I need something. Somebody throw me a frickin' bone here. I don't know where I'm going. I need the file, the folded edge, or maybe one of the bigger folded edges. Yeah, like one of these. Maybe just one. Copy. Okay, back to the icon area, and we paste, and we K, and we, oh no, V. Is this working properly? so hard to tell on this background. Maybe that's a problem. Unlock. You could either crank this up or down. There. Now it's much subtler and shows up better. But if this was on the same colored background, like whatever the color the background is, it's going to struggle if it's a very similar color. So the shadow could help. It's just not doing a good job of doing that. So, well, that's okay, I think. And then, should it be white or should it be grayer? I think it can be whatever color it wants to be. What's going on here, man? Zero padding. Whoa. Alright, this is crazy. Let's put this up here as this sort of starting point, and now let's see if we can, well, without just resetting the padding, that does work. It's a little big and whatever, so if we just center that, that's not bad. I think the paper thing should stay locked back there. Let's see. So the icons, I'm trying to make this page thing into an icon, and obviously I could just nix this, move this up, move the wrapper like this big. Let me try and make it proportionally, well, it could even be like a square icon, which is kind of cool. It's like more of like a post-it note or sticky note or something. And so you could have different kind of aspect ratios. Well, what if, all right, how big is this? 250? Let's go 250 by 250. And no, this one, 250 by 250, and then this one would be, I don't think we want to double it, do we? 500? It's a lot. Yeah, no, how about 350? And should this one then be bigger? Maybe this one should just be scaled down, but let's go just to have kind of a rhythm here, 350 wide. And then I'm thinking these need to be smaller because they're bigger. If that makes any sense. And so the weight of them is sort of the same. Is that too small? I think it's actually not bad. So, all right, and then coloring wise, we need these to go. Where's the white color coming from, guys? Come on now. Where is, oh, it's locked, so it doesn't appear. Is that what's going on? No, it's unlocked. It's this one. Wait, what? Why is it white when this is showing F0? What color is this? F0? No way, bro. Those aren't white? Holy shit. Blowing my mind. Alright, let's make them white. Because I thought they were white. And then you could have light gray ones, but well, and you might need gray ones if they're, maybe it's just a percentage gray, right? Oh, fuck. Okay, so we want to select all the whites and add this thing so we can edit the percentage of darkness easier. Might need to adjust that. If you need one of these on white, Well, so why don't we... Well, I don't think Shift A was gonna work. Okay, it did. One of these, Shift A, take them all, and zero out the padding and fix it kind of in a, whoops, uniform way. I actually want to Shift A, right? Shift A? No? Shift. Put those in an auto layout, and then, actually, they don't each need to be framed. What am I doing? Control Shift G. Control Shift G. Control Shift G. Oh no, it fucked the layout when I undid it? Why would it do that? Oh man. This should be fixed, not fill. Why? Because I added an auto layout to it. Let's just manually set this to fixed, and thankfully this one did the same thing, don't. Okay. How wide is this? 225, 250. I don't know, maybe this one's too small. Let's just make them again. Jesus Christ. Whoops. Yeah, that's right. This one is going to be 350 tall, and this one's going to be 350 wide, and I thought that worked pretty well. And by the way, this is also going to say OS, and that it's going to have a primary background, and then we need to strengthen the corner power there a little bit and make this white and black and K, and nix the line height problems and lock the paper, click the parent, and click the width to hug. Also hug height and pad that out just a touch. If we want to add anything else, maybe not. It's not terrible. I think maybe it feels more crammed on this side, right? So maybe we need to do like 32 on the left and 42 on the right. I don't know why that feels a little bit better. It's still a little clashing up there. We could, for example, put this on the bottom. How do we? Also, the height is controlled by the padding running into the text area. I could lower the size of the text area, but I don't actually want to do that. I do want to lower this, or raise it, or what was I doing? Oh, I wanted to maybe bring it way down or low enough, or it could be zeroed, and then I just go fixed height, and then it'll bottom align. Maybe that's what I'm thinking. But I do kind of want this to be sort of an inline thing. Maybe this goes back to hug, and then maybe we need more of these. Maybe if we wanted to have it kind of imbalanced, then we have it going kind of this way. Well, part of the plan is to also do this side of it and say web. And pull those together. I don't know. I've remade this a bunch of times, and it doesn't really matter, but and this, I could play with the colors till Kingdom Come. It could be, instead of this one, we could switch this to the background, basically. That actually kind of works. think then the 12% needs to go way up to like 32%. Doesn't fit real well. There's like a lot of space here. I don't know if I like that. It's too fat, but it's kind of cool. A lot of layouts are more desktop oriented anyway. Well, the landscape aspect ratio, I don't mind it. It's just there's like a lot of dead space here, and I mean, it could just go crazy with it and like make it actually. Well, so what if it weren't that far? What if it were sort of like almost exactly where it was? Or zeros all out and go kind of on just for a tall and skinny one. It needs more side padding. It's too fat, too crammed in there. Kind of like having it move over a little bit. Not really sure, don't really feel like doing that, but yeah, so pink. Are these all white now? Why do we have two different shades? Oh, let's set this to primary. And I think this could just go down to 0. Which element has that on it? The 0 thing. Why couldn't I select those? There they are. I think we just want to remove that extra layer for a second. And then, of course, the BG. It then needs a enter. Let me just shift up that like 25%. Maybe. That's kind of what I did over there. Okay, so now, well, and this one needs to be more. Maybe 10. These need to be a little bit more. Maybe 11. Even these should probably be more. Let's just delete that and drag this up because these are so similar, they should probably stay together. And these up here, which one is it? I think it's this one that we want next to bring it back to white. And okay, so different icons for different places. I mean, I could go ham with the folders. Frankly, creating my own little folder shapes. This is a cool one because it's sort of like this three-dimensional thing, but you can't put something on it so well because it's leaning sideways. You'd have to skew what was on it. So I've thought about making a folder icon that I can, you know, put something on it. Like, I don't think you'd put, what could you put on a, as like the icon for the data type or whatever. Now that's an icon on top of an icon is a little crazy, but it is sort of just like a frame for the icon. I mean, you also could put the icon item in the friggin' box. I don't know what happened there. It went inside the thing. It should have done that, and then I was gonna go do that. So this would logically come first. Well, yeah, just slide right on over whenever you're ready. That's weird. I've never had a problem with that. If I just drag this up here, does it? Jeez, guys, what happened? What happened? Holy shit balls. Zero that up. No. What? Wrapper. Wait, what? Why does it, this one got fucked somehow? I don't know. I think that's right. I think this isn't hugging and hugging as it probably should, so then these work properly. And I mean, these, it's really the trailing one that just needs a lot more space, and then these can come back down. I think it should just be scaled a bit. So can we just do this to get kind of better sizing? Well, fuck. Didn't I scale this down already? No, this is pretty big. What size is this? 100%. Let's scale this whole thing down and then worry about all these numbers. Well, okay. Okay. All right. I think this goes like this. Holy bejesus. What happened there? This kind of works, but like, I think we just need to scale again. Whole thing goes smaller. And then, I mean, this could get bigger. This is pretty damn small. I'll go 20, and this could go a little smaller just to make sure it's kind of not too big compared to the text, I think. And then, obviously, wait, what? Height, hug contents. Still too big. Sheesh. This is kind of gonna suck, but I think to get this to scale even further, we're gonna go like this, and then take these and go back up. That's a weird way to do it, but it worked. So I'm zoomed in too far. I should be back at 0. Working with the padding, so well, let's just make this all the same and push this out and crank up the, so I turned down the color. Why is this off? Why? I think I resized the wrong thing at some point and it's just completely fucked now. Wow. 0 and 0, please. That's weird. That's weird. Which one do I have? I have the wrapper. I want this paper thing to stick to the edge, but it's not because the wrapper isn't. Holy fuck. Am I selecting the right thing here? I think no. What? Why? What is it, the one that I just did? What's the paper doing here? Oh my god, this is so fucked. Somehow the rectangle layer got nudged, it seems. Basically the whole thing got nudged, it seems. And I don't know what's going on here. I could try and just shift this over here. Seems to have fixed it, but I don't know why that broke. And I don't know why I'm having such a hard time getting it back to like just fit the fucking thing already. Alright, if we click on this and we click left and top, it does it. And then, but can we make it, it doesn't want to snap, and it misaligns itself on top. Is it because there's some funky math with the positioning on here? It is at a pretty high spot, but let's get rid of the decimal so it snaps back, which I've already tried to do a couple times and it keeps jumping around on me. Why is this a negative 0.04? I just zeroed that out. Okay, this is being weird, but it wants to be 184. Is this tool trying to stop me? That's what it feels like. Jesus Christ. 184. Just 1 pixel more. Are you kidding me, man? I am so confused right now. This fucking line won't line up with anything. It's so broken. Oh, Figma, you son of a bitch. I need a drink. I thought it was actually coming along kind of well. I liked the composition of putting icon items on the little page things. It was, you know, it's not bad, but it's clearly broken now, and I'm so tired of looking at this one. My complex background, the little corner thing, makes it way more complex, obviously. But also, when you start scaling shit around and it just starts automatically updating all the numbers, then they get like too precise or imprecise or whatever. Maybe I should take all this menu shit and bring it somewhere else. Problem is I don't want it to lose the context. Like if I'm looking for something and it's like this is now a space in my brain, sort of. Like I don't have a great memory of all these things, but I have a vague memory of some of the things, and so going all in with a cool icon system. I mean, I really think these are pretty badass looking. They're actually a little too bold and bright and whatever. They could easily be toned down with one of those. I don't know why I had to select enter, then target them, then add one of these things, and then just make it 10% instead. Now it's like fits the theme, and it's just a little darker. Huh. Look at that. Why did this one say name? I don't know what was here before. But this with hug, it's kind of cool. It's a little, because of the notches, it's a little less like obvious or whatever. Corners might need to be cranked on. Oh, they're all 10%, son of a bitch. Alright, what we can do is we can select these and then make this 11%, so that then when I go and select this, I now separately darken the corners. 14%. Okay. That's an L. And, oh, you know what'd be cool? Shift V, Shift H. Sort of a rotation. In fact, I think it applies it as a rotation, 180 degrees. That's kind of cool. Not gonna lie. You would make those little corner things bigger. Simple lighting. It's not really lighting, it's just reusing the same color in a little bit darker sense or lighter sense or whatever. You can make very interesting shapes, I think, with very simple like shading, especially with gradient overlays. Like, you know, I was thinking you could do something like, well, instead of this being linear or solid, you could do a gradient where then it looks like there's some lighting shit going on. Now that can be tricky. It actually worked pretty well right there. Having it spread evenly across multiple shapes is the hard part, and I don't know, just gonna leave it. Just, it looks a little too bright at the top there. Might try and distribute that differently or radially, or I don't know, but It's also way too big on that spot. It could be a bit smaller. I don't know. I don't know what I think about it, but it's kind of cool. You can even rotate this like this. And then it's a V. And you can shorten those up a little bit, and it's not such a tall V, but I think it's kind of cool how it is. I think the Air Force has like a logo like that or something. All right, so I definitely am struggling to stay focused. I don't think pouring myself a stiff drink is going to help terribly. It's going to actually slow me down in a way, but it's going to ease my mind, and then might be able to slow down for long enough to just think about what the heck I'm doing. All right, I'm trying to make menus. I got some icon stuff to think through. I definitely like this one in just its simplicity. This was going to be like the mobile menu. And so maybe I copy this. Is the icon on there? I think it is. Let's copy this over. Do we want all these icons right now? I don't know yet. List UI. Where was it doing? Okay. Definitely feeling brain dead. Width 600, width 450. This is just way simpler to implement. The arrow thing is not so hard, but like, I don't know if it's necessary. The indentation is kind of nice. The scroll spy part doesn't really need to be on mobile, so I'm trying to think through if this wasn't active because scroll spy isn't possible for the home page. Well, like it's all right. So there's the main site navigation that would be a list of all the pages, and maybe these are like acronyms, but this format wouldn't be good for that. You'd want them to be like little inline blocks, so that's not going to work. But also, you know, this can be like a table of contents for like a scrollable content area. So it's sort of a similar idea, a menu system or a list. It's basically just a list. It's a list of things that need to have a visual hierarchy, and creating a visual hierarchy with these lists is easier said than done. You got to think through a lot of different like alignments and shit. So I do like this one, but I don't think it's the one for the main, like the mobile jump menu. I guess it could be like if there's a page in even section you're on and it actually just highlights when you open the menu. This could potentially be most of your screen. Like if there was, I know these are all jacked up, but let's just duplicate these a bunch of times. If you were on a page where there was a lot of stuff, you know, a lot of content, you know, when you open this thing up, most of your screen might be filled with this list of things, but this is like you know, if you open the menu from this section or this section and it's highlighted white, it could actually be kind of like a scroll spy thing that works on mobile just as easily. It's not terribly important, but maybe that's cool. Let me jump back over to main and look at these lists, because all right, the indentation becomes a problem, obviously. Having more layers, they get smaller and they actually get kind of shorter. It's not necessarily the case, but the mobile menu, this was kind of like a mobile jump menu. This essentially is the same one without one of them activated, which I think is fine. And then once it activates, it becomes white and activated. Yeah, I guess that works. I should probably go with it. But let's think about hierarchy for a second. So and I'm feeling really drained. I really just want to figure this out so I could get coding, but it's gonna I got to get the right components in the right place and draw it all out and make sure it's like, you know, good enough and the right amount of things that I can take a big bite and work for a day or three and come out with like something cool and presentable. Then I can share to whoever will listen and maybe get somewhere in life. So mobile menu plus hierarchy. This is like, well, the indentation is like kind of a problem here. Not gonna lie, I kind of like it. It's like, it's interesting that these are a little bit inset, and then when it opens, it doesn't have to move, and it's just sort of, you know, you might not even see that happen. If you were to click on any one of these, well, okay, so you could potentially click the down arrow to twirl it open, but if you clicked on the name itself, maybe it just jumps you straight to that page. So if you're looking for something specific, you can drill down. If you click the right area, maybe these should be more blocky, and that should be like a distinct visual area, but maybe not. I think people can manage to click those little things, but maybe not. I don't know. Or I just hate putting boxes around things. You could have like an alternating background color that just kind of makes a subtle separator in between. I'll have to play with that because I don't think I want to box everything up automatically. I kind of think it looks pretty nice. It's just these arrows are floating over here, and you might accidentally click the wrong one and thinking you're clicking the right one. Not a huge deal, but so the mobile, we basically have table of contents versus the mobile jump menu. And I mean, I'm trying to think through the categories of my site and which ones would go in there and how they would get there, because that's kind of the gist of what I'm thinking. We kind of want to have all the things alphabetical, so like alpha to web, from A to web. And then the table of contents could also just be similar, alpha to end or whatever, Z. But how do these relate? Because this table of contents is actually for like a specific thing. So there could be a third layer to it, but we already have this third layer in here. 1, 2, 3. When you're at a specific thing, like this table of contents. Okay, so each page, this is like the root one, and this is like one level down. So these are probably subcategories, right? Like from the mobile jump menu, you're really just trying to find like more of a general category rather than specific sections. So it's much more finely grained, but for any page, it could be set up with sub-pages. Maybe these are kind of like the sub-pages, just as at the root level, these are the root level items. That makes sense. But do you want to have the title of the thing? It's really kind of what I've been getting at here, and should this be a lot bigger? Maybe, but I don't know. It's not absolutely necessary. So like, first, you know, this one is more, maybe they should be colored differently or something to kind of separate them, or just make it more clear where you are. But wouldn't these sub items of the page thing here be these things here? Intro, fundamentals, something. So in a very real sense, if you were to click on page, and you go to the page, and it renders the sections, then, you know, like whether you click on the title and you go to the page, or you click on a section and you still just go to the page, but it scrolls to that location. It could be a scroll to, but these also could be subcategories, especially for the mobile jump menu. These could be entirely their own page rather than a section. So that's something I was thinking about yesterday. Are these links sections within the page or entirely new pages? And that's kind of the idea behind the page block. You know, like these things, where if it's its own page, then it looks like a page, and if it's a section of a page, then maybe even it looks like a section of a page. I mean, this looks like a little tiny page right here. And so these could be the sections, and maybe you try and get that look to be as similar as possible, and literally just to scale, where you're kind of just stripping out the paragraphs and images and only having the section titles. That definitely has been part of the objective. So, well, how would that actually look? Let's say we had some sort of content area. I don't know if I want to scale this down, but that's kind of just, well, this is the big one, and we definitely need to, I don't know, just format it a bit. I guess this is just like a single column content area. Oh, that's 1,000 pixels wide. This is really big. Now we're at 100%. So that's actually a pretty big column. And I'm not sure what this freaking thing is here. And then I wanted to create a fucking hell. Let me build this up a little bit more like I was thinking, just as a quick and dirty example. Come on now. Oh my god. Delete, duplicate, second. Stretch this out a bit. And let's just go third. Alright, so then we delete this one, and we bring this over here, and we just delete the paragraphs. And so in a very real sense, the hierarchy that I'm creating over here is nearly just a preview of the stuff with the content stripped out, and obviously it could be way smaller, so this is more like 500 pixels wide, and you could potentially have a lot of them. They're not spaced out right, but that's kind of, you know, back to this thing. And so, well, but is it a page or is it a section? Fuck, man, I don't know. Trying to make one of these lighter than the others. It could even, I think how to, maybe just make it centered and manually shrink it in a little bit. That's not really what I was going for, but okay, so maybe instead of these being this color, remove that, we just put, or it could just go like that, but we should probably see a background here, fill, and then some sort of light gray. Okay, so now we see that this is a page, and these are page title and page sections. That looks nice, looks right. Could probably fudge the padding to get it to like not indent, double indent so far. And then obviously creating enter. Are these all the text layers? No, I think we need one more. And now these are all the text layers. And now we go plugins, content reel, text. I don't know full name. I guess. Why not? That's good, like little 2-word memes. Spacing's a little iffy, but I could fix that up. And yeah, that's kind of cool. The whole active state thing is a little iffy, as I was saying. Like I'd have to, well, on mobile, it's like you're not even gonna see this thing, and then I guess you could still track it and activate the one that was active, and that could go even down through subsections. But how deep do you want your subsections getting? Do you want to have like H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, H6? Probably not. You probably H2 should probably be most of the time all you need. And then, well, and also this could be, it's a little bit different of a thing now. Kind of, well, why don't I do, or just make this one back into unicorns with first section, tab, second section, tab, third section. Okay, so, and then, yeah, I guess part of the thinking is this recursion. That's another part that I haven't really figured out yet. This is almost like a, what is a nav? A sidebar nav. Could this be right aligned? Boom. Interesting. A little broken. Very broken, actually. Is there drop shadow on there? Get rid of that, and then it's like actually a little less broken. But I don't know if this is up here. Does that make sense? Is this like a desktop layout? I don't know. That actually looks kind of cool. It's a little redundant. But these sections could also be much taller. And then on a single page, you could have a ton of navigability. Like, all right, so imagine these were really, well, here, let's just take these, alt drag them in here. One of them decided to go rogue. Come on, Devin. Okay, and then like these can go here, and then all of these, shift click on Floyd, control copy, and I just click this and control paste. I'll just make this one really long too for shits. Alright, so the point is that these could be, I don't actually like how imbalanced the title, and it's just these things to click on are really small, so I think that could be fixed. But the idea is that you want to be able to have an unlimited number of things and unlimited number of sub things, and have them laid out at least reasonably well so that you can dig deeper. You can always throw stuff into a subfolder. You can always pull stuff back up to a higher level. So these are, probably should be folders. This is kind of like a file system. It looks like names and sections and content, but it's essentially, you know, we're kind of trying to blur the line between a file and content, and making the, well, so this automatic table of contents is kind of cool. I think it's we're at 46%. Here's 100%. It's pretty big, but not terrible. We got some shadows going on. I'm kind of thinking I'm gonna go pour myself a drink. It is 5:30, so a little bit early to get started, but I'm just sitting here and I got a lot of vodka to drink. So all right, what are the major problems with the hierarchical thing? It's a layout challenge. what it looks like, but it's also just the recursive part of it. So the first section can potentially hold anything. Can it hold a page? Well, yeah, it can. And how that previews and, oh man, all that stuff is kind of making my head spin. Just having this set up like this, though, is kind of nice. It's like, now it's sort of like this one also. I could just start slapping content around. That's not really what I want to do. I could kind of pull this one over here. This shouldn't be fixed height. Having some more tangible things. These also could be more like cards. These should be able to fill. I think I was doing this somewhere else earlier. I don't really remember. Didn't I turn them sideways at some point? Maybe I turned them back because it didn't look right. Oh man, this dark theme. Completely forgot about this. This is pretty cool. Yeah, I was doing some stuff here. I was getting carried away, putting like a bottom bar on there, and I was gonna go crazy with it. But the dark theme is kind of nice. Not gonna lie, I like it. I'm not sure if. Okay, I'm really struggling to figure out how to structure all these, how to think about it. How many layers do we need? Do we need big and small things? Well, that's going to make the CSS harder. And so I was falling down the rabbit hole on the grid stuff, and I didn't really figure it out. And it has something to do with this grid row end stuff. And I think it's basically like you can take so for a specific element, it's saying span 2. And it's not just saying span 2 for the height, it's saying span 2 for the width. And that's these 1, 5, 9. So I guess that makes sense. If n is 0, then it's the first element. And if n is 1, then it's the 5th. And if n is 2, then it's the 9th. And what the fuck does this mean? Grid row 2/4. Grid row 2/4. Let's ask the computer. I actually don't always trust the computer's interpretation. Sometimes I feel like it's just making shit up. So, but it's sort of better to like start there and see if it can help out. Grid column 3, grid row. I think maybe it's just specifying for that item how many. 2. Why is this one so tall? Let's ask it. What does this mean? K fossil. Oh no! Oh no! English. Fucking hell. I'm doing that shit in Spanish. Starts at column 3. Spans rows 2 to 3. 2/4 means it will end. It ends before row line 4. What? Row line 4. Grid column 3 starts at column 3. Two, 3, 4, 6. So 1, 5, 9 are doing this. Nth child 2. It's the second one, right? I thought, but there's nothing else. I don't know why this is doing this. It's crazy, man. There is no N in there, so does this mean the second child and the 5th child? I think maybe. auto rows, 100 pixels each. So each row is 100 pixels. And the second child is starting with the grid column. The third grid column, which I think is 1, 2, 3, 4. It doesn't say anything else. Grid row goes 2, so this must be 1, and then maybe this whole thing is 1, and this is the second one, and it goes from 2 till 2 and 3. But why is this one? Why is it doing that? I don't know, man. I don't know. I think generally you're just telling it where it can go, but like, alright, it's the densely packing bullshit that I'm curious about. Auto placement, blah, 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 lining as grids. I need a drink. Sorry, this is bullshit. Hey, kitty cat. Alright, so maybe I can figure out how to get some of this shit working. Alright, what was the answer about densely packing? Didn't it tell me something about, was it reading that somewhere else? Densely? Something was saying about adding dense and column. Grid auto flow. Auto flow row. Grid auto flow uses this property controls how the auto placement algorithm works, specifying exactly how auto placed items get flowed into the grid. Okay. I'm just assuming, like, so this is kind of cool. Probably all I need. These are nice little word boxes with a line on it. Alright, let's figure this out. Column. Row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's not entirely clear to me what's going on, but it's clearly going through here and then up here instead of going this way. I wonder how well this works. I hope it works. Wait, what? Can't I open these? What if it's... Well, let's try it. Where was my thing? Is this in the grid item? Or on the grid? I think there's no grid. Container. Grid auto flow dense. Come on now. That was it. Grid auto flow. Row dense. Son of a bitch. Column dense. Boom! Shakalaka. Well, why are these min width, min height? Maybe if I made them more. But why is this 3 columns here? And then it's just adding more columns? Maybe because the max width. Is there a max width? There is no max width. Alright, this could be part of my problem that I'm using variable size things here. Where were those?
In the car.
Where?
On the side, like.
I was wondering where those went.
7 when I got the kids from school and I got in the car and I looked and I'm like, oh, look at those. They could have fallen out and then there would have been gong, 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 gong.
Hi, Penny.
She had 3 scoops of ice cream.
Why?
Because it was ice cream social for the 4th of
I had 3 kinds. There was only 3 kinds, but I tried 3 of them. There's vanilla, chocolate, and strawberry. I wanted to get all of them, but they wouldn't put in the same cup.
Is this from German school?
Mhm. Can I play a game of Marvel Rivals with you?
I'm kind of working on something, but we could
You
play later.
always.
I know. I'll be done. Well, the later it gets, the more tired I get, and then I can't think about it. I'm trying to figure out how these grid things work. And kind of tricky. So
maybe if you forget, maybe I've learned about it.
Did you learn about it? Well, you see the numbers on the screen?
Mm-hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
This is where they're created. There's like a wrapper around all of them that's called the grid, and then there's
The red stuff?
Well, each one of these, I called it a grid item. So 1 through 10 are grid items, and some of them have heights on them, but some of them don't. And it's... What are you doing over there?
I don't get it.
Yeah, it's tricky stuff. I'm basically trying to make web code, and I mean, there's lots of different examples, but
What am I supposed to do?
You're not really supposed to do anything. But right now, these are just like learning areas where you learn how to write code and you see what it creates. It's sort of like drawing pictures with a computer.
Can you take a break?
You can play, Penny. You don't have to play. Like, I'm not going to be able to play with you every time. You could play by yourself. I know it's more fun to play with other people, but...
I like playing with you.
I know, I like playing with you too, but I need to keep working for a bit, okay?
Tell me when you can play.
Okay, I'll tell you.
Then I'll play the other rounds, and then...
Okay. Alright, well, let's see here. These grids aren't filling in properly in some ways, but maybe it's like, I mean, if on the wrapper I put like a grid auto flow dense, does that help? Okay. Completely separates them, but it is dense. Don't see any major holes there, but I don't know, I'm kind of just thinking that, like, instead of trying to have this omni layout that just does everything automatically, one layout to rule them all, and you just put whatever you want in there and have to configure all the child properties. I mean, it's not a bad idea, but at the end of the day, it might not handle all the cases properly, and then you might have to go... I'm going to have to go through and group them and kind of create, like, just think through, you know, the rows and columns, essentially. How do I get this to work? And then think about the responsiveness. How do I get this to, like, stack up? And the orders and whatever. And frankly, nested grids might not be a bad idea, because then you just have a lot more control over the stuff. But I don't know, it's so confusing to me how would I test what it's doing? Is there an easy way where I could figure this out? I mean, using the putting a little bit of height on a couple of these is just, it's kind of strange. Why does this go... Can we switch this, please? There we go. I thought there were some tools for analyzing the grid layout, but maybe I mean, I could watch videos about it, but a lot of videos are just going to be super long and go through all the basics that I kind of have already seen. So I'm guessing these are all 100 because that's what I said. But why is the one FR? The grid is definitely full width here. And template columns are 1 FR, but why would it... Why would it do this? I really don't feel like thinking about this right now. Maybe there's something else I can work on. There's really not. It is kind of one of the big things that I gotta figure out. Maybe I just need some like basic CSS, basic grid CSS examples. Just kind of see it build up, grid by example. Funny enough, I'm pretty sure I've been to the site before. Using line numbers, line-based placement, named lines, line-based placement, spanning tracks with the span keyword. So I mean, all right, let's think about this. Let me zoom out here and take a picture of those top ones. Are so basic. Let me just take a picture of all these. Print screen, bam. I'll try and grab the titles down there and throw it over here. Let's go to grid layout and paste this and get rid of this. Okay, so generally speaking, if you have two things, it's a pretty simple. Let's actually just make everything frames so that I can try and nest things. I've tried building these layout systems before, and every time I fail to keep it organized enough and useful enough and look the right way and not break. Okay, so let's give it a little more spacing so we can see that it's two things. And generally, well, so something like this goes to something like this. Let's just fill these on mobile. It just stacks, and that's pretty easy. Doing the 3-column, I did this on another page. I should just go grab it on main. These multi-column, this thing, like this masonry of topics. Good job, Penny. You know, this could work. It's actually not terribly hard to at least hard code the thing, but if you want them to go 1, 2, 3 across the top and then magically stack up underneath and handle varying heights for all of them, well, I could probably test that out in CSS and see if I can get it working. Maybe CodePen's a good place to do this. See if I can get back over to CodePen. So I really don't know why that would have changed the template columns. Let's ask, why would dense auto flow break the grid template columns 1FR, 1FR, 1FR. Adding it makes it go to many columns. That would be a good suggestion, but I mean, it works alternatively, and it is set correctly, and I don't think that's the answer. Avoid using auto or min content widths on children. That could be part of the problem where it's like confused about the sizing. What kind of sizing? What kind of grid item sizing width? Well, yeah, it should be. Width. Logic makes sense. Can they be auto height? I mean, these are the big questions that I'm just not even sure what to ask here. Yes, grid items can have auto height. It's the default behavior unless overridden. Common width height logic for grid items. Item height auto. Fixed width, responsive columns. Use grid template columns in the parent. Autofill. Repeat autofill min max 200 pixels 1 FR. I'm trying to remember what autofill does. Okay, so it's this is actually what I want. This is cool shit right here. This is a complex algorithm that you specify with these functions. I don't know if it's worth really digging into how this works, but I think something like this could work, and I think I actually kind of understand what's going on here. So let's see. CodePen, grid, template columns, repeat, autofill, min 200 pixels, max 1 FR. Are these all 200 pixels? 222. Where does that come from? Is that like... That's wild. I don't know. And it's 222. It's not 100. I don't know. That's weird. Or maybe it's a 1 FR thing, or I don't know. The max column is 1 FR. I don't know if this is right. Sometimes ChatGPT gives you weird shit, but let's see if we can figure this out. Grid, auto, rows. Maybe we need this to get that part to work. I think there might actually be some sort of strange contingencies between two properties, which is kind of strange. Didn't do anything. Where are you, computer? Grid auto flow dense. Let's go. Maybe this will help. Nope, nothing changed. Okay. Back to the drawing board. Yeah, that's what I want. Masonry and everything, but responsive columns. I don't understand the max.
Project presentation stuff.
Where are you going?
Elijah's project presentation stuff.
At German school?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like where he did all the stuff.
Do you have dinner plans?
Yes.
Where did that protein bar go?
I don't know. I stopped at Aldi and I got some meatballs and I'll make some spaghetti meatballs and Caesar salad really quick.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, I suppose. Where's my... Is there one on the counter there? I had two of them and I ate one and I thought I brought the other one downstairs. I didn't eat it. Mindless. I've been eating well when I had breakfast. I don't remember anything, but... So, what is this saying? Each column must be at least 200 pixels, but can grow to fill available space. I don't know if it might just mean no max. Like, it might not actually matter so much here, I think is what might be going on. But okay, so 200 pixels. I really don't know why this is 220 something. It's sort of like, it's almost like it's 200 wide plus the size of the number. That's what it looks like, clearly, but that's wild. I don't know. That's kind of... Alright, maybe we get rid of this and this and let's resize this and just see. Okay, so how is this doing this? What?
It's the guy who has like the hair coming in spikes.
Yeah, I think Wolverine often has spiky hair. What? Okay, so alright, these are pretty wide. These don't. Oh, they do get sort of as wide. It's almost like it's a max width around 270. But what is causing that to break or to stack or whatever? It's doing a decent job of auto columns, like,
Yeah, he is the guy.
and it's kind of doing like the min width thing. Like, okay, so definitely when it hits the min width, maybe it's hitting the minimum width. 200. Okay, that makes sense. It hits the minimum width and then grows to whatever it can. But like, okay, as it gets up here, why does it stack up? Oh, because it can. Because of the minimum width. Once it, as long as all of them can be the minimum width, then it just fills the rest. That's interesting. Okay, it's sort of like a target and minimum. And if it can fit another one, if it can fit all of them on there, and it stretches them, so like the size of them are that's crazy. That's ooh, interesting. At this point, it can't do it, and so this is the biggest they ever get, unless it gets okay. So at here, that just maxes out. Wait, what happens there? Whoa! What is that?
Pretty bad.
What is that? It's no, there's no, it can't hit the maximum. It's going back to 200. That's weird. I don't think that should happen. Okay, well, CSS grid, definitely a big question mark. I can go make myself another drink. Better stop that vehicle!
I'm not.
The announcer voice is trying to tell you what to do. It's trying to help you. Like, you trying to stop the vehicle. So your right click, you know how to do the right click? Yeah, that one? Oh no, you hit shift.
Yeah.
Wolverine has two jumps. The shift is the big jump. Let me tell you, when he jumps, look, let's say this is Wolverine, and this is another player. When he jumps really high, and he likes to jump over them. There's two ways I think you can use this. If you're really close, look, if you're really close, then when you jump and you actually you tackle them and you bring them with you. But if you're far away, look, like this, if you hit shift, if you see somebody really far away and you hit shift, you know you're going way up in the air, but then you come back down, then you can hit them. Also, there's the right click, which is a really short cooldown. It's just a short jump. Look, it's more like this. It's just a short jump. So if you need to like get around a corner or chase somebody, you use the right click. I think it actually does damage. It hits them. All right. All right, so these auto columns are pretty cool. They're like stretchy, but they use one number, not like a min-max. It's sort of a min-max, but it's kind of a fake max. And so it's sort of just the one min-width. It's basically like a fit algorithm. It's like a best fit. Best way to describe that. They're stretchy, and it's a best fit. So I need to make these examples in more of a documented way so I can share them with people. I can do that on my website. I gotta figure out the navigation and how to just put the pages in the right spot. That shouldn't be too hard. But to do that, I might want to use some grids. So I gotta figure them out. Now I'm wondering, here, let me just remove these and see if it does the same thing. Yeah, it looks exactly the same. So, not sure what those are doing, if anything. I would say it's kind of cool having IDE. It's really just like the three code windows, the rendered image, and the dev tools all open at the same time on the same screen. Like usually you had to, like on a laptop screen, there's not enough room. On a giant monitor, you got like double the screen space. So this repeat autofill min-max. The autofill means, it basically means automatically create more columns, and that's kind of crazy. Oh yeah, because you need the min-max. Why is it so loud out there? What is blowing around? So the min width and min height. So the min height seems to actually be working, sort of, although I got now cheese on my fingers, powdered cheese from these like popcorners. Here, let's go live. Wait for it. You know how to heal? Yeah, you gotta keep your team alive. You can push E. You can push E to throw bubbles. They stay on the floor. They make you faster and they heal you. It's the only way to heal yourself with the shark. You have to throw bubbles to heal yourself. Okay, so what was I just thinking? Oh, I was trying to inspect to see if these are 50 pixels, but I mean, if I took that off, it would probably just shorten up a little bit because the number is then setting the size for the window. And that's good. So the min height I'll try the min width now. I don't think it's doing much. Let me see if I can make sense of that. Well, so I get rid of the min width at 100, and probably that doesn't matter anymore because the min for the columns, the grid, is 200 pixels, and so the 100 pixels never actually had a chance to do anything. So that's interesting. If we set this to 100 pixels, it's going to now make a completely different, smaller columns, and it does the same thing. It does this weird jumpy thing at some point, which is whoa, whoa, whoa. It's like jumping all over. That's weird. Why? It should just like fix itself like at that point, but it's not hitting a max. It should still stretch. Now they should just stretch 1 FR. Each one's 1 FR. There's no more of them. Weird. Actually kind of weird. I think it's broken. A bug. When you're dealing with these things and you're thinking like, I can't possibly be the only person who's dealing with this issue. Is this actually a bug? Like, it's not supposed to work like that. They just didn't catch it. Nobody really uses it this way, and so, or I don't know. I don't fucking know. Those things are crazy. It's, you know, sort of the gaslight, you know. Let's set this to 400 pixels and see what happens. Boom, now they can get way bigger. Now we don't have so much problem. And it's not so hard to make a 400 pixel block. I can do that. And they're pretty responsive. The interesting thing here is like, I was just thinking about element queries. It's like, okay, do I use element queries so that each one of these things can, well, each one of them is stretching. It's going from, well, maximum, is there a maximum? It's more of a, is it like a multiple of the minimum? The fuck is that? It sounds like aluminum siding just bending and clashing all over the place. I don't know what the heck I'm hearing out there. Alright, right before it breaks, the maximum width-ish is 537. And it's sort of because it's going to the 400 minimum times 4 is 1200. And so it has to do with the gap size, but it's essentially like the next interval, you know, when it jumps to this 4 up, I would call this 4 up because you have 1, 2, 3, 4 are up, 5, 6, 7, 8 are next. It's four columns, 3 columns, 2 columns, 1 column. But it's really cool because doing this without kind of hard coding so there's no breakpoints here. That's really the gist of it. So you could do it before with flex boxes and at each one of these points. So right there, right there, right there, right there, 1. So here's 1 breakpoint, the first kind of default maybe, mobile first, 1, 2. So there's a first breakpoint, but like the second set of code, third set of code, fourth set of code, fifth set of code, sixth set of code, and it could potentially just keep going. If you wanted that to work that way, where it's just kind of bouncing back and forth between like min and max width, or it's really just min width and next interval or whatever it is, it would take a lot of code, and you know, it's crazy. It's crazy how complex layout is and how simple it could be and whatever. It's not that hard once you figure it out and decide exactly what you want. Like, this is pretty cool. So I'm definitely going to use something like this, I think, on my website. But I don't fully understand what it's doing. And especially, like, well, when this was small and this would kind of max out, definitely don't want to do that, because that was Well, it's not as obvious until you get down to 100 pixels. And having that many things and it's this little glitchy business. I don't know what it's doing. Why is it struck? Oh, because it's like it's putting fake. So it's auto-filling fake columns or empty columns. It's creating these like it's filling in empty space with emptiness, and there's nothing actually there, and so it is kind of broken. But maybe that's how they specified it. Maybe that's how the spec works, and it's doing what it's supposed to. I don't know. Now, when it comes to my website, and well, what if you just had? I'm trying to think this through. What if you made this like 1,000 pixels?
Daddy,
Yeah.
now can you play with me?
Penny, I'm working. I really need to figure this out. You're in the middle of a game, by the way. Now it's round 2. You lost the first round. See if you can win this one. You have to play better. You have to kill more people. Like, do more damage. Stay with your team. Always be doing damage. The more time, like if there's ever a time where you're looking around not doing damage, then that's a time where you could have been doing more damage. So, it's a tricky game, but like, don't play just to like run around and have fun. You want to play to win, right?
I'm gonna see how many.
It's a team game. You're on a team, and you want your team to win.
There's 2 healers.
All right. So the whole thing here is all right. So this is where it's finally able to put two. It's basically 2,000 plus pixels. It's way more than that, according to this number, but because that's got this built into it. Anyway, it's this is way bigger, obviously. Well, so it's automatic responsiveness without having to do media query breakpoints, and that's cool. And you've been sort of able to do that with Flexbox so far. It works a little, questionably, or at least like some of the side effects. That, once you get it all set up, it's like, okay, yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, but there's some side effects in terms of just how it wraps, or I forget. It's like there's a bunch of shit going on. This, creating a horizontal scroll bar, no bueno. You'd have to set a breakpoint to switch over from this layout to a different, just normal, like, what it should do there, instead of creating a horizontal scroll bar, because it's obeying this, like, min-max thing so hard. Well, I don't know. Should it? Maybe there's different priorities of rules, and so maybe you prioritize a better rule that says, don't be bigger than the window. Essentially, it's usually a pretty good idea, especially for a responsive like layout. So, doing giant size ones isn't so good. But well, what if we do 600 pixels? Now this raises actually a really good question. What you probably do, you probably have to switch it over at 600 pixels. It will, cause wonky layouts where like your users are drifting side to side and get a scroll bar and text gets cut off. But you can have text get completely cut off if you scroll to one side or the other. So that's kind of shitty. Ooh, it zooms itself out. Look at how small it gets. That's crazy. That's crazy, Code Pen. You're so small. Alright. What are you laughing about, Penny?
I'm like, they were like, huh, and I was just like,
So, columns, grids, how do we get this shit done? Well, yeah, the min-width thing definitely fails in that sense. However, as a sort of like a utility, yeah.
now can you?
No, I'm not ready to play it yet. I'm deep in thought, and I need to keep kind of pushing through this because.
Are you on the same part?
What?
Are you on the same part?
I'm trying to figure something out, and it's like a very tricky problem, and so I have to think it through.
Oh, you passed the other one.
Well, I'm changing. Look, do you see all this code?
Mm-hmm.
All the words I'm writing actually do something very specific. They're like keywords. They're special words. Grid, template, columns, repeat, autofill, min max, 600 pixels, 1 FR. It would take most people a long time to figure out what all this stuff means, and it's kind of complicated. But it does do something. Do you see these blocks up here?
Yeah.
How many columns do you see? Do you know what a column is?
No.
It's one column of numbers, right?
One,
and
one,
blocks.
one,
It's just
one,
one column. Now how many columns are there?
2.
There's 2 columns. Now how many columns?
3.
And it's doing that with
4.
this code here. It's these columns, template columns, repeat. It's
Can
basically...
there only be 4?
Well, on my screen it only kind of goes that high, but if my screen were bigger, or if I like shrunk this down... Look, there... Oh, there's still 4. I can zoom out, and it might go to 5. Look, now it's 5. I can zoom out, and it's 6. Zoom out, and it's 10.
10 columns?
But I'm zoomed out. I'm at 33% zoom.
What's that mean?
It's probably an amber alert. Let's see. Dust storm warning.
That's sort.
Be prepared for sudden zero visibility. Pull aside, stay alive. When visibility drops, pull far off the road. No, you're fine. Let's call the wife and just make sure she got it, so she's not in the dark.
I'm going in the basement.
I've never heard of a dust storm in Illinois. No, you're fine. Don't be scared yet. They'll sound the tornado alarms if there's something really dangerous. We'll hear it.
I'm going down.
Hello?
Hi. Can you
Hello? Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I just got like a weird emergency alert for. Wait for it. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Emergency dust sandstorm or something. I don't even know where it went. Did you get it?
No, I don't know. My phone was. I need to check, but it's super duper windy, and it was already when I was waiting earlier. I was glad I had my sunglasses because it blew so much dirt around and hurt my eyes constantly.
Really?
So I believe it. Yes, it's super windy. It's crazy out here.
Well, so what it said on the alert was be prepared for zero visibility, pull over.
All right, yeah,
I find it hard to believe that would actually happen, but maybe it's just like
there were a few spots where it looked very kind of like foggy, cloudy almost. So I believe it. If it picks up enough, since it hasn't rained in a while, if it picks up enough of like dry dirt
and just keeps accumulating and like that'd be crazy.
and just picks it up and keeps it pushing and keeps it pushing, and if it picks up enough, then it can get very thick. I believe it immediately.
All right, good luck out
eating
there.
Donuts. They're taking a break, and I think they're having donuts.
Wow.
Hey. I don't even have to make dinner if that's all they're eating. All right. I'll see you later. Bye.
Penny, what are you doing down there? Penny! What are you doing? What are you doing down there? It is super windy out, so I don't know about a dust storm in Illinois. There's just so many trees around, but I guess my wife was saying there's a lot of dirt blowing around, so that's crazy. I've literally never even heard of that in Michigan or Illinois, so certainly in dustier states, desert states, but we're far from that, aren't we? Okay, so can this work? Yeah, what I was just thinking is that maybe a certain minimum Not too low, not too high, just about right. 400 pixels or so. Could be... Well, and it wouldn't even have to be autofill, like, equal columns. Like, that could be default. Penny, are you alright? Penny! What are you doing? Come here! No, they're not kidding, but like it's just dusty outside. It's not a tornado. It's windy, but there's no tornado warning. It's just it said if you're outside, there might be so much dirt in the air that it might be hard to see. So it won't affect us. We're inside. We have windows. We're sealed from the outside.
No, it just means that it's windy and there's so much dust.
That's basically what it means. All right.
But the birds are moving a bit, not a lot. Okay, now
It's pretty windy out there.
just where is the dust?
I don't know. Your mom said she saw dirt flying around, so maybe there is.
And to kind of like keep it open a bit so I can see.
The door or the window shade? Keep the window closed. We don't need dirt in here. I don't see any dirt, but it is pretty windy. Alright, I gotta keep working. You're gonna go play or something. Maybe not until later. I'm still trying to figure this out. Penny, don't cry at me. You can't play shooting fighter games if you're going to be crying about it. You gotta toughen up a little bit. And I can't always play with you. There's some days I'm not going to play with you at all. It's just how life goes. Alright, if you're going to watch TV, I'm going to close this so that the microphone doesn't pick up as much TV noise. So, these elastic, responsive, auto resizing, auto recolumning. It's really the jumping from 2 to 3 to 4 columns thing that you could either do manually or you could sort of do min-max with stuff with Flexbox, and I've looked at this repeat autofill for grid. I don't know all the caveats. I'm sure there's a lot of them, so sort of what I'm thinking through here, like, could this work? I'm sure if I tried to use this, I'd find all kinds of problems with it. Well, I can't do that. I can't do that. You're going to have to find a workaround for all these things, and, well, as doing some sort of JavaScript-based layout, I could resize all of these things manually, just calculating all the numbers myself. But that can be like a dependency circle that can blow up pretty quick. If you accidentally change something that triggers a change within a change, then boom, you're done. It's really the variable size thing that I haven't played around with yet. And I think putting variable sizes on here is exactly what I should do. Style. My fingers are all cheesy again. Width. No. Height. 200 pixels should be a lot more than what we got. Okay. So the first one is 200 pixels and the next two take on the same height. But what if the second one is 300 pixels? No. Oh no, okay, there we go. And we're not densely wrapping like it's told us to. I think it was something like this. What does auto rose do? Auto rose. Auto rose auto. What does that do? Auto rose 50. Okay. Interesting. Do we want rows? Or do we just want columns with like no rows? That's actually what we want, right? We don't need this shit to line up horizontally. Hold on a second. Let me dump these crumbs into my mouth. Prepare the bag for emptying. Lean back. Brilliantly executed. No fuss, no muss. Gotta lick the cheese off my fingers again. So grid auto rose auto I think just means. Wait, what? Is this the height? Size of an implicitly created grid row tracker. It's the height of the column. If you're talking about height, you should just name it height. This should be like grid auto row height. Right? Because that's we're talking whatever value we're talking about here is a height value of the frickin' column. Or a row, sorry. So I don't know if we need that. The height of my rows is pretty much auto already. Let's get rid of that one. Just go with auto flow. Dense doesn't do jack shit. Just checking to make sure it's live updating and that the CSS I added has taken effect, and it has, and the auto flow dense doesn't work. But the two stepchildren of auto flow are row dense and column dense. Oh, that's what I did last time. I don't know about that, man. I think that's some bullshit. I have no idea what it's doing. It's probably a bug. But we'll go ahead and nix that. So the height on number 1 is 200 pixels. Number 2 is 300 pixels. And these guys could clearly fill that in. Why not? Wait, what? Where did the auto flow dense go? This is the problem. Why doesn't the 4 fill in that area? Now, the question would be how, and if it used the standard gap size, the space below there, then there'd be like a bigger gap below. That'd probably be better than nothing. Shouldn't this just slide up there? But the algorithm's complicated, and I'm not sure if trusting it is the right thing. Well, I don't think that. I think maybe throwing randomly sized things in here is maybe part of the problem. Well, okay, so how about grid template? I do want auto size columns. I want auto size or randomly sized content. I think the grid is the wrong tool, because this is crazy. Like, does the grid really fail? Like, I don't know. It seems like I'm probably the one missing something. But let's think this through.
I am looking for smart people to help me build a community.
Sort of like,
And I'm looking to collect email addresses to help me get some feedback. Like, what's going to work, what's not going to work, I have no idea. This is really frustrating. It's not amazing yet, but in time it could be.
More visibly about half.
If I'm going to create a mastermind community, you're going to learn soon enough who I am, what I'm trying to do.
This and this.
I've had a ridiculous struggle trying to just make this video that I'm recording right now. And if you're trying to become successful and build something, you might want to know that, like, there's some invisible dragons you have to fight in order to get there. Just click the link, fill out the survey, takes 2 seconds, and then we can get started.
This is the layout.
You have to be signed in to complete the form, so just click the sign in button and you can sign in with any Google account.
Line up anywhere.
You need to check the checkbox to give me your email address, but I won't publish these. This is going into a spreadsheet and it'll stay safe.
Flooring is
I will plan on sending one update email at some point in the near future with maybe another video and survey like this if you want to keep going, but only one email, no spam.
Weird like that.
And then there are 2 questions to write whatever you want to give me a little feedback about the mastermind community and about the WebOS. The WebOS simply is better software.
This is crazy.
The WebOS is basically a simple web framework that can let us build all the cool things on a cohesive single platform and make it all synergize, you know, like all the user authentication and file systems and applications and settings. It's a big vision, but once you figure it out, it's actually pretty cool. Now, the mastermind community is a place where people can come together and level up, team up, maybe build a business or 3. And if you want to join the Discord server, you can come hang out with me. Hopefully we get a small community to grow, and as the community grows, we're going to get better. I can get better at making better videos and recruit more people and maybe get some real money to fund this thing and do it properly. So click the link, fill out the form, give me your email address, and stay tuned for the update video. Then I can keep this hope alive. Thanks for watching and have a great day. Don't forget to click the link and fill out the form.
It's not there. Sort of was there at one point. Where is that thing? Where's the video playing from? That's crazy. It's not this one. Maybe it was this one? Maybe. Let's hope so. Jesus Christ. Alright. Wait, what? That looks crazy, dude. Sheesh. I should be able to resize this column. I can't. I was taking my tomatoes outside for it, and it was nasty. I had to immediately take a shower. I had to immediately take a shower? Crazy. Whoa. That's a dust storm. Holy shit. Cloud goes dark. Maybe I need to prepare for this. Let's ask ChatGPT what I need to do for a dust storm. A dust storm is moving in here in Aurora, Illinois. Never happened since I have been here in 10 years. What we are indoors, is there anything should do? I mean, I don't know. I think it actually pulls in inside air. It's getting really hazy outside, like super cloudy, a little like stormy looking, but it actually kind of is too bright to be stormy. It's almost as if it's actually like dust particles. I don't see any like visible dirt flying around, but kind of crazy. It's very windy. Hopefully it's safe to drive. I really wish my drink was hitting me harder because my brain is dead and I'm not feeling this. Well, okay, so where was I? Figma, columns, the variable height notes that I could put like on a homepage or something, and potentially even the idea was if I could get them to kind of auto flow, like at some point this whole stretchy business I'm doing on the other page between like 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 columns. That's sort of what I want here. The problem is it doesn't do a good job stacking it. It leaves big gaps in there, and then you just have this like maybe not like that, but it's sort of like it doesn't stack properly. Even though there's a property for stacking densely, it just doesn't do it. It's like I don't want rows. Forget rows at all. I just want columns, and I want them to stack. Problems with grid dense. Let's just say CSS grid dense. Yeah, what about this space here, guys? Column dense. What's the answer? Nobody knows. Like, oh, sorry. It's like nobody actually knows. Sure, grid flow is always dense even when omitted. What? If the dense keyword is omitted, a sparse algorithm is used. What? Where the placement algorithm only ever moves forward in the grid. It's like I have no idea. No fucking idea what you're saying, or if it matters. Dense is not working. The grid has strict rows and columns. Alright, so my gut is telling me this is broken. And even if it's not broken, the properties they've made don't make enough sense. This is the API. This is the API that they expect everyone to learn to make, potentially very complex layouts that are doing all kinds of smart things like stacking properly. And this does kind of hug this little corner here, but like, is that really specified directly via these numbers thrown around? And like, does anyone understand what's going on here? I don't think so. So maybe, but I hate to try and think through my own layout math and kind of structure the math dependencies essentially so you're like subscribing to certain other layout variables. So as everything changes, there's like these properties that are calculated, and each one of the calculated properties can be subscribed to, and when it changes it can publish that change event, and other things can subscribe to it and then change, and that's a little crazy. I think that's where React comes in, is that people were having like these loops of death because they were changing too much shit at the wrong time and couldn't figure out why it was breaking, and they're just like, wait, let's just do all the changes and then do all the updates or whatever. I think it's kind of what React does, but you can do that in other ways. Definitely getting dustier out there. Holy fuck. Can't see the sky. Man, that is crazy. Hey, Penny. super dusty. Oh my god. Definitely getting dustier. I'm just looking out in the field and seeing the visibility going from I can see across the field to no longer can see across the field. I put my head out the front door and it smelled a little different. But the visibility was a little cloudy and low, but it didn't seem terrible. This is kind of crazy. I mean, there should be a visibility index of some kind. This is definitely not 0. You can still see. Still see halfway across the field. Or I can barely make out the factory behind the train tracks. But I can see part of it. See the smokestacks. I can see the train right now. So there's, decent visibility still. Alright, so here's the thing. If I like those kind of squishy, responsive columns, but they worked with the grid. One of the okay, it's really hard to even explain, but essentially, if this is 1 and this is 2, you don't want 18 to go like right here. The way these stack up, like, do they... Okay, if this is a column, this is how it's structured right now, I could get rid of this and it looks a little bit more normal, and if this goes 1, 2, 3 this way, then 3 is down here and it's not even seen up here, and like 4 is down here, 5 is down here, and then we go to 6. 6 gets like front, top, center slot. So you don't really want to like dump things in there that way. You kind of want them to be able to go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then at some point 5. And so 5 has to go from here, and then it has to wrap. One and these actually here. Let's select this and this and this and this and enter and copy. Clip here and paste. That's weird. Let's take it out and Shift A and can't wrap. Grid beta. Nice grid, but kind of not. I don't know. Like, what is this? Oh my god. It looks like Figma's trying to make their own grid system, but I don't like this already. What happens if I make this bigger? Oh. What happens if I make this bigger? Oh. Interesting. Auto. I would guess it's trying to mimic what the CSS grid is doing that I was just playing around with, but that's kind of bullshit. All right, if you just take, can't I just do, isn't there a wrap? Did they get rid of wrap? Maybe they changed wrap to grid. Oh, fork. That's crazy. Did they really update the UI and can you not wrap shit anymore? Shift A and then, oh, here's wrap. Wrap, boom, boom. Okay, yeah, I was doing that earlier. Why can't I wrap this? Is this enter? Shift enter. Where's the wrap button, guys? Come on. Well, what if it's this one first and then a wrap button? This is crazy. Actually crazy, man. Well, Control Shift G. There's nothing in those spots. This is just a bunch of things. Shift A.
enter and these are all uniformly spaced, which is weird. Let's just delete this. Well, I have no idea what's going on here. Let's take these. Well, let's take this and these. Control copy, control paste. But instead of these just being a big stack, we turn on wrapping. Maybe it has something to do with these being fill instead we want them fixed with. And then when we go like this, why can't we let these wrap, people? Fuck, no, God. Oh, I want this going down and wrapping to the top to keep going. Maybe they just broke layout. They don't know what they're doing, and they just completely effed it in the B. Do I need another drink? It's not gonna help right now. I'm kind of just in la la land, burned out, snacking on chocolates, drinking my drinks, trying to get a handle on layout bullshit. There's a lot of complex layouts going on here. There's so much complexity. I highly doubt they've figured out. It seems like they're trying to like name everything and give it, this. Well, at the same time, they're trying to create like some basic properties that you can edit. So maybe they're headed in the right direction, but I feel like the actual UI, the UX, the way that a designer or developer in the future, in 1,000 or 1,000,000 years, is going to create layout is going to be way different. Maybe it's going to be sort of based on what these things are, but I really wish I could just get a fucking wrapping layout working. Like, what is going on here? All right, let's go this way. Why did that happen? I guess hug. I guess, all right, now we can wrap, huh? Okay, but it's obviously not going to wrap properly. That's wild. I think there's a number of things going on here. Right now, the next row is below the previous row, but once this hits here, then the 2 goes over here, and the height of the first row changes, and the height of the second row changes. That's kind of crazy. But it doesn't work the same. They're not stretching. They're not stretchy. They're fixed width, and so they just stay there and they don't do anything. So, all right, a layout engine, a proper layout engine could do any layout. And even if it's not like possible with the given presets, if there's a limited number of preset kind of algorithm. So the layout gives you algorithms. Let's write this down. Layout engine. Forget this for a second. Layout engine. Number 1, layout engine gives you basic controls. And you can create anything with it. I'm wondering if this dust is coming in here, if I should like put a mask on. It's getting really hazy out there. It's not terrible in here, but it's like, what the heck is this crap? This could be like some sort of massive like chemical storm that some evildoer is like, fuck it, we're just gonna wipe all these people out, make them breathe some toxic shit for a minute, and then boom, they're gone. And then they look into what happened, and nobody knows anything because that's just how it works. And it's actually crazy to think that that's possible. I mean, this is a crazy windstorm, which might be less possible to change the weather, although there's stories of people being like, can the government alter the weather? Good question. HARP? It's like Alaskan array of like radio antennas. Like, could someone pull
pollute the air in a massive way that kills an entire city. I actually think this is probably true. There are harsh chemicals, and in the right dose, a strong enough concentration, it could, it'd probably take a, this would probably take a continuous, sustained release, like, dosage. It's like to poison an entire city's air, you'd have to just release truckloads of it every mile for like 100 square miles continuously for like 3 days. Release truckloads every mile for 100 square miles continuously for 3 days, I think is what I said. But yeah, that's the kind of idea, is like how much, where is it going? And so, well, that'd basically be, well, how frequently? I said continuously. What if it's once a day? What if it's like 1 truckload a day every mile? Even if it's just like a continuous line, 3 truckloads a day? 3 truckloads per day of some heavy concentrated poison might only cost like 10 million. Which is fucking crazy, right? Like, if a terrorist was serious, they'd be able to do some terrible shit, like, pretty easily. That's the problem with life, right? 3 truckloads per whatever. Is it clearing up? I don't know. I'm feeling like my eyes are getting a little watery. It's definitely cloudy as heck. It's cleared up a little bit, actually. It's still super cloudy, but the visibility is cleared up. Almost as if it's blown over, partially blown over, but still sort of airborne. Like there might be different kind of clouds that are passing through of different sizes. And the main dust cloud already passed, and now it's just kind of like a lingering, like, micro dust cloud that's bigger and less dense, but, you know, more persistent and lasts longer just due to the weight of the and size of the particles or something. Who knows what's actually in the air right now? Like, I can see the consequences of it, but it's not really clear what exactly it is. I'm looking at the sky was changing colors, and it went from like more of a brown. I probably should have taken a picture. It went from more of like a darker brown to a, not like dark brown, but like a slightly glowing sky brown. It's evening. It's not super dark yet. There's still some sunlight kind of peeking through, but it's kind of a brownish color. The dust cloud, or that's what I would kind of just interpret it as. And now it's more of a light gray. The brownish is lifted. Actually, the blue sky is out. If I go and look straight up over our house, it's mostly blue, but off in the distance towards the factory, it's still gray. Okay, so how do I do this? How do I get things to wrap without having to calculate prominence and order and recompose? If I start doing like, okay, first how many columns? 1, 2, okay, let's do 4 columns. All right, now let's go 1, 2, 3. This should be 4, obviously, and 5 goes down there. This is the inherent problem here of flexbox columns, is that, you know, you gotta then 4 might be it right here, 1, 2, 3. If it's 3 columns, 4 might come down here and wrap, or 4 might go into its own column. And so now we're just recomputing the entire thing. And that's generally what the website was doing a second ago. Let me see if I can find it. This one. I don't know if this is actually working properly, but essentially, okay, interesting. 200 and 300. It doesn't fill gaps perfectly, even with the gap filling dense mode turned on. But what it does do is it's stretching and then re-stretching and figuring out the right width automatically with very little information input, so that's good. And I've said that like 12 times now. I'm not getting anywhere. Maybe I'm gonna play some Albion. I don't know. I'm feeling just kind of burned out and spacey as fuck. So let's go play some Albion. I'm gonna go pour myself another drink while this is maybe updating. Oh no, let's go. All right. The 8th hour of this stream is going to be some maybe some Albion. Where'd Max go? There he is. Let's see who these dudes are in Discord. Discord's such a weird thing. Streamer mode enabled. I don't even know what that means. This is Marvel Rivals. Where's MAGA? Oh, there's like a... Who's Operation Ghost? I'm not sure who that is. Nobody's names show up when I'm streaming, apparently. Cheeto, I know that guy. I don't know what the chef thing is. Chef and cook. Crazy. There must be a CTA. I didn't seem to get a notification of it, although I don't have those set up properly right now. Notifications are weird. Guild alerts. Probably shouldn't stream this. This is maybe proprietary info. But nobody watches my stream, so who the fuck cares, right? Passing now from HQ, 6:55. That was 15 minutes ago. Is that Viarge? Alright, let's just jump in here and see what they're saying.
If someone check Nemesis stream.
Offline.
Do you need a carving for party one?
Yes.
You guys are in Widow?
Yes.
Do you want plate carving or Hellion?
What's up?
Do you want plate armor carving or Hellion?
Yes, play.
So,
Can I get a 1 scout southwest, please?
that's definitely Viarge.
I'll go.
There's so many good castles. There's a gold, there's a purple, there's
I don't
two
know if
blue.
I don't know if they'd care if they knew I
Two
was
purples,
streaming.
actually.
I'm not streaming to anyone. I have 0 viewers.
Names. 3 purples in Mortlook.
Just to verify.
What the hell? The only castle that didn't spawn is Avalanche Ravine and Longfellmar. Everything else is blue or above.
Where's my
That is wild.
concurrent viewer 0? It's
Maybe this attracts people from other cities. Ah, there's another legendary in course. God damn it. This rotation is insane. Why are you dying, bro?
We're just killing these guards over here.
well.
Okay.
So they're. I know where these guys are, and I
We
can
can
probably
start
suit up
going to
pretty
bash.
quick.
Come on.
I think. Transport. Move all from inventory. I'm gonna need one of these. I haven't done one of these in a long ass time, so.
Hello, am I late?
A wizard is never late.
A wizard?
His voice is
I'm a
sounding
wizard.
familiar. That's Eddie, right?
Come here, guys. Bring the banner.
Try to put these in my.
This castle rotation is insane. It's
I think it's the right.
Is it? We got purple. Whoa.
There's 3 purples, 2 blues, 1 legendary in Mortlock.
Wait, where's the 3 purples? Oh, MGR.
MGR,
The
GMC,
problem with
and
me
Meadow.
trying to join
GMC
anything but a
is.
healer is that like I'm just under
Purple on
prepared
my
and
screen. It's
equipped and
Oh no,
When
it's
I
not
click
standard.
it, it's
Yeah, you're right.
green.
Standard.
But
Yeah.
my map says it's blue.
Yeah, GMC is not purple. Well, BVP is legendary.
I'm not a chef or a
And
cook.
course is also legendary.
So I can't come as like whatever I want. There's like these chefs and these cooks, and
Course?
I'm neither.
Course,
I don't know who half these people.
Who's gonna
are
go all the way
who
out there?
are them though, like
I mean, the people that live there.
Hilo.
Ilio, guess what? 4 p.m.
let's see if he's got his.
Where's all my brawlers, man?
What's up, dude?
We
my
didn't
brawler?
show. We didn't show party 1 and 2.
I could do a chariot.
I got Yato. No
The
Gumby.
content. The content was too exhausting at 22. People went to bed after. It drained them.
I've been up since 4 doing hard manual labor, and I'm here. Wake up, people.
Where's
It's
my
content.
push to talk? Where's Hodie?
It was hard to not stand in the choke at 22 for some people. Like, their hands were moving the cut. Oh.
Tough.
He
It has
does
to
not
fight
have a
against it.
chariot.
No.
I don't have a chariot.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Eddie, that's all you, man.
Yo, the castle's gates are destroyed. The
Thought I
guards
had
are
a
ready to
chariot.
defend it.
Yeah, I'm checking
Yo,
right now.
someone check it.
I'll tell you who it is. I'll check it right now.
I'm on the west gate. And there's
Find it.
nobody.
It's the west side gate that's broken.
Oh,
Who broke it?
it's not broken. I clicked through it, man.
Wait, then how is there a guard? Wait, what? I'm so confused then.
Is
Thought
it
I
when
had
I
some
broke the
battle
castle of
mounts
the
out here,
Derry?
but
No. The
No,
door
it-
of the Derry?
apparently not.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, it said the castle gates destroyed.
Yeah. It did say that.
When
But
you
it was
broke the
almost at the
Terry
same
gate.
time. It's
Was
like
it
almost at the same
2
time.
seconds after 15?
I got a battle eagle there.
I mean, someone can check the VOD or something, but I'm pretty sure it was the same time, yeah.
That's weird.
Because if the gates are not broken, then yeah, it's obviously but I think.
They gonna defend?
Oh, doesn't look like Max is.
I don't know.
gonna be
Nemesis is not
carrying.
streaming right now.
Yeah, stop using Fed. For real, so. Smart guy.
What the fuck is this doing here? This is just some bunch of weird, random shit.
Cheeto?
There's
What's
just
she-
so many good castles right now. They will split everyone. That's the problem.
I don't know if I can catch up with these guys.
Instead of forcing everyone into one map, people have too much choice right now.
For real, yeah. What are we gonna do?
Try
Like
to go
the
for three
only
castles and
better
get zero.
place to go would be course or PvP. That's the upgrade. Otherwise, that's not an upgrade if I go for another purple. It's better to do here and to do raids. That's all.
Course isn't. I don't know which course they're talking about. I used to live out
Kill
of
these guards. 3, 2,
Crown Fair
1.
course. There's no way.
Did we
Is
break
this
that
legendary?
hideout yesterday?
Holy shit.
Is it gone?
It's a
Yeah.
long way away. My old guild used to have a hideout right here.
Hey, just the DPS. Just the DPS with me. Kill the guard, the major man. Just the DPS. Drop your E's when you have them.
Cheeto. Why aren't you DPS?
There's a DPS. Too many people close. Too many people close. Healers, D-tanks. You need to get back. Thank you. Thank you. It zaps if there's more than 20 people on it. So if there's less than 20, you can dive this thing and it won't hurt. That's why ganking group fuck you under the mage when you think you're safe. Because they send like 15 guys and they're never gonna get over 20.
Maybe I'm gonna not play Albion. Oh, okay.
Druid self-rated. That is crazy. Actually, no, they lose the energy. Maybe they bring everything to DPS. I'm not sure.
The fuck is STI?
They're gonna take our top 2.
Let's go drop this in Verge. Let's kill the mage first. Come kill the mage. Come kill the mage. Come with me. How many mage alive?
Are they in
There's still
Verge?
3 more. Might as well make some season points.
Max said he could grab me a chariot. I don't know where you guys are. I'm late to the party here.
There's a
Please,
box.
babe.
I don't know if you have the roll though.
Area?
We're in Highstone Meadow.
We're gonna go to Verge,
I just
so
grab it, man.
Okay.
I'm gonna go drop this. Can someone go and raise a banner in Plateau right now?
If you trade me one,
Yeah.
I'm next to you. Following you.
Here.
You have a guard on you.
Uh,
Wait, no, you don't. You're good, you're good.
I'm getting healed and shit. What? Nice. Be creative, guys. Clump the guards with your abilities. Be creative.
You can
Ah,
walk
you
the
guys suck.
guards together if they're focusing you too. You can walk them all into one spot if you have aggro. And then the healers can focus that one spot. Their
You
AoE
can use
Qs.
Robe of Purity. Okay, how the mage dead? Mages are dead. Okay, come up, please.
Holden's back.
What up,
Who's the one
tofu?
that needs who's the one that needs a chariot? I could come get you right now.
It's me, and I got it. Should I just stay here and Verge?
Yeah, we're coming
We're
to
meta right
Verge.
now. Yeah.
Could I have a gloves or somebody take this energy from me?
Yeah. All the gloves transport the energy. I'll fire spikes. Whatever you play. Get it off me.
From party 2 or 3, pick up the life curse.
I need. Odin, you gonna play Chariot this time?
Yes, sir.
Odin sack?
Root Bomb. Odin sack.
Where's Isaac?
I think he works late, so he can only play like late.
Hang on, they're
like
looking at me.
4 or 5
I
days.
can't hold it.
Okay. Are they masked?
No, there's just like 5 or 6 Showtime rats.
Rats only.
No.
Oh, you can drop it, and you don't have to hold it.
Yeah, I held it a while. They just
Eddie, can you pick up this life curse guy?
Yeah, graphene, sorry. You can join. You can let me click it again.
Okay, drop the energy real fast and regroup in middle, okay?
I picked it up and dropped it again. I reset it. This virgin plateau is cracked, and it closes in 3 minutes.
What is Nemesis doing?
I don't know.
Everyone come to middle. Everyone come to middle. The energy's dropped, right?
Energy's dropped.
Who has party tree? Invite little toaster, please.
Yeah, 1 second. I'm getting chased.
Oh, a little T2 and
I got you.
lanes.
Brave little
T2 in planes.
Before, so let me
They
give you
come
the
from
lead, man.
southeast.
Oh, it's SXX.
Yeah. That's the
No.
guys we're raiding.
Yeah, they're only like a level. They're level 19 now.
Okay, nice.
We're quite
Yo,
small.
everyone, be ready, be ready.
They're chasing me out the map.
We're gonna catch them in plateau, okay, in open world. I
They're
need you guys
pretty
to come set up. Yeah.
Daggered, half of them are in right now. And
It's Vatos Locos, right?
yeah.
Yeah, they might go to the castle actually. Let's see what they. We gotta go plateau if they go plateau, but if they don't, then we fight in the castle.
You want us to try catching if they do go plateau or no?
If they go plateau, we're gonna catch them in plateau.
They're in meadow right now.
I know, but they gotta go through meadow to go to plateau, right? Looks like they're going to castle. We're gonna come not to us. Come not to us. We can let them have like go in the castle a little bit, and then we go behind. Come to me here. Come to me.
Could be the front
Are
and
they-
GA them if they keep pushing
Everyone
up.
come to meadow. Everyone come to meadow. Everyone come to meadow. What's their final this?
I can get you.
23.
I can give you a number once you get there.
23. Same as us.
What?
They have a 6-2 gala, so you don't need to be too worried.
They might be ball. Yo, try to catch them notice if they go notice.
It's only one guy smacking.
Some people
gate
need
right
to
now.
split a bit. I think you need to
There-
split. We need
there's
to
only
start catching
one
them.
guy.
We need to start
They're
catching
on
them.
ping.
South side.
They're on ping going north right now on ping.
There's a lot here. There's a
You have
lot.
a blue ping, blue
They're
dot on
mounted
northeast.
still.
There's a
They're
lot here. All mounted here. All mounted here.
Probably they
All
wanna
mounted
fly them
going north
open.
right now on
They're
ping.
brawl.
Going
They're
north
brawl.
on
They're
ping.
brawl. Yo, we should catch. We should catch. We should catch. You're gonna dismount soon. Be ready. You might dismount soon. Be ready. Be ready. It's spawned. Come to me. Come to me. Come to me.
Brawler, stay with me.
What's it to say? What's it to say?
You in? What is
Dismount
23
south
was
of me.
the
Dismount south of me. Foot check.
3 was
Foot
the highest I
check.
saw so far.
Still 23.
Foot check. Foot check.
Brawler's food check.
They're gonna play the bend, okay? But they're brawl as well.
Where you at, Eddie?
South of the Zerg, mark
Come
their
us.
shield.
Come us. Come us. Boots
you're
once.
not
Boots
marked
once. Boots once. Boots once. Boots once.
It's go time. I'm a little nervous. I don't really know what I'm doing. There could be big changes to the game that I hadn't heard about, but I'm basically spamming
Yeah,
energy.
bruises stay mounted,
throwing
get
these
ready for
little
the swing, but they're also brawl,
energy
okay?
balls that
So my bruises,
keep
honestly,
my-
just look for their clutties, okay? Just call out like clumps of healers and kill them.
I gotta watch mana bars and keep them all. Mana
Are they
tapped.
up the hill? Anyone got eyes on it?
They are
over here, yeah.
They're up the hill,
okay,
yeah.
okay.
My ping, yeah.
That's not as easy to do.
We play
as
front to
Cherry
back
Red.
until it's time to go, okay?
He has a
Watch
lot
out
of
over
people
the wall,
coming
watch
in
out over
too.
the wall. Yeah, he's gonna try to send people behind.
Nobody's got
Okay.
mana problems, yeah.
Slowly walk up, my battle mount, slowly walk up. He's gonna try to clap, okay? We gotta stay tight and soak it. We gotta stay tight and soak it. Slowly walk. He's kiting a bit. Slowly walk, take space on the east. Slowly walk, take space on the east. Look at all these guys northeast on me. You see all these guys on the G5?
I jade them for you.
3, 2, 1. Smash that.
Leaving for counter east, he's leaving for counter here.
Beautiful G. Finish those kills. Soak this.
They're gonna hit, they're gonna hit.
Their whole back's caught. Their whole back's caught.
It's a massive
Walk and soak. Spread inside
They're
them.
wrapping south side now.
Now, death now.
Defense. Take space on the west, guys. Take space on the west. Look at my crown. Brawl them. It's gonna be right in the middle. Okay, be ready. Get ready northeast, okay? Northeast by the rock.
I jade them more.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hit this shit north.
And now
Drop
I'm
your east if you
kinda
can kill.
just
Drop your east if you
useless.
can kill.
I'm
Now
just
spread.
throwing mana.
He's gonna get 5 seconds to spread.
Finish the kills if you can. He's gonna drop soon. You gig on the next one. Defense. Come on, guys, we better defense. Brawl them now. Ready? 8 seconds on me, okay? 8 seconds on me. On the west, guys. Brawl them inside us. On the south, okay? On the south on me. Ready? Not us, actually. Not us deep. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Not us deep. Finish all those kills.
I don't know where
And now
the
front to
deep
back,
guys
help each other. Front to back, help each other, okay? Stay together.
Death
Defense. Come on, boys. Use your fucking buttons. Walk in. Come south deep. They're all come. Now turn on north side. On our back line north. 5, 4, 3, northeast, 2, 1. Not you saw me. Clap this shit. And now spread better than this. Finish the kills.
Alright,
Finish the
rounding
kills,
up.
finish the kills, finish the kills, finish the
Maybe.
kills.
This is really
Finish the
risky.
kills,
One
finish the
little
kills,
tap
finish the
and I'm
kills.
fucked.
Finish the
But
kills, keep brawling, keep brawling, keep brawling, keep brawling, keep brawling, keep
I
brawling.
think they
It's
can
gonna be on top of me
rush
soon, it's gonna be on top of me soon,
There we
okay?
go.
Spread,
Alright.
spread on the west side on me, on the west side on me.
Mana,
Catch, 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 catch.
mana.
Just catch.
They're running. He's running.
There's no
south, he's
GG,
running
catch,
south.
catch. Guys, fucking defensive suck today, man.
This guy
Holy
needs
shit.
Mana. Cumbia needs mana.
Like, your defensives and
Cumbia
our
needs
defensive
mana.
as a whole. People are not pressing Geekbot, people are not using their boots. You guys are all getting
This guy
clumped
needs
and
mana,
getting
goat
fucked in
needs
the middle.
mana.
Get away from the crown, motherfuckers. Get away from the crown and get away from each other.
Goat
So
needs
many
mana.
people died, man.
Got Nemesis on ping
It's a
running over here.
bloodbath. There's probably millions of silver laying
Way too
around.
many people died, man.
Like
It's
hundreds
insane.
of millions of silver just laying on the floor here. People are
He's pretty
running
clever.
around.
He's got
looting everyone.
He's only 6'3".
It's absolute madness. This guy.
I'm chasing their chariot.
Yo, this Hodge said he'd pay. Don't let him out. Don't let that Hodge out. He said he'd
If you are
pay.
just stressed as fuck and everyone else.
You gotta
is
trade me
just
3
going
mil
on.
or he dies.
Let's go bank
Having
bridge.
fun.
Let's go bank bridge. Guys, the defensives, please, man. I don't know what's wrong today. We have no root bound so that doesn't help. We're supposed to have 3 root bounds. We have 0 right now. But like, please, guys,
That's
use
the,
your fucking geekbots. Like, I'm gonna check a bunch of you, and I'm sure
No,
some
not
of you guys
iron
still
root.
have
What is root
10
bound?
geekbots. The ones that died, I'm sure some people died with 10
What
geekbots.
is root bound?
Didn't use a single.
Usually those people only bring like 1 or 2 gigs anyways.
Yeah, so
I
it's
don't
hard
wanna
to tell
sound
you.
stupid,
Yeah.
But, you know,
like, is that
know
a
what I mean.
weapon or a, what is the root bound?
Eddie.
Do we have a
What?
chariot?
I need soak right now. I need more soak. Like, damage is fine, but we're dying. Why are we dying to shitters like Vatos Locos? We're supposed to be soaking those engages like easily.
We did have chariot there, yeah.
Yeah, I'm on chariot. I got dismounted at one point.
I reckon we did, yeah.
Okay.
I think the issue
Go
is
bank.
we need to work on spreading really fast after we hit. He's
You
playing
guys
counter.
are staying on top of me all the time after I hit. Hit and spread. Hit and spread. Like,
yeah.
Go bank loot now. Go bank loot and come back. Go bank loot and come back.
Why am I going?
After our first engage, his engage timer was exactly going to be 3 seconds after ours. So every time we hit, he was going to counter exactly where we hit. So you gotta like get out of there as fast as
I mean, we
possible.
should also, like, we should have demons and shit. Like, we should not just be, like, about spreading. Like, I feel we're not dropping enough stuff, and the spread is also bad. Both of those things were bad in this fight. Damage was good, but the defensives, like, very, very bad.
Where are we meeting?
Is that
Or
the
regrouping?
bear?
Drop loot and come back to middle.
I have 10 gigs.
That's great.
Is the root bound the?
I didn't need to use any.
Is the root bound the?
Why do I even run Smuggler Cape? I don't get it.
Yeah, same.
It's the tree.
I never use
like,
gigs.
You're like 15% health at one point, no?
No.
What was that?
Only when I was 1v1ing the Hodge and the B he was hitting me.
Forgot what this shit does. I need another drink.
Rather use Bridgewash Cape, Eddie.
Hey Eddie, thanks for saving me there, man. Checks in the mail.
Thanks, man. I accept tips.
Eddie was a long-time MAGA. Remember him? Obviously, VR, Cheeto.
The
played
small
with
blob
him
at the
once.
castle.
But a lot of these guys, I think Sadam was there, but like a lot of these, most of these guys, Master of Fight was there.
If there's 5
There's
greens
so
on
many
top of you, then
hundreds of
it's fine.
names, and
5 is probably a lot.
after you play a lot, like you see the same name 100 times, and you're like, oh, yeah, I remember that guy. And then there'd always be like a couple random people, but usually
There's no way they're gonna do that.
like if you've played for 3 months in a row, like every day, and then you go to a CTA, like you know
Missing out on
80% of
people.
people
Missing out
there,
on
and now it's
people.
changed.
Back
It's like
to
now I know
Castle.
20% of the people, and 80% of the people are new.
that
It's
a
basically
fire
evident that there's a lot of turnover, and it probably
No,
always
it's the frog.
has been that way.
Oh,
Say it sounds
Like
a
when
nice
I joined, I was new, and like people were like, "Who is this guy?" But
a lot
like,
of frogs.
You playing outside?
No, they're really loud.
It gets intense. Like, you know, there's
They're level
a lot on
16
the
and I'm
line, and for the shot caller of Yarge, he's he's carrying the whole system, and so it's pretty cool. I'm kind of envious of him. I think it'd be a cool job to have. He'd probably tell you that it's not that much fun, that it's more stressful, but it's sort of like how a lot of things go in life is, you know, Elon's like, you know, you don't want to be me.
When it's brawl against
There's the
brawl,
soundboard.
SOB's not that good.
It's not.
Let's see if I get
Their
the
backline's
soundboard
so fucking
playing
spread.
again. There's some funny.
I can just go for
soundboard
like
things.
1 or 2 healers
Where
at
is
a
that
time.
shit?
Never lucky.
Soundboard, open soundboard.
Yeah, it would have been
Where's
good
the-
if you had other people with you, though.
I'm gonna come.
I'm gonna come.
I'd say it still has a good impact.
I mean, the damage was good. We were killing them. The problem is that we're
I don't know
not
if most people have
surviving
it
the
muted,
obvious
but
hits that they were doing.
they're
Right?
kind of funny. Oh
We
my
need to
god,
be
there's
surviving
Kamunk!
those things.
So what does Mega Main Zerg do? They just see me and they're like, "Yes, come on!"
Have you tried the W3?
It plays
in Brawl
to
versus
everyone
Brawl?
who's got it
It's
on, but most people have it
possibly
on
better.
lower volume.
No, dude, Rising Blow way too
Like,
OP.
it's not. It's
When
not
I first
big
joined
hits,
this Discord,
but
people were playing the soundboard.
I see they killed 3 or 4 each time.
So
like, we
so
should-
loud. It was
we're
it's
supposed
at
to
its
be able to
default
avoid that.
volume, and it was so loud I couldn't hear anything.
That's what we should be aiming for, right?
And it was crazy. I was like,
So
how do I
in
turn
Brawl
this thing?
versus
Like, I was
Brawl
asking
like
people.
that,
I was like,
do
what the
I
fuck
still
is
need
this?
to
I
be
can't
staying
hear
with
anything.
Eddie, or can I just go around and look for healers?
What weapon are you?
Scythe.
You should only go for executes.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, you stay with AD. AD is looking always for healers, so stay with AD. He gonna lead you to their healers.
Honestly, yeah.
Oh,
If Yato follow me, you kill anything you hit.
You're in the third party. You're like just add value. Drop whenever you get value.
Pretty much, yeah.
If like I just hit and there's 10 guys almost dead, like, you know, be my guess. Kill them. Finish them.
Now, can you just guess?
It's all about getting value.
I'm
When you
actually
fight again, I want to go plateau.
I'll be
They're gonna
on-
steal the castle, obviously.
I rejoined my old
like I could
guild. I'm
send
in one of these big
half and
battles.
half.
I'm kind of like.
But then if they go for plateau,
committed. Can you just
then we rotate
pick
everyone.
something?
You could grab
Pick
the
something for
castle,
Penny
it's
and
kinda awkward.
and pick like that
wanna see what they're
barbecue.
doing.
There's like a smokehouse barbecue
Wanna fight
sandwich.
again.
If you can
They're
get some,
late right now in Terry.
if there's some extra
Level 8,
nuggets, that's
so they got
probably a good
smaller.
idea.
They're just waiting for regroup too.
Thank you.
'Cause lots
They
of
were
died, right?
16. They were 16. Just like a few seconds ago.
Here, let me
few
give
minutes
you
ago.
the disarray check again. They're level 14 now, just increased.
Okay.
Bastion's looking to look at you right now. Level 17 now, it upgraded.
Okay. We're
I gotta kill
25
her.
now.
Good job.
I killed their realm.
On a SOB?
Yeah, I knocked his bitch
I
ass
got-
in the air and cartwheeled him.
Yo,
Oh,
I
yeah,
gotta
yeah,
go
he was
after you
low.
1 minute, okay? I'm in the castle.
He was a hella low. Like, for like 10 seconds.
Imagine getting
Give his
cartwheeled
bomb, give his
to
bomb. Okay,
Okay.
spread it out.
Yo, Eddie got tapped?
Whole Zerg.
Level 19 now. He getting bigger.
What were they at the first fight? I didn't even look.
23. When the fight started.
We're same numbers.
21 now.
Oh, they're getting there.
Uh,
22? Hey, yo.
like that.
Sit on bridge. Only life cursed, huh?
Yeah. Can we eat small too? Come here, come here. Small.
No, Crystal Bastion. You catch? I catch?
Catch.
Level 22
Gotcha.
right now.
Tag him. Oh,
Yeah,
dude, not even the tag.
ready for soul.
Nah, they're mounted right now. They're all mounted in Terry. Nemesis is mounted himself.
Yeah. I don't know if I can raise a banner since I already got raided, can I?
They're LC again? Or some of them are?
Okay.
I'm
Something
stepping
stinks.
23 now. They're back to their normal size. There's Too aligned now. What the heck?
Good choke.
Oh, why
We
do you
try
have
to
to
break
do that?
it. We let them pass through, okay? We let them pass through.
Eddie, you good?
Yeah.
Oh, someone's zoning from northeast. Could be someone else.
Oh, why Nemesis walking up, acting violent towards me?
Yeah, we're across the bridge, guys. We're across the bridge. Check is this way.
He tried to catch me, man.
Got
Nemesis
one
just
block.
blue engaged on
Hey,
Bray.
Yeah. Guys, please be on this side of the bridge.
VR, she's facing you. VR, she's facing you.
I see. This stuff. Yo, chill, guys. We're on this fucking hill. Like,
There we go.
no danger. There's no
Mana.
danger.
That's not mana. That's shapeshifter.
We want to let them
Nobody's
pass,
casting
pretty
any,
much.
I
Okay.
don't think really.
On
Need
my
mana. This
takes,
is more
let them pass.
or
Let
like
them pass.
preemptive mana.
Once they reach like down the hill, if their DPS reach down the hill, that's when you start stopping them.
I am basically the only
we can
chair.
clap back.
So, like,
14.
without me,
Enter that into the
whole Zerg falls apart. It's actually really important. This is why I was kind of telling my wife, like, I'm
We have
kind
castle,
of,
so someone watch my flanks. Make sure they're not flipping the east side. Make sure they're not flipping the east side.
you, Eddie, or what?
No, only my party.
Oh, okay.
What are you on?
Realm.
That kind of looks like the crying face.
For second
It
part.
would be hard.
It looks like enter that's zoning.
The lowercase XD is kind of like a sad face, right? XD is like a weird.
Well, here, one person go check the east side of the castle.
Purple herb.
They're kind of here, but they're
JG
spread out. They're
Funk.
dismounted.
They try to go east, we
All
can
the
full
old
push them.
peeps.
I could give you
Also,
info on if they had a east door.
Purple thorn.
Yeah,
They're still mounted on the east.
What's that, sorry?
They're
Come
kind
east.
of
Can I get people
14,
wrapped
14.
behind east?
They're
Can I
14
get people
this
wrapped
way.
behind east? I need some people wrapped behind east. Can we
They're
get
on the
that?
other side of the road, going on the east side of the map.
Wrap around
Yeah, they're going
east?
far.
What? Where am I?
Make it look like we're
My
pushing them.
icon is
Nemesis will
hiding
push into the
underneath.
castle. Well, it's fine, it's fine. Let them get into the
I'd like
castle.
to go
Oh,
through
fucking,
that
oh,
one. It's
fucking.
kind of weird.
They're
It's
fucking
like,
gone, man.
If you don't know, I got
That's
got
fine.
stuck once.
Make it
where
look like
I-
we're pushing
I
them.
couldn't go
Nemesis
through,
gonna
and it had
push inside
something
the
to do with,
castle.
like, a
That's
weird
what we want,
setting,
right?
And I was trapped. And
Turn west now,
could've
turn west
been
now, turn west.
8 million.
Turn west now.
I've been
That one
scouted.
is worth 8 million, which is a lot. I mean,
Yeah, stay here. Stay here.
4%.
that much
Yeah,
considering.
4%
I mean, it
yellow
could take you
gecko
8
on-
hours to earn 8
Yellow
million.
Deco? Okay, okay.
Like,
My
that's
readers
potentially
pay
a whole
attention.
day's
That
work.
would be really
And,
Did they catch
like
it or
hard,
not? I
a
think they
long
caught
day
it
of
or
hard
not.
work. So like,
And
That'll be
Yellow
wild.
Gecko are fighting
You
each
don't
other.
wanna
They're just
lose
fighting
this
each other on
kind
the
of
east
shit.
side.
Wait,
For
Yellow
real?
Gecko is 14% as well.
No,
Oh, they're probably
4%
bought.
Yellow Gecko and
Well, some of
Endurance
these
is
guys-
Is Nemesis breaking wet?
we are just pretty Gucci.
Listen, listen, we're gonna bait
16
Nemesis into
mil.
getting into the castle. Come east, come east a bit. Come
Where's
east a bit.
Freddy? He's probably.
But They're on the
second floor right now.
Be mounted, be mounted. Okay, okay.
Fast
Be mounted, stay east. Be mounted, stay east. Stay east, okay? Stay east, stay east. Stay east, far away from. Okay, okay.
They're breaking.
I'm not always listening
Second
to
door.
what he's saying. Where's Eddie?
Yeah, we're gonna full go into them soon, okay?
Fast Eddie. I think you.
Okay,
went
come to the
another
first floor
screen.
east.
Tell me
First
when.
floor east.
They,
That's all.
they
that's
broke
all.
it.
Yeah, it's fine.
Broke.
Chill,
They,
chill,
use,
chill.
they use their engagers.
Yes, 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 yes. Okay, click, 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 click. Come in, come in, come in, come in, come in. The cutting
I'm
west.
going behind.
Cutting
I'm
west.
going behind.
Come in, boys. Come in, boys. This stroke's gonna be nasty. Okay, watch out for it. Watch out for it. Give me GS. Give me
I'm gonna
slowly,
fear the
give
whole
me close.
Zerg. I'm gonna fear the
Come
whole
in, boys.
Zerg.
Come in, boys. Come in,
I got
boys. They're gonna
canceled.
turn here.
I
They're
caught
gonna
him.
turn here. They're gonna turn here. They're gonna turn here. Give us defensive soon. Give us defensive soon. Give us defensive soon. Give us defensive soon. Just walk. 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 Everything is at us. Everything is at us. Up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Everything is at us. Everything is at us. Everything is at us. Kill all the
wasted
things. Kill all the
engage.
things.
Preemptively.
Kill a lot of things. Kill a lot of things. Slowly
They
walk.
disengage.
trying to
Same
cut
timer.
to the
Same timer
bridge. They're
engage.
cutting
Same
to the
timer
bridge.
engage.
Walk, 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 walk.
I
Cut
can't
the
catch
bridge, cut the
anymore.
bridge. Cut the bridge,
I
cut the
can't
bridge
catch
if you can. Keep wrapping behind them, wrap behind them, wrap behind them.
facing
Watch
back
out against the
right
wall,
now.
watch out against the wall, watch out against the wall. He's kiting well, we're gonna kill his tanks again, okay, we're gonna kill his tanks again. Get in, 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 get
Did he
in.
cross yet? I can
Get
cut.
in, get in, he hasn't cut yet. Get through,
I
get
can
through.
cut the
By the
bridge.
bridge entrance, by the bridge entrance, by the bridge entrance, get through to Stoke North, get through to Stoke North, get through to Stoke North, by the bridge entrance, north of the bridge, okay, north of the bridge, north of the bridge, 5, northeast, northeast, over outside, northeast,
On the wall.
come up the hill, come up the hill, come up the hill, up the hill, east, 5,
Trying to kite stealth along the
3,
top.
2, 1, east, head back with this, head back with this, head back with this. Win the headbutt, win the headbutt, win the headbutt. And now fight them. Fight them. Fight them. Fight them. Fight them. Fight them. Fight them.
Like 50%.
Fight them. Fight them. Fight them.
Brawl a little
Brawl
bit.
and
Don't
fight.
be by the castle. Don't be by the castle. Spread
Brawl and
out.
fight. Brawl and fight. Brawl and fight. Kill them. Kill them. Kill them. Kill them. They're still alive. They're still alive. They're still alive.
I don't
They're
like
cutting
when
the bridge. They're
people
cutting the bridge.
have
Cut the bridge.
chariot,
Cut the
and
bridge.
then
Cut the
they're
bridge. Cut the
like,
bridge.
fuck,
Cut the bridge. Cut the bridge.
I didn't have
Cut the bridge. Cut the bridge. Cut the bridge. It's gonna be salt. Salt.
On the castle. On the castle. Def. Def. On the castle. On the castle.
Yeah. Salt. By the castle. By the castle. Nemesis. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Notice on me. Notice on me. Drop on this. Drop on this. Drop on this. Drop on this. Drop on this.
His healers are all north.
Yes. Keep balling their healers. Keep balling their healers.
Stay by the castle. Play north. Play by the bridge.
Stay sped. Stay sped. He's looking to clap north. Look at Nemesis. Look at Nemesis. He's gonna clap soon. He has cooldowns in 5. Stay sped. We're gonna clap on him soon, okay? 8 seconds.
Give him by the castle.
Defense now.
By the bridge. Shout to the bridge. Step.
On Nemesis. Salt. On the middle. On the middle bridge. 3, 2, 1. By the bridge. Smash the bridge. Keep dropping if you can. Cross.
Nemesis low on bridge.
Disrespect. Cross the bridge. Catch up it. We're gonna headbutt again. 10 seconds. I keep 10 seconds.
Good GA.
Really soon. We're gonna headbutt on him. Def. On Nemesis. 5.
Hold on, I'm really busy right now. You want to come see this battle?
3, 2.
I'm playing this
1.
old game Albion, and
I'm so slow, man. Catch what?
Look, there's so many people fighting here.
behind
I'm
us?
trying to keep us all
Oh,
alive.
yeah.
Back to Verge. They beat
I'm this big. I'm
finish
this
the
big
battle.
chariot. I'm called a chariot.
Come east,
He says. Like I've had a guy in my ear telling me where to go.
Much better on the defense here. Much
He's
better
this,
on the defense.
the guy with the crown, Viarge. You see this guy right here?
I think they only killed.
Everybody needs to have Nemesis mark, and always
The
follow
crown is
where
this
he's
yellow
at,
thing
right?
here.
And just make
See?
sure
It's right
when you
there.
see him start sprinting, that's where he's engaging.
And I'm
Every color has,
I'm
like,
on this big
little
tower
tiles
thing here.
that when
I'm
they're
actually
lost-
going to dismount, I think,
So that's what he looks like.
and reset my
Need to
mount.
loot it back.
They're coming to the
This
bridge
is so
still.
scouting.
No, never mind.
I got off my mount.
Can we catch this? Into the guy now? Can we catch him?
Oh, there's Eddie. What's Eddie
How do
there?
you get on?
Oh, Eddie's only got 5
Into this
million
is
set. He's
like
got a cheap
scouting, huh?
set on. I thought he was a
But
baller.
like their blob zoned into Verge. They were 16%.
It might be just
behind.
banking. It might be banking.
Maybe yeah.
Come back to castle.
They were also brawl. They were brawling with Glow of Techo, or however you pronounce that.
Jiggle Deco.
Basically, like
I think I can't
you
say.
have to.
I don't even know if I'm pronouncing it right.
I'm gonna mount up on it right now.
Is that blob them?
Be
Blue
at
dog?
the castle. Be at the castle. We have a lot of loot. Just play safe now. We'll all kill them if they
The east side gate
greedy.
is broken. Just
If
like
they ego this, we'll smash them. Like so easy.
they are brawl too. So
Soak one, walk in, smash.
we have no disarray in zone right now though.
Then we're
Yeah,
getting
they're
decent
disarray in
content.
zone now. Level 1 disarray.
Okay,
So they're
okay.
slowly coming back, I guess.
Don't get caught, please. Stick close. I want them to come here.
They're level 4 now?
Yep.
I do believe their highest was 16 though. Why do I have so many scouts outside? Yo guys, come back to the castle. Let
Yeah,
one scout.
come back, please. I don't need to have 20 scouts.
Forrest, can you scout for us here since you're on the
I'm
map?
looking. Their colors Alains, right? I can't find them.
Yeah. It might be another colors today. Just a smaller.
What's the ping, Eddie? What's the ping west?
Alena is offline, so it's another color.
Someone else.
You're good there though, right?
Come northeast. Come northeast.
Northeast. Maybe I go fast mount now.
Kill those mobs. Kill those mobs. Just QW. Just QW.
They may want to play in camp. Camp is half clear.
This click-through gate.
I will just
weird.
stay open a little bit.
I mean, it's like a whole mini game, I guess, but.
Otherwise, I don't know if they'll
you
come.
break them down, and
They're moving to the next
they're
bridge.
They have Demon Fang.
Yeah, if they full dive, like they're gonna try to dive or whatever backline we have. So
It
let's
looks
not
like
have
they're
a backline.
leaving. They're running far. No, they're going to the next bridge. They're going west over the next
Hold
bridge.
here. Just
Definitely
holding.
hit my food before mounting.
Try wrapping? Or they try wrapping as well?
I'm not abandoning the bridge.
They dismounted up here on the hill.
dismounted here.
Up here, up
Okay,
here.
that's
Like,
fine.
even a
Let them.
mob could fuck up my channel.
They OC too.
We can play here. We can play here in this like kind of choke-ish area.
Zex. Definitely remember that guy. What about Zilmir? Is he still playing?
My tanks, make sure you peel for my healers. They're gonna have demon fangs and shit. Trying to kill our healers, okay?
Demon
Protect
Fangs
them.
diving the healers. I
They
can
might have
protect
more of
that.
like a medium scale comp.
Moving west
I got such
uphill
a big
here.
E
Moving
number,
west.
but
For healers and
shields
just kill them
everyone.
one
What's the
by one.
damage reduction. It's only 23%
We're already
damage,
mounted for
so
us?
it's not 50.
They're
Dismounted,
dismounted.
Full
Up the hill,
walking,
Mike.
full walking
Yeah,
towards
yeah.
towards
Let them
Downhill,
come,
towards
let them
Downhill.
come.
Valley,
Let them.
it's a massive area. It's actually like having a lot of chariots would be just OP. You know, like if half these guys were
We're gonna play
chariots.
front to
They're
back
holding
at
here. They're
first.
holding here.
Yeah.
Are they?
Slowly walk, slowly
They're
walk.
backing up. They're walking
Come
northeast
up.
now.
I do
I
kind
catch
of
the
like
ones
being
mounted here if you
front
want,
line,
yeah.
like a D-tank to...
I know, it's talking. I don't want to go too far from castle and get it errated.
You see this
Yeah,
big
understand.
red circle here?
I found
Yo, stay
potential
behind me,
caller.
stay behind me,
Another
stay behind me.
army,
Potential
setting
caller
up
is
on the-
breaks 1. He's one hammer.
Yes,
The only one
that's
here.
possible.
Do you want, here, let me see if I can... Hold on. I'm gonna see if I
Trying
can
to
put
mic him when
my
I can.
Discord sound on the loudspeakers so you can hear it. Settings, audio and video.
2 screens to your north here.
I
On the
think
bright
it's this
side.
one. There.
One screen now. One screen now.
Now,
Stay here, guys. Stay in the stroke with me.
now you can hear all the... So Vjarge is... Here, I'll tell you when he's talking so you can hear his voice. But he said stay on the choke. Stay on the choke. I know what he sounds like because I
Yeah.
played with him a bunch, but
They're gonna try to get natural clones, right?
that's him.
If
That's
you demon that, they're gonna kill themselves.
That's Vjarge.
Don't be careful and watch the
This the guy with the big gold crown on him.
They're kind of just on the other side of this camp here.
Where is the crown guy?
He, I mean, it's
I can
it's hard to see. They disappear in the crowd.
We be patient. We have a lot of loot on us.
I'm on like a ox. You see my it's actually like a boar, I think.
Can
Actually,
you
It's got-
talk to him?
I could if I push the button, but there's 100 people or so. Let's see how many people. There's it doesn't 50. There's only 55 people.
to battle mounts if you want.
But there's 50 people and
George, when they engage, I send it.
there's 50 people and
Look for
listening.
their healers pretty
So,
much.
so if I say
Try to kill their healers
something,
if you can.
it sends it to everyone, and so I don't send anything unless I need to because.
Why don't you?
Yeah, they can.
Well,
they can outbrawl us
if it's
if they
important, I
want,
can
so
say
there's
something.
some
I can
people-
push my button
even
and
if we're
say
bigger,
something to
we have,
everyone.
like,
But like, if I just
lot
say
of
like,
IP,
"Hey, what's
others
up,
don't.
everyone?" Like, it's quite. Everyone's just listening. Nobody's talking except like a couple people.
Just play the cell, play the cell.
We're ready to fight, and it has to be quiet when we fight. Once we fight, you'll hear it gets really intense. Like you
Remind me of
know,
that thing,
we have to go. We have to move. We have to move this way, then that way, and everyone.
Come soft, come soft.
Can I stop talking? That's rude. There's nothing in my headset besides little noises from the game. You can hear all the
Is
voices.
he coming from? Okay, stay here, stay on the hill, stay on the hill.
Are you
Not
talking
choking.
to him right now?
Not choking.
No, they can't hear me unless I push my button.
What button?
I'm not gonna tell you because I don't want you to push it.
I'm not.
They're holding over here, wrapping to the north side of the camp.
I don't need to say anything right now.
Walk out with me.
If I really needed help,
They're
don't bump
Directly
me.
north of the camp.
If I needed help, I could say something like, "Hey, the chariot's about to die. I need help," or whatever.
Humping here, directly north of the camp.
They're trying to like so it's these guys interdits.
They're just trying to pull us.
Their guild name is.
I don't get it. I don't
Yeah,
get it.
I've never heard of them.
Bro,
I'm
maybe
guessing
we
they know
need
who
to
it is.
check.
Come back south, come back south.
Come back
Yeah,
south.
check.
You see, these are the directions: north,
These are
south,
all-
east, and west. You know the 4 directions: up, down, left, and
I don't know
right.
if they're just gonna leave.
You see the N and the E and the W? You don't see the N? Down here. N, E, W? North is straight up
What?
on a map.
West
North, east, west, and south is actually just underneath this thing.
They have a Bassi here as well.
The interface is hit. It's just
I
gonna
need
hit.
to know if they're
There's an
wrapping
S underneath.
Wait, did he
underneath.
make this game?
No, he didn't.
I don't think they're going to. They're trying to stay
I don't think
together.
he had any.
They want you to come up this.
Maybe he
They're
did.
kind of just. They're not even trying to catch me.
No, I don't think he did. I don't think.
I'm like riding it.
There's a company who made the game, and
Yeah, I think that
don't
Rex
think he
guy is
works.
falling. The way they're soldiers falling.
He's busy. He's trying to fight a fight. He's trying. He's the commander. He's like the.
He's over there.
He's sort of like the coach of the team. He's the coach of the team, but he's also the most important player on the team. So he's got a really important job.
They're facing you guys. They're facing you guys.
He's sort of like the commander. He's the general.
Can you go on a
Hold
horse?
it.
I could, but right now they need me. I need to keep casting these bubbles. When I cast the bubble, it throws that blue energy. I don't know if you saw that.
We're gonna go
Here, watch. I'll throw blue energy there. Boom. It hit, and that makes a cloud of blue energy. That blue energy gives everyone mana.
Thanks, protect my backline first.
Do you see? I have a red bar, which is my health.
DPS are all playing
The
like
blue bar
normal.
is my energy.
That's just one thing
And
beside us.
every time you cast a spell, like healers,
Uh-oh.
healers,
Look at X.
healers and fighters
use
use
them.
energy, and they. In the last fight, I don't know if you heard me saying, I was looking at people with low energy and trying to cast on them, because
Slowly
like
push a bit. Slowly push a bit.
One needed shield.
that guy. He's
They're
actually a
gonna full
shapeshifter. It's a little bit different. It's sort of like energy, but it works.
Why does he have a bubble
Let's just put
around
them
him?
on
Sundays.
the turret.
Which one?
They're poking the turret
Yeah,
down
the
the
bubble
ballistic.
Hold on,
Be
it'll.
more on the west, okay? Be more on the
We're-
west.
we might
Hold
start
those guys
fighting
inside us.
soon.
Hold
They're
them off,
kind of
hold them off.
diving. They're coming in.
Hold them off.
It gets crazy, so I have to
Yep.
focus. I want to make
Just
I
come to back
want to
then,
help
come
as
to
much
back
as
then.
I can.
Be position on the west, okay?
This guy's a
Yeah,
little
people
low
looking.
on
Follow
health
inside us
and
on the
energy.
south.
This guy
Yes,
needs
yes.
energy. I'm gonna keep
Another
hitting
few round.
him.
Just hit the guys inside us. Hit the
Keep
guys
hitting
inside.
him with
Hit the guys
energy.
inside us. Hit the guys inside us.
So I'm ready to use my bubble. I have a big
Okay.
shield. You see this little bubble? All right, I'm gonna use my shield right now because they might be hitting us. There's a big shield right here that you can kind of see it right there. This is the timing on it. I still have this big shield, and now it's over. And now I
All the
move.
guys on the backline. Come south. Kill the guys on the backline.
Energy.
Kill the guys on the
Energy.
backline. Kill the guys on the backline.
I'm gonna use my W,
Kill the guys on
my
the backline. Kill the guys on
Q.
the backline.
I'm just using as many of my abilities.
Kill the guys on the backline. When you get north,
Good.
yeah, nice fake. So this. No, step up. No, 5, 4, 3,
I'm about to do a big defensive here, I think.
Nice. Brother back there now. Push them. We broke them.
Oh, this guy needs help.
They're
Purple thorn.
gonna engage on break. Good so. And walk north, guys.
A lot of people
We have 10 seconds.
doing damage.
Draw them out. Look at me on the north. It's not on the
So,
north, okay?
focusing on VRs, the crown, is always the best idea.
4, 3,
He's trying to lead everyone to the, like, do the best damage.
No, draw them out. Get me kills. Defense points. Great defense.
Maybe leads
Spread and catch, they're running at him. Catch.
Caught another healer on the wall.
Catch him, boys.
Good.
They played well for like
Well,
16%.
the Raven got out though for us. You saw that guy, that Raven? Fuck, dude.
I'm following 2 on Queen here.
Yeah, there's one. Then we go by the castle. Don't open the castle.
Oh my god, he juked so hard for us. You gotta eat forward. I have to mount.
Take 3 hollow fall on anything.
He's juice. 7-2 rogue. This guy's juice.
Oh yeah. I got Sand of the Fury, he's never getting away from me, I'm gonna be honest.
Okay, everyone come to the castle.
We do need a little DPS here though, please.
There's a lot of pings.
He's having a lot of fun.
Get to the pings, guys. Get to the pings.
You should get the mist.
He can't get in.
I'm not gonna open the castle until we're done with the kills. Finish the kill for me. We have 2 orcs, by the way.
Is he on a mount? This guy that's pinging? Or, because this guy's moving really fucking fast.
Only corrupt have a small dick.
Like, bro, this whoever's pinging northeast, you're fucking trolling.
Yeah.
There's nothing. The killer's gonna get to the gate, guys. Please.
No, for real.
He's a BBS.
Yeah, I got baited to go northeast. Sorry.
Do we have oxys I can go grab?
I don't have us for now.
I'll go grab.
Are you that northwest dot?
He has infinite mana, bro. He has infinite mana.
Yes, I know it's
I'm coming.
He has an infinite mana because Royal Cal. We don't have a purge here. Oh, he trolled with the mobs. He trolled with the mobs.
Jesus fuck, finally. Alright, we killed him.
See what I'm saying? Like, a healer should never die to just, like, 2. You know? You get it now? Nah,
Wait
you
for
get
the
it,
ox. Everyone come touch the chest, do not open. All you have to do is raise a banner. Don't ask for a fine. You be like, yo, we're fighting today. Good luck.
Dude, I got like purity robed like by 3 different people. That was fucking frustrating.
It happens.
Estimated time on the oxes.
I'm just outside castle. I'm about to come here and touch it.
That doesn't answer my question.
Alright, Vyarj. For this comp, you have to put Forrest in another party. Because he has to be able to mark callers so he can make callouts, and I need to be able to mark healers. You know?
Okay.
That does make sense, yeah.
It's a conflicting issue we got here.
New
We could have ended that way faster if I could mark. But, like, he had the callers marked, so... You know?
Do we have the oxes soon?
I'm zoning into Meadow now. New Dawn's trying to gank me.
Oh shit. Come northeast, help him.
No, hold on. We're good. We're good. They're sitting. Don't
Okay.
come. We're good.
Okay.
I had to take the long route because New Dawn's sitting in Verge.
Who the fuck is New Dawn?
I don't know. Isn't that who tried to gank you, Eddie?
No, I forget who it was.
Oh, I thought you got really mad about New Dawn earlier.
No, they were a weird guild name, like really roleplay like that. But it was something different.
Well, so I think I'm still streaming. Might as well just shut this off. This is
Okay, everyone, make sure you have touch it. Once you come here with the 2 ox,
9-hour
officer
stream.
straight in for ox, do the castle, we go home.
I can go ahead and shut this down.
Trade Crunch rocks.
Played a little Albion online. Did a little graphic design.
Hello?
Gonna go ahead and stop streaming now.